AITA for exposing that my family has been secretly feeding me meat for years, despite knowing I'm vegan. I'm a 24-year-old who has been vegan for 6 years due to severe ethical beliefs about animal welfare. I recently discovered my family has been deliberately putting meat products in my food the entire time, lying about ingredients, and documenting my hypocrisy of unknowingly eating animal products to mock me behind my back. I became vegan at 18 after volunteering at an animal sanctuary and witnessing factory farming conditions. It's not a diet choice for me. It's a deeply held ethical position about not causing animal suffering. My family always acted supportive, asking questions about ingredients when cooking for me, reassuring me their dishes were vegan-friendly. Last month, I found a family group chat I'd been excluded from, where they'd been documenting funny moments of me eating their food while praising how good their vegan cooking was, except every single dish contained hidden meat, dairy, or eggs. 6 years of vegetable stock that was actually chicken broth, vegan butter that was real butter, plant-based meatballs that were ground beef. They thought my veganism was ridiculous and wanted to prove I couldn't really tell the difference, while collecting evidence of my hypocrisy. I posted the entire group chat screenshots publicly on social media, tagged every family member, and sent the evidence to everyone they know. They're furious, claiming I humiliated them over a harmless joke and should have handled it privately. AITA for exposing 6 years of deliberate deception and violation of my dietary ethics? My name is River. I'm 24 years old and I've been vegan for 6 years. Not plant-based or mostly vegan, fully vegan. No animal products. No meat, no dairy, no eggs, no honey, no leather, no wool. It's not a preference. It's an ethical position about animal welfare that shapes every decision I make. I became vegan at 18 after volunteering at an animal sanctuary. Before that, I'd been vegetarian for 2 years after watching a documentary about factory farming. But the sanctuary experience pushed me further. I met pigs who'd been rescued from slaughterhouses, cows who'd been bred to produce so much milk their bodies broke down, chickens who'd been crammed in cages so small they couldn't spread their wings. These weren't abstract concepts. They were individuals. They had personalities. They experienced joy and fear and pain. And humans were causing that suffering for products we didn't need. I couldn't participate in that system anymore. At 18, I committed to veganism. My family thought I was being dramatic. My parents are meat and potatoes people. My older brother Marcus is a gym guy who believes you need animal protein to be healthy. My younger sister Jade thinks vegans are preachy and judgmental. But they said they'd be supportive. We don't agree with it, but it's your choice. We'll accommodate you at family dinners. For 6 years, they did accommodate me. Or so I thought. When I'd come to family dinners, my mom would ask detailed questions. Is vegetable broth okay? I'm making soup. I got vegan butter for the vegetables. These cookies are made with flax eggs, totally vegan. I trusted her. Why wouldn't I? She's my mother. When she said something was vegan, I believed her. My dad would grill vegetables separately from the meat. Don't worry, I cleaned the grill first. These are 100% plant-based. Marcus would sometimes tease me about my rabbit food, but would also ask genuine-seeming questions about protein sources and nutrition. So you're really getting enough protein from beans? That's actually interesting. Jade would occasionally share vegan memes that were gently mocking but not cruel. I'd laugh along. Family banter, normal stuff. For 6 years I ate at their houses. Holiday dinners, birthday parties, casual weeknight meals when I'd visit. Always trusting that when they said something was vegan, it was vegan. Last month, everything shattered. I was at my parents' house for Sunday dinner. My phone died. I asked to borrow my mom's phone to check directions for something. She handed it to me, then got distracted by something in the kitchen. I opened her Maps app, but a notification popped up from a group chat. The chat name caught my eye. River's Vegan Adventures. I shouldn't have clicked it. But I did. It was a family group chat. My parents, Marcus, Jade, even my uncle and aunt. Everyone except me. The chat went back 6 years. I started scrolling through. The oldest messages were from shortly after I'd announced I was going vegan. Marcus: how long do you think she'll last? I give it 2 months. My dad: I think she's serious about it. We should probably just go along with it. My mom: or we could teach her a lesson. If she can't even tell when she's eating animal products, how strong are her convictions really? Jade: oh my God, yes. Like secretly use real butter and see if she notices. My uncle: that's hilarious, document it. My stomach dropped. I kept reading. Over the next 6 years, the chat was filled with their experiments. Photo from Thanksgiving 2019. My plate full of food. Caption from my mom: she just raved about how good the vegan gravy was. It's literally turkey drippings. Photo from Christmas 2020. Me eating cookies. Caption from Jade: she's on her 3rd vegan cookie. They're made with real butter and eggs. She can't tell at all. Video from my birthday 2021. Me blowing out candles on a cake. Marcus's caption: happy birthday. The vegan cake has eggs and milk. She's going to love it. Screenshot of a text from me thanking my mom for the amazing vegan soup. Her message to the group chat: chicken broth. She has no idea. This is too easy. On and on. 6 years of documentation. Every family meal I'd eaten. They deliberately included animal products while telling me it was vegan. Then they'd photograph me eating it, share it in the group chat, and laugh about my inability to tell the difference. The worst part wasn't just that they'd lied. It was the mockery. Marcus: River just told me she can feel the difference in her energy levels since going vegan. Meanwhile, she's been eating my beef meatballs for 3 years thinking they're plant-based. The delusion is real. Jade: she posted on Instagram about being vegan for 4 years and her cruelty-free lifestyle. Girl, you ate chicken pot pie last week. You're not cruelty-free. You're just clueless. My mom: I almost feel bad sometimes. Then she goes on one of her speeches about animal suffering, and I remember why this is funny. She's so sanctimonious about something she's not even really doing. My dad: the cognitive dissonance is fascinating. She genuinely believes she's been vegan this whole time. Meanwhile, we've been feeding her the same food as everyone else, just with lies about the ingredients. Aunt Karen: this is the best long-term prank I've ever witnessed. 6 years and she still hasn't figured it out. Uncle Dave: have you thought about telling her eventually? Or just keeping this going forever? My mom: why ruin a good thing? As long as she keeps eating here, we'll keep serving her regular food and calling it vegan. It's teaching her a lesson about being so extreme. I felt sick. Not just physically, though knowing I'd been eating animal products for 6 years when I thought I'd been vegan was nauseating. But emotionally, the betrayal was suffocating. My family, the people I trusted most, had been conducting a 6-year experiment in deception and mockery. They'd violated my deeply held ethical beliefs repeatedly, documented it like a reality show, and found it hilarious. I took screenshots of everything, every message, every photo, every video. Hundreds of screenshots documenting 6 years of deliberate deception. Then I left their house without saying goodbye. At home, I cried for hours. Then I got angry. Then I got determined. They documented this for their entertainment. Now I document it for accountability. I created a social media post with a compilation of the screenshots, wrote a detailed explanation. For 6 years I've been vegan, or so I thought. I just discovered my family has been deliberately feeding me meat, dairy, and eggs the entire time while claiming the food was vegan. They created a secret group chat to document me unknowingly eating animal products and mock my hypocrisy. Here's the evidence of 6 years of systematic deception. I posted it publicly on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, tagged every family member involved, made sure it was visible to everyone they knew, their friends, their colleagues, their church community, their neighbors. Within hours, the posts went viral locally. Friends started commenting, people from my high school, colleagues from my job, mutual acquaintances. The responses were overwhelmingly supportive. "This is horrifying. They violated your trust and your ethics for 6 years for a joke? I can't imagine doing this to anyone, let alone my own child. This is cruel." The fact that they documented it like it was funny makes it so much worse. This isn't a prank. This is systematic violation of someone's dietary restrictions and beliefs. But my family was furious. They started calling and texting immediately. My mom, "How dare you air our private family matters publicly? You've humiliated all of us." Marcus, "You just destroyed our reputations over a joke. We were going to tell you eventually." Jade, "Everyone thinks we're monsters now. Our friends are asking us about it. This is so embarrassing." My dad, "You should have come to us privately. We could have discussed this like adults. Instead, you chose public humiliation." I responded to the group text. Yes, they added me to it now. "You chose to systematically deceive me for 6 years. You documented it. You mocked me. You violated my ethics repeatedly. I'm just sharing what you already documented yourselves. If you're embarrassed by your own actions, that's not my problem." The fallout was immediate. People they knew were horrified. My mom's church friends were shocked. They'd always praised her supportive approach to my veganism, not knowing she'd been lying the entire time. Marcus's gym friends thought it was messed up to trick someone about their food for 6 years. Jade's colleagues were disturbed by the cruelty. Even people who weren't vegan themselves, who didn't necessarily agree with veganism, understood that systematically lying about someone's food for 6 years was wrong. My family tried damage control, posted their own statements. My mom, "This was a misunderstanding that got out of hand. We love our daughter and never meant to hurt her. She's blowing this out of proportion." But screenshots don't lie. The evidence was clear. They'd deliberately and systematically deceived me. They'd mocked me. They documented it for entertainment. Extended family reached out. Some supported me. My maternal grandmother was horrified and called my mom to say she was ashamed of her daughter's behavior. A few cousins sent messages saying they'd had no idea this was happening and thought it was beyond cruel. But others defended my family. It was just a prank that went too long. They shouldn't have done it, but publicly shaming them was too far. Family issues should stay private. I disagreed. When someone violates you systematically for 6 years, documents it, and mocks you for it, they've already made it public within their circle. I just made it public to a wider circle. Friends rallied around me. Fellow vegans were especially supportive, sharing their own stories of people tampering with their food. This is why trust is so hard. You think people respect your choices, and then you find out they've been sabotaging you. Non-vegan friends were equally appalled. "I'm not vegan, but I would never lie to someone about what's in their food, especially for 6 years. That's insane." The question kept coming up. Are you the asshole for exposing this publicly? People were split. Some said yes, I should have confronted my family privately first. That public humiliation was too harsh a punishment for what was ultimately a mean prank. But most people said no, I wasn't the asshole. My family had violated my trust, my ethics, and my bodily autonomy for 6 years. They'd documented it themselves. They'd found it hilarious. Public exposure was the natural consequence of their public, within their circle, mockery of me. One comment summed it up perfectly. They didn't respect your privacy for 6 years while documenting and sharing your hypocrisy with a group chat. Why should you respect their privacy now? The ethical questions this raised were bigger than just my family situation. If someone has dietary restrictions, religious, ethical, allergies, or otherwise, is it okay to deliberately violate those restrictions without their knowledge? My family argued it was harmless since I didn't get sick. But veganism isn't about getting sick. It's about not participating in animal exploitation. They forced me to participate unknowingly for 6 years. If someone documents their deception in a private group chat, does the victim have the right to make that documentation public? My family argued that the group chat was private, and I violated their privacy by sharing it. But they'd used that private space to violate me for 6 years. Is public exposure ever justified for private wrongs? My family claimed I should have handled it within the family. But they'd already involved extended family in the group chat. They'd already made it public to their circle. I just expanded the circle to include the consequences. Some Reddit posts asked AITA about this situation. The responses were interesting. NTA. They systematically violated your trust for 6 years. They documented it. They mocked you. Public exposure is the natural consequence of their documented behavior. ESH. Everyone sucks here. Yes, what they did was terrible. But public humiliation of your family is also terrible. You should have confronted them privately first. YTA for airing family business publicly. This should have been handled privately, even though what they did was wrong. NTA. They didn't respect your privacy while sharing your vegan adventures with a group chat. They don't get to claim privacy now that their behavior is exposed. I thought about whether I regretted the public exposure. Part of me wondered if I should have confronted them privately first, given them a chance to apologize before going public. But another part of me knew that private confrontation would have led to gaslighting. They'd have minimized it, said I was overreacting, claimed it was just a joke, and I needed to lighten up. They'd have made me feel like I was the problem for being upset about 6 years of systematic deception. Public exposure meant they couldn't minimize it. The evidence was clear. Everyone could see what they'd done. They couldn't rewrite the narrative because the screenshots existed. My relationship with my family is destroyed. We haven't spoken since the exposure. They're furious about the humiliation. I'm furious about the 6 years of violation. There's no path forward that I can see. My mom left a voicemail. I can't believe you did this to us. We raised you, loved you, supported you, and this is how you repay us? By destroying our reputations? You're so selfish. The irony wasn't lost on me. They'd violated my ethics for 6 years for their entertainment, but I was selfish for exposing it? Marcus sent a long text about how I'd ruined his life because people at his gym were asking about it. All my friends think I'm some kind of monster who tampers with people's food. My reputation is destroyed. And for what? Because you can't take a joke? 6 years isn't a joke. It's a sustained campaign of deception. Jade blocked me on all social media. She posted a vague status about toxic family members who air dirty laundry publicly, without naming me directly. Her friends filled the comments with support for her, but the people who'd seen my original post commented with links to the screenshots. She deleted the status. My dad tried a different approach. What we did was wrong. We see that now. But couldn't you have just talked to us? Did you have to destroy our relationships with everyone we know? That punishment doesn't fit the crime. But I'm not convinced the punishment doesn't fit the crime. They didn't just lie once or twice. They conducted a 6-year experiment in violating my ethics while documenting and mocking me. The punishment, public exposure of their own documented behavior, seems proportionate to the offense. I've thought a lot about what veganism means to me. It's not just a diet. It's a commitment to not participating in animal suffering. For 6 years, I thought I'd been living that commitment. Now I know I wasn't. I was unknowingly eating animal products at every family meal. That's traumatic. Not just the betrayal, but the knowledge that I participated in the suffering I'd committed to avoiding. Yes, I didn't know. Yes, it wasn't my choice, but those animals still suffered for meals I ate. I've had to process that. The guilt, even though it's not rational guilt, the grief for the animals. The anger at being forced to participate in something I find deeply unethical. My family doesn't understand that. To them, it's just food. To me, it's a violation of core ethical principles. Some people have asked, why does it matter if you couldn't tell the difference? Doesn't that prove vegan food is indistinguishable from regular food? No, because the point isn't taste. The point is ethics. I don't eat animal products not because they taste bad, but because producing them causes suffering. The fact that I couldn't taste the difference is irrelevant to the ethical question. My family thought they were proving my veganism was shallow. If you can't even tell, how much does it really matter? But they were actually proving the opposite. My commitment to veganism wasn't about taste or health or even personal benefit. It was about ethics. And they violated those ethics systematically. So, am I the asshole for exposing 6 years of deliberate deception publicly instead of handling it privately? I don't think I am. They documented their behavior themselves. They found it entertaining. They involved extended family in mocking me. I just made their documentation public to a wider audience and let them face the natural consequences of their actions. They're calling it humiliation. I'm calling it accountability. They say I should have handled it privately. I think they shouldn't have spent 6 years violating me publicly within their circle in the first place. They think the punishment is too harsh. I think 6 years of systematic deception, violation, and mockery is harsh, and public exposure of their own documented behavior is an appropriate response. But I know others disagree. Some people think family loyalty requires handling things privately, no matter how bad the offense. Some people think public exposure is always too harsh. Some people think I should have given them a chance to apologize first. Maybe they're right. Maybe I'll regret this years from now. Maybe destroying my relationship with my family over this wasn't worth it. But right now, knowing they violated me for 6 years and found it hilarious, I don't regret exposing them. They documented their behavior. I just shared the documentation. If they're embarrassed by their own actions being made public, maybe they shouldn't have done those actions in the first place. That's where I stand. No contact with family, living fully vegan now, cooking all my own food, never trusting anyone else to prepare meals for me again. Processing the trauma and betrayal in therapy. And refusing to feel guilty for exposing people who systematically violated me while mocking me for 6 years. Am I the asshole? That's for others to decide. But I'm not apologizing for sharing what they documented themselves. Am I them for revealing my parents secretly DNA tested my girlfriend's baby and told her it wasn't mine? I'm a 29-year-old man who just discovered my parents secretly obtained DNA samples from my girlfriend's newborn daughter to run a paternity test, got results showing I'm the father, but then lied to my girlfriend, saying the test proved I wasn't the father, so she'd leave me. Because they don't approve of her being a single mother from a previous relationship. My girlfriend Maya and I have been together for 2 years. She has a 5-year-old son from a previous relationship. When we got together, she was already pregnant from a brief relationship that ended before she knew about the pregnancy. She told me up front she was expecting, and I decided to stay. I fell in love with her and wanted to be there for both kids. My parents hated this. They thought I was wasting my life on someone else's children, and that Maya was trapping me. They spent 2 years trying to break us up. 3 months ago, Maya gave birth to her daughter, Chloe. I was there for the delivery. I've been doing night feedings. I'm fully committed to being this baby's father, regardless of biology. 2 weeks after Chloe was born, Maya got a message from an anonymous account with a lab report showing DNA test results proving I'm not Chloe's biological father. The message said, "Thought you should know the truth about your boyfriend." Maya confronted me in tears, showing me the test. I had never ordered any DNA test. When I investigated, I discovered my parents had taken samples from Chloe during a hospital visit and had the test run. The results actually showed I am the father. But they falsified the report they sent to Maya to make it look like I wasn't, hoping she'd dump me. I exposed everything to Maya and our families. My parents are banned from our lives. They're saying I'm overreacting to their concern, and I've destroyed our family over a misunderstanding. Am I there? My name is Marcus. I'm 29 years old, and until 3 months ago, I thought I knew who my parents were. I thought they were good people who wanted the best for me. I was wrong. I met Maya 2 years ago at a friend's birthday party. She was beautiful, funny, easy to talk to. We hit it off immediately. On our second date, she told me something important. I need to be honest with you. I have a 4-year-old son, and I'm 3 months pregnant. The pregnancy is from a relationship that ended before I knew I was expecting. I understand if this is too much for you. I took a few days to think about it. This was a lot. A woman with a child, pregnant with another child from someone else. Did I want to sign up for that at 27? But I kept thinking about Maya. How she made me laugh. How honest she'd been. How clearly she loved her son. I called her back. I'd like to keep seeing you if you're okay with that. We took things slowly. I met her son, Jackson, gradually. Got to know him. Watched Maya's pregnancy progress. Supported her through morning sickness and doctor's appointments. By the time her due date arrived, I was fully invested. I loved Maya. I cared about Jackson, and I was ready to be there for this baby. My parents were horrified. You're raising another man's children? My mother said. What about your own future kids? These will be my kids, I told her. If Maya and I stay together, Jackson and this baby will be mine in every way that matters. But they're not yours biologically. Don't you care about that? No, I don't. My father was more direct. She's trapping you, getting you attached to her kids so you can't leave. You're wasting the best years of your life on someone else's family. It's my life. These are my choices. They didn't accept it. For the next 1.5 years, they made their disapproval clear. They'd make comments about Maya already having baggage, or how I was playing house with someone else's kids. They'd send me articles about men who raised children that weren't biologically theirs and later regretted it. At family gatherings, they were cold to Maya and Jackson. My mother would ask pointed questions. Do you ever wonder what your own biological children would have been like? My father would suggest I keep my options open, since Maya and I weren't married. Maya tried to brush it off, but I could see it hurt her. Jackson once asked her why Marcus's grandma and grandpa didn't seem to like them. She told him some people take time to warm up, but I could hear the pain in her voice. 3 months ago, Maya went into labor. I drove her to the hospital, held her hand through 14 hours of labor, and was there when Chloe was born. The moment I saw that baby, I felt this overwhelming love, this tiny person who Maya and I would raise together. My parents came to visit at the hospital. They cooed over Chloe, took photos, seemed more positive than they'd been in months. She's beautiful, my mother said. Congratulations. I was relieved. Maybe they were finally accepting our family. I was so naive. 2 weeks after we brought Chloe home, Maya was in the nursery changing Chloe's diaper when her phone buzzed. A message from an account she didn't recognize. No profile photo, generic username, clearly created just to send this message. The message contained an attachment, a PDF of lab results from a paternity testing company. The summary line read, "Probability of paternity, 0%. Alleged father Marcus Chen is excluded as the biological father of the tested child." Maya's hands were shaking when she showed me. Did you have Chloe tested without telling me? What? No. I've never ordered a paternity test. I don't even know how. Then where did this come from? I looked at the document more carefully. The sample collection date was listed as 2 weeks ago. the day my parents had visited the hospital. My stomach dropped. I think my parents did this. Why would they do a paternity test? Because they've been trying to break us up since we got together. They probably thought if they could prove Chloe isn't mine, you'd leave me, or I'd leave you. Maya started crying. But the test says you're not the father. That means the timing. I thought I'd only been with you when I got pregnant, but maybe I was wrong about the dates. Or maybe... Maya, stop. We need to verify this. This could be fake. My parents could have falsified this. Why would they falsify a DNA test? To break us up. We spent the next week investigating. I called the testing company listed on the document. They confirmed they'd run a test with samples submitted 2 weeks ago, but they couldn't provide details without proper authorization. I confronted my parents directly, showed up at their house with the document. Did you have Chloe DNA tested? My mother looked guilty. My father looked defiant. Yes, my father said. We needed to know the truth. You're raising this child, claiming her as yours, but you don't actually know if she's yours. That's not your decision to make. You took DNA samples from a baby without the mother's consent? We're trying to protect you, my mother said. You need to know what you're getting into. What does the actual test say? Is this report real? My father hesitated. The report we sent Maya is real. But is it accurate? Show me the actual lab results you received. We don't have to show you anything. Show me the results or I'm cutting you out of my life permanently. They looked at each other. My mother went to a desk drawer, pulled out papers, handed them to me. I looked at the first page. The header read, Probability of paternity, 99.9%. All right, that Father Marcus Chen is not excluded as the biological father of the tested child. I stared at the document, then at my parents. This says I am the father. That's what the lab sent us, my father admitted. But the report you sent Maya says I'm not the father. You falsified the results. We didn't falsify anything, we just highlighted certain information. You created a fake document saying I'm not Chloe's father when the real test proves I am. You did this to manipulate Maya into leaving me. My mother started crying. We thought if she believed you weren't the father, she'd realize this relationship was a mistake. She'd leave and you could find someone appropriate. Someone appropriate? I love Maya, and Chloe is my daughter, biologically and in every other way. You lied to her, traumatized her, tried to destroy our relationship based on a lie you created. We're your parents. We're looking out for your best interests. My best interest is being with the family I love. Get out of my life. Both of you. You're never seeing Chloe or Jackson again. I left with the real test results. When I got home, Maya was feeding Chloe, tears still on her face. She'd been crying on and off for days, devastated by the belief that she'd somehow gotten the timeline wrong, that she'd accidentally deceived me about Chloe's paternity. Maya, look at this. I showed her the real lab results. This is what my parents actually received from the lab. It says I am Chloe's father. 99.9% probability. They lied to you. They created a fake document to try to break us up. She stared at the paper. They lied about a DNA test? They made me think I'd lied to you about when I got pregnant. They made me think Chloe wasn't yours. They did that on purpose? Yes. Why would anyone do that? Because they don't want me with you. They've never wanted me with you. They think I'm wasting my life raising someone else's children, even though these are my children. So they took DNA samples from our newborn without permission, ran a test, got results proving I'm the father, and then lied to you saying the opposite. Maya looked at Chloe sleeping in her arms. They did this to a 2-week-old baby. They violated her. They violated all of us. I know. I'm so sorry. I told them they're cut off from our lives. Good. We filed a police report. Taking DNA samples from a minor without parental consent is illegal. Falsifying medical documents is illegal. What my parents did crossed multiple legal lines. The police investigated. My parents admitted to taking the samples. They'd asked a nurse to let them hold Chloe, had swabbed her cheek, and submitted the sample claiming they had parental authorization. They admitted to receiving results showing I was the father. They admitted to creating a modified document to send to Maya showing I wasn't the father. We were trying to help our son, my mother told police. We didn't think he understood what he was getting into with this relationship. The police filed charges: obtaining DNA samples without consent, falsifying medical documents, harassment, possibly fraud. My parents hired a lawyer who tried to minimize it as family matters, but the prosecutor disagreed. The defendants obtained biological samples from a minor without authorization, submitted them for testing under false pretenses, received results, and then created fraudulent documents to manipulate the child's mother. These are serious crimes regardless of familial relationship. The fallout was extensive. Extended family took sides. My aunt, my mother's sister, was horrified. They did what? They faked a paternity test? That's psychotic. But my grandmother, my father's mother, defended them. They're just worried about you. You overreacted by involving police. They violated my daughter and traumatized Maya with lies. That deserves police involvement. Some cousins supported me. Others thought I was being too harsh, that parents sometimes make mistakes, that criminal charges were excessive. The online response was interesting. I posted a simplified version on Reddit. AITA for pressing charges against my parents after they secretly DNA tested my girlfriend's baby and lied about the results to break us up. Responses were split. NTA. They committed multiple crimes, obtaining DNA without consent, falsifying medical documents, harassment. They deserve prosecution. ESH. Yes, what they did was wrong, but pressing criminal charges against your own parents is extreme. This should have been handled as a family matter. YTA. Your parents were concerned about you raising another man's child. They went about it wrong, but their intentions were protective. Criminal charges are vindictive. NTA. They didn't just lie, they created fake medical documents and traumatized a new mother. That's not concern, that's manipulation and abuse. I thought about whether I'd overreacted. Some people, including some family members, argued that my parents had been misguided but well-intentioned. They weren't trying to hurt anyone, they were trying to save me from what they saw as a bad situation. But intentions don't excuse actions. They violated my infant daughter. They obtained biological samples without permission. They lied to Maya in a way that caused genuine trauma. She spent days believing she'd somehow deceived me, that she'd gotten timelines wrong, that she'd trapped me with a baby that wasn't mine. The psychological impact on Maya was severe. She told me weeks later, I kept questioning my own memory, wondering if I'd been with someone else and forgotten, wondering if I was losing my mind. Your parents made me doubt my own reality. That's gaslighting. That's abuse. And it was calculated. They'd seen an opportunity when Chloe was born to try to destroy our relationship, and they'd taken it. The criminal case proceeded. My parents pleaded guilty to reduced charges, obtaining DNA samples without authorization and filing false documents. They received probation, community service, fines, and restraining orders keeping them away from Maya, Jackson, and Chloe. Their reputation in our community was destroyed. People found out what they'd done, faked a paternity test to break up their son's relationship. The judgment was harsh. Friends distanced themselves. Their church was uncomfortable with the situation. My mother called me crying. We just wanted what was best for you. We didn't think you'd react this way. You've destroyed our lives over trying to help you. You destroyed your own lives by committing crimes against my family. And you didn't try to help me. You tried to control me. We're your parents. Don't we get a say in your life decisions? No. Not when I'm 29 years old with my own family. Not when your say involves violating my infant daughter and lying to her mother. My father was angrier. You chose that woman and those kids over your own parents. I hope you realize what you've done to this family. I chose the family I built over the parents who tried to destroy it, yes. The moral questions haunted me. Was I wrong to press charges? My parents argued they'd been acting out of concern, however misguided. Some family members agreed. Criminal prosecution seemed extreme for what was ultimately a family conflict. But I kept returning to what they'd actually done. They took biological samples from my 2-week-old daughter without permission. That's a violation of her bodily autonomy and our parental rights. They submitted those samples for testing under false pretenses. That's fraud. They received results showing I was the father, then created a fake document saying the opposite. That's falsifying medical documents. They sent that fake document to Maya, intending to manipulate her into leaving me. That's harassment and emotional abuse.
These weren't mistakes made out of concern. These were calculated actions intended to destroy my relationship by any means necessary. And it wasn't just about me. They'd traumatized Maya, a woman who'd just given birth and was vulnerable. They'd violated Chloe, an infant who couldn't consent or defend herself. They destabilized Jackson's home by trying to break up his mother's relationship. The collateral damage of their concern was extensive. 3 months later, the situation has settled into a painful new normal. My parents are out of our lives. The restraining order means they can't contact us or come near our home. I've seen them once, at a family funeral, and we didn't speak. Maya is still processing the trauma. She's in therapy, working through the gaslighting and violation. She told me recently, "I'm getting better, but I still sometimes have these moments of doubt where I question my own memory. What they did messed with my head in ways I'm still unpacking." Jackson asked why he doesn't see Marcus's parents anymore. We told him an age-appropriate version. They made some bad choices and we needed space from them. He accepted it. Chloe is 5 months old now, healthy and happy, unaware that her grandparents tried to use her DNA to destroy her family. Extended family remains divided. Some relatives have chosen my parents' side and don't speak to me. Others have chosen my side and cut off my parents. Holidays are now carefully navigated to avoid forcing people to choose. I don't regret pressing charges. What my parents did was criminal, and they deserved legal consequences. But I do grieve the family I thought I had. I thought my parents loved me enough to accept my choices. I thought they'd come around when they saw how happy I was with Maya and the kids. I thought grandparent love would override their prejudices once Chloe was born. I was wrong on all counts. They loved their idea of my life more than they loved my actual life, and they were willing to commit crimes to force me back into the life they wanted for me. AITA for exposing my parents' fake paternity test and pressing criminal charges? Some people say yes. That family should handle things privately. That criminal justice system involvement was too harsh. That I should have just cut them off quietly without prosecution. But I think when someone commits crimes against your infant child and her mother, prosecution is appropriate. When someone violates your family this egregiously, consequences beyond just cutting them off are warranted. My parents gambled that I'd never find out, or that if I did, family loyalty would keep me from doing anything about it. They lost that gamble. Now they have criminal records, restraining orders, and a destroyed relationship with their only child. Those are the natural consequences of their choices. And Maya, Jackson, Chloe, and I are building our life without them. It's not the family structure I imagined. I'd hoped my parents would be involved grandparents. But it's healthier this way. We're a family built on love, honesty, and choice. Not biology,
not obligation, not manipulation. And that, I think, makes me not the asshole, even if it makes me the son who got his parents arrested.
AITA for revealing my sister faked cancer after she stole my college fund for treatment.
I'm 22-year-old and my sister Madison, 27-year-old, convinced our family she had cancer and needed expensive treatment. My parents drained my college fund, $45,000, to help pay for it. Last month I discovered she'd been lying the entire time. I exposed her to everyone, and now she's been disowned and is having a mental breakdown. My parents think I should have handled it privately. 2 years ago, Madison announced she had stage 2 breast cancer. She showed us doctor's notes, talked about chemotherapy, shaved her head. Our family rallied around her. My parents started fundraising and dipping into savings to cover what insurance supposedly wouldn't. I was a college sophomore, and my parents sat me down, explaining they needed to use my college fund temporarily for Madison's treatment. They promised they'd repay it once Madison recovered. I was devastated but agreed. What else could I do? My sister was dying. I took a semester off to work and help with Madison's care. She was tired a lot, complained about nausea, wore scarves. She posted about her cancer journey on social media, getting thousands of supportive comments. Our church held fundraisers. People donated money directly to Madison for medical bills. Last month, I ran into Madison's oncologist at a coffee shop. Except she wasn't an oncologist. She was Madison's friend from theater school. I confronted her, and she panicked, admitted Madison had asked her to pretend to be a doctor for family meetings. Everything was fake. I checked Madison's medical records she'd accidentally left at our parents' house. All forgeries. I hired a PI who confirmed Madison had never been treated at any hospital she claimed. She'd been taking the money, over $100,000 total, and spending it on clothes, trips, and her boyfriend. I gathered all evidence and called a family meeting, showed everyone the proof. Madison broke down admitting it, saying she'd gotten in over her head after one lie spiraled. My parents were shattered. Madison's been cut off by everyone. She's staying with her boyfriend's family who barely tolerates her. She's in therapy for what her psychiatrist calls a factitious disorder. My parents say I should have told them privately instead of exposing Madison in front of the whole family. Am I the? The aftermath has been catastrophic. Madison attempted suicide 2 weeks after the exposure. She's in inpatient psychiatric care now. My parents blame me for humiliating her publicly instead of handling it with compassion. My mom said I could have come to them quietly with the evidence, letting them confront Madison privately. That exposing her in front of grandparents, aunts, uncles, and family friends was unnecessarily cruel. That mental illness drove Madison's behavior, and I treated her like a criminal instead of someone who needed help. But the thing is, Madison stole my college fund. She manipulated me into taking a semester off to care for her cancer. She accepted thousands in donations from our church community. She wasn't just lying, she was committing fraud on a massive scale. My dad has been cold to me since Madison's hospitalization. He said, "You were right about what she did, but the way you did it might have killed her." Those words haunt me. If Madison had succeeded in her suicide attempt, would I be responsible? Madison's psychiatrist called me asking to visit Madison in the facility. She said Madison is severely depressed and needs family support, that her factitious disorder is a serious mental illness, not moral failure, that public humiliation exacerbated her condition. I refused to visit. I told the psychiatrist that Madison victimized me and dozens of other people, that mental illness doesn't excuse fraud. The psychiatrist said Madison's disorder is complex. She convinced herself the lies were true, lived in the delusion. I said that's not my problem to solve.
Friends are divided. Some say Madison is mentally ill and needed intervention, not public shaming. Others say she committed fraud and deserved exposure. One friend asked, "Did you really need to tell everyone at once?
Or did you want maximum impact? Honestly, I wanted maximum impact. I wanted everyone who'd supported her cancer journey to know they'd been manipulated. I wanted my parents to see what their golden child really was. I wanted Madison to face consequences publicly, the way she'd publicly played victim. The church that fundraised is considering legal action against Madison. People who donated want their money back. Madison's facing potential fraud charges. My public exposure started a domino effect I didn't fully anticipate. It's been 3 months. Madison is out of psychiatric care but barely functioning. She lost her job, most of her friends, and is living with our elderly grandmother, who's the only family member still speaking to her. She owes money to dozens of people, and our parents have been quietly repaying some donations to avoid legal action. My college fund is gone. My parents say the money went to Madison's treatment, and they can't recover it. She spent everything. I'm drowning in student loans now while Madison gets sympathy for being mentally ill. That's what bothers me most. Madison faked cancer, stole money, manipulated everyone. But now she's the victim because she had a breakdown when caught. My mom actually said to me, "She tried to kill herself because of what you did. Can you live with that?" Can I? I don't know. Madison chose to fake cancer. She chose to take my college money. She chose to defraud our community. I just chose to expose her. But her suicide attempt makes me the villain somehow. My therapist says I'm not responsible for Madison's mental health crisis, that exposing fraud isn't the same as causing someone's breakdown. But she also asked, knowing what you know now about the consequences, would you still do it the same way? I don't have a good answer. Part of me says yes, Madison deserved public exposure for public fraud. Part of me thinks about her in that hospital bed after trying to end her life and wonders if I went too far. AITA? The responses show clear patterns. Half say Madison is a fraud who got what she deserved, that faking cancer for money is unforgivable, that mental illness doesn't excuse victimizing dozens of people, that I exposed the truth and Madison's consequences are her own fault. Half say I handled it cruelly, that Madison clearly has serious mental health issues and public humiliation was vindictive, that I could have achieved the same outcome, stopping the fraud, getting truth, without destroying her in front of everyone, that I chose the nuclear option because I was angry, not because it was necessary. My sister's psychiatrist sent me research about factitious disorders. People who fake illnesses often have deep psychological trauma driving the behavior. They're not sociopaths. They're profoundly sick people who need treatment. But Madison used that sickness to steal $45,000 from me specifically, my entire college fund. I'm 22 with massive debt because my sister pretended to have cancer. Am I supposed to have compassion for her mental illness when I'm the one suffering her consequences? Madison sent me a letter from therapy. Said she's sorry, that she understands what she did was wrong, that the lies consumed her, that she doesn't expect forgiveness but hopes one day I'll understand she was sick, not evil. I burned the letter, because even if Madison was sick, I'm still broke. My education is still delayed. My family is still destroyed, and I'm still the one everyone blames for exposing her instead of her being blamed for lying in the first place. Maybe we're both assholes. Madison for the fraud, me for the public exposure. But I'm the one drowning in student debt, while everyone feels sorry for the mentally ill sister who stole from me. That's the part nobody wants to talk about. Am I the time for exposing that my family has been secretly recording my therapy sessions to use against me in custody court? I'm a 27-year-old mother going through a divorce who just discovered my parents have been hiding recording devices in my home for 6 months to capture my therapy sessions, then sharing the recordings with my ex-husband's lawyer to use against me in our custody battle. I've been separated from my ex, Ryan, for 8 months. We have 2 daughters, ages 5 and 3. The divorce is contentious. Ryan wants full custody, claiming I'm unstable and unfit. I've been in therapy for the past year working through the trauma of my marriage. Ryan was emotionally abusive throughout our relationship, and I'm processing that with my therapist. I have sessions via video call from my home office. My parents have been supportive during the divorce, visiting frequently, offering to help with the girls, being present for moral support. Last week, my lawyer received discovery documents from Ryan's attorney, including transcripts of my therapy sessions, verbatim quotes from private conversations with my therapist about my marriage, my mental health, my parenting doubts. Someone had been recording my sessions. I found hidden recording devices in my home office, 4 of them, placed by my parents. When I confronted them, they admitted Ryan asked them to help gather evidence that I'm unstable, and they agreed because they think Ryan is a better parent. They said therapist-patient privilege doesn't apply when children's welfare is at stake. I reported them to police for illegal recording and wiretapping. My family says I'm overreacting to their attempt to protect my children from an unfit mother. Am I the tie? My name is Sophie. I'm 27 years old, and 8 months ago I left my husband Ryan after 7 years of marriage. We have 2 daughters together, Emma, who's 5, and Claire, who's 3. Leaving Ryan was the hardest decision of my life, but staying would have destroyed me. Ryan was never physically abusive, so people don't understand why I left. But emotional abuse is real, and it's devastating. For years, Ryan controlled every aspect of my life: who I saw, what I wore, how I spent my time. He'd criticize my parenting constantly, tell me I was incompetent, make me doubt my own sanity. Classic gaslighting, though I didn't recognize it at the time. When I finally understood what was happening and left, I thought things would get better. Instead, they got worse. Ryan is fighting for full custody, claiming I'm mentally unstable, that I abandoned the family, that I'm unfit to parent. His lawyer paints me as an erratic woman who left a loving husband for no reason. I have a good lawyer who's building a case around Ryan's emotional abuse, but it's hard to prove. There are no bruises, no police reports, just years of psychological manipulation. I've been in therapy for the past year, even before I left Ryan. My therapist, Dr. Martinez, helped me recognize the abuse patterns, supported me through leaving, and has been helping me process the trauma. She's also helping me work through my own parenting anxieties, the voice in my head that sounds like Ryan, telling me I'm doing everything wrong. Therapy sessions happen via video call from my home office. Every Wednesday at 2 p.m., I close the door, log into the secure video platform, and talk to Dr. Martinez for an hour. Those sessions are my lifeline. The one place I can be completely honest about my fears, my doubts, my struggles. My parents have been supportive during the divorce. At least, I thought they were. My mother visits several times a week, helps with the girls, brings meals. My father stops by to check on me, offers to handle house repairs. They've been present, involved, seemingly on my side. "We're here for you," my mother would say, "whatever you need." "We want what's best for the girls," my father would add. I appreciated their support. Going through a divorce while parenting 2 young children is overwhelming. Having family help felt like a blessing. 3 weeks ago, my lawyer called with disturbing news. "Sophie, we received discovery documents from Ryan's attorney. There are transcripts in here that concern me." "What kind of transcripts?" "Transcripts of what appear to be your therapy sessions, verbatim quotes from conversations with your therapist." My stomach dropped. That's not possible. Therapy is confidential. "Someone recorded your sessions. The transcripts are detailed. They include your discussions about parenting doubts, medication you're considering, moments where you expressed frustration with the girls. Ryan's lawyer is using them to paint you as unstable." How did Ryan get recordings of my therapy? That's what we need to find out. This is a serious violation of privacy laws and therapist-patient confidentiality. I went home and searched my office. If someone was recording my sessions, there had to be a device somewhere. I checked my computer. No spyware. Checked the room for cameras. Nothing obvious. Then I found the first device. A small recording unit hidden behind a picture frame on the shelf behind my desk. It was positioned perfectly to capture audio from my therapy sessions. I found 3 more. One in a fake plant on the bookshelf. One inside a decorative box. One tucked behind books. 4 recording devices, all aimed at my desk where I sit during therapy sessions. Someone had deliberately placed multiple recorders to ensure they captured everything I said. I called my lawyer immediately. I found recording devices in my office, 4 of them. Don't touch them. Call the police. This is illegal wiretapping. The police came and documented the devices, checked for fingerprints, asked who had access to my home. My parents visit regularly. My ex-husband hasn't been in the house since we separated. A few close friends occasionally. Who would have motive to record your therapy sessions? My ex-husband is fighting for custody. These recordings are being used against me in court. The investigation moved quickly. The devices were relatively sophisticated, voice-activated, wireless, uploading to cloud storage. Police traced the purchase to an electronics account belonging to my father. I confronted my parents at their house. Brought the police report showing the devices were purchased by my father. Did you put recording devices in my home office? My mother looked at my father. My father looked guilty. We need to talk about this, my father said. There's nothing to talk about. Did you put recording devices in my office? Yes or no? Long silence. Then my mother. We did. Why? Ryan asked us to help gather evidence for the custody case. Evidence of what? That you're not stable enough to have primary custody of the girls. So you recorded my private therapy sessions? My confidential conversations with my therapist? My father spoke up. Sophie, we watched you struggle in that marriage for years. We thought you were happy. Then you suddenly left and claimed Ryan was abusive. We didn't believe it. Ryan is a good father. He loves those girls. And you seem erratic. Erratic? You're in therapy. You're on medication. You talk about how hard parenting is. You left your husband with no warning. From our perspective, you're the unstable one. So you spied on my therapy to prove it. My mother. We didn't spy. We gathered information to protect our granddaughters. If you're truly unfit to parent, Emma and Claire deserve to be with their father. I'm not unfit. I'm processing trauma from an abusive marriage. You say it was abusive, but we never saw evidence. Ryan always seemed like a good husband. Emotional abuse doesn't leave bruises. Or maybe there was no abuse and you're rewriting history to justify leaving. So you recorded my therapy sessions, my private, confidential therapy, and gave them to Ryan's lawyer? My father nodded. Ryan is fighting for custody. He needed evidence that you're unstable. Your therapy sessions provided that evidence. Did you listen to the recordings? Some of them. Ryan's lawyer reviewed them all. You heard me talking about the abuse? About what Ryan did to me? We heard you talking about your feelings, but feelings aren't facts. You could be exaggerating or misremembering. I was talking to my therapist, in confidence, about trauma. My mother looked defensive. You also talked about doubting yourself as a mother, about feeling overwhelmed, about considering medication for anxiety. Those aren't things a fit parent should be struggling with. Every parent has doubts. That's why I'm in therapy, to work through them. A mother who's constantly questioning herself isn't stable. Emma and Claire need stability. They need a mother who's working on her mental health, not one who pretends everything is fine. My father stood firm. We did what we thought was right. If recording your therapy sessions helps protect our granddaughters from an unfit mother, then we'd do it again. I left and immediately filed a police report for illegal wiretapping. In my state, Recording someone without consent in their home is a felony. Recording therapy sessions specifically violates federal laws around healthcare privacy. The police charged my parents with illegal wiretapping, recording, invasion of privacy, violation of healthcare privacy laws, conspiracy, coordinating with Ryan. Ryan was also charged as a co-conspirator. He'd provided the funds for the devices and received the recordings knowing they were obtained illegally. Their defense was that they were protecting children from an unfit parent. The prosecutor wasn't sympathetic. The defendants illegally recorded privileged therapy sessions. The victim's parenting ability is a custody court matter, not justification for committing felonies. The recordings were deemed inadmissible in custody court. Evidence obtained through illegal wiretapping can't be used in legal proceedings. Ryan's entire case built on evidence from my therapy collapsed. More than that, the judge sanctioned Ryan for participating in illegal recording. The father's willingness to violate privacy laws and therapist-patient confidentiality to gain advantage in custody proceedings demonstrates poor judgment and disrespect for legal boundaries. Custody determination shifted dramatically. The judge granted me primary custody with Ryan having supervised visitation until he completed parenting classes and therapy. My parents were convicted of wiretapping. Both received jail time, 60 days each, plus probation, fines, and restraining orders preventing them from contact with me. Ryan's custody case was destroyed by his own illegal actions. Dr. Martinez had to file complaints with healthcare privacy authorities about the violation of our therapeutic relationship. Having sessions recorded and used in court is a profound breach. It damages the therapeutic alliance and creates lasting harm. The emotional impact was severe. Knowing my parents listened to my most vulnerable moments, heard me cry about the abuse, talk about my darkest fears, express doubts about parenting, and used those moments to call me unfit was devastating. The family response was divided. Some relatives understood. They illegally recorded therapy sessions? That's horrible. Others defended my parents. They were trying to protect their granddaughters from a potentially unfit mother. But therapists, lawyers, and domestic abuse advocates were unanimous. Recording someone's therapy is a profound violation. Using it in custody court is abuse by proxy. Your ex used your parents to weaponize your mental health treatment against you. That's classic abuser behavior. Seeking therapy is a sign of strength. Your parents punished you for taking care of your mental health. I posted in a divorce support group. AITA for pressing charges after my parents recorded my therapy sessions to help my ex in our custody battle. Every response supported me. NTA, they violated your privacy in the most intimate way possible to help your abuser. That's unforgivable. NTA, using someone's therapy against them is recognized as emotional abuse. Your parents enabled your ex's abuse. NTA, they betrayed you, violated healthcare laws, and tried to take your children based on illegally obtained evidence. Not one person thought I overreacted. 3 months later, I'm still in therapy, with a new therapist, Dr. Chen, because continuing with Dr. Martinez after such a violation felt impossible. We're working through the trauma of having my parents betray me in such a fundamental way. Emma and Claire are adjusting to the new custody arrangement. They see Ryan on weekends with supervision. They're with me during the week. They don't understand why they don't see their grandparents anymore. "Where's Grandma?" Emma asks. "Grandma made some choices that hurt Mommy. We're taking a break." "Will we see her again?" "I don't know, sweetie. Maybe someday." My relationship with my parents is destroyed. My mother sends letters from jail begging me to understand they were protecting the girls. My father maintains they did nothing wrong, but I can't forgive this. They recorded the most vulnerable moments of my life. They listened to me process trauma from an abusive marriage and decided I was the problem. They gave those recordings to my abuser to use against me. Am I the per pressing criminal charges against my parents for recording my therapy sessions? I don't think I am. Therapy is sacred. It's where we process trauma, acknowledge fears, work through doubts. Using someone's therapy against them is weaponizing vulnerability. My parents chose my abuser over me. They helped him build a case to take my children based on my honest work in therapy. Some relatives say I'm being vindictive, that family makes mistakes and deserves forgiveness, that jail time is too harsh. But this wasn't a mistake. It was a months-long conspiracy to violate my privacy, my healthcare rights, and my custody rights. They're not sorry they did it. They're sorry they got caught. Am I the asshole? Not to my therapist, not to my lawyer, not to domestic abuse advocates, not to other survivors. Only to people who think protecting children justifies any violation of privacy. And I can live with that. Because my daughters deserve a mother who's working on her mental health, not one who's afraid to seek help because family might weaponize it. They tried to take my children by recording my path to healing. Instead, they destroyed their relationship with all of us. And I'm okay with that. Because some betrayals are unforgivable. Some violations are permanent. Recording someone's therapy to use against them in court? That's both. AITA for revealing my family has been secretly giving my infertile sister my daughter's hair and baby teeth, claiming they're hers. I'm a 32-year-old mother who just discovered my family has been stealing my 8-year-old daughter's lost baby teeth, cut hair clippings, and other keepsakes to give to my infertile sister so she can create a memory box pretending she's a mother. My sister Hannah is 35 and has been unable to have children due to medical issues. She's been devastated by her infertility, and I've tried to be supportive. I have one daughter, Zoe, who is 8 years old. I've been keeping traditional childhood mementos, her baby teeth when they fall out, locks of hair from her first haircut and subsequent trims, hospital bracelet from birth, footprints. These are stored in a memory box in Zoe's room. My family has always had access to my home. They have spare keys for emergencies and visit often. 6 months ago, Hannah started posting on social media about her motherhood journey, with photos of a memory box containing baby teeth, hair locks, and keepsakes. I thought she'd adopted or used a surrogate. When I asked her privately about it, she was evasive. Last week, I discovered my daughter's memory box was nearly empty. Most of her baby teeth were missing. Her hair locks were gone. Her hospital bracelet was missing. I found them in Hannah's house in a memory box labeled My Baby. My family admitted they've been taking Zoe's keepsakes and giving them to Hannah to help her experience motherhood and cope with her infertility. Hannah has been posting them online claiming they're from her own child. When I confronted them, they said I should be grateful to help my sister through her grief and that Zoe has me as a mother so she doesn't need keepsakes. I reported the theft to police and demanded Hannah remove all posts. My family says I'm being selfish and cruel to my suffering sister. Am I that? My name is Jessica. I'm 32 years old, and I'm the mother of an 8-year-old daughter named Zoe. Being Zoe's mom is the greatest joy of my life. Watching her grow, celebrating her milestones, preserving memories of her childhood. One of the ways I preserve those memories is through keepsakes, traditional mementos that parents have been collecting for generations. Zoe's baby teeth when they fall out, carefully cleaned and stored in a special container. Locks of her hair, a curl from her first haircut at age 2, trimmings from subsequent cuts. Her hospital bracelet from when she was born, her newborn footprints, a baby blanket, her first pacifier. Small items that mark her journey from baby to child. I keep these in a special memory box in Zoe's bedroom, a beautiful wooden box with her name engraved on it. She knows about the box and loves looking through it. "These are from when I was a baby?" she'll ask, holding up a tiny hospital bracelet. "Yes, sweetie. This is what you wore when you were born." These keepsakes are irreplaceable. You can't get back baby teeth that have been lost. You can't recreate the exact curl from a first haircut. They're one-time treasures. My sister Hannah is 35, 3 years older than me. Hannah desperately wants to be a mother but can't have biological children due to endometriosis and other reproductive issues. She's tried IVF multiple times without success. She's looked into adoption but hasn't been approved yet. Surrogacy is an option she's exploring. Her infertility has devastated her. She's in therapy for grief around not being able to have children. She talks constantly about wanting to be a mom, about feeling incomplete, about envying mothers she sees. I've tried to be supportive. I let her spend time with Zoe, include her in mother-daughter activities, talk to her about her feelings. But I also maintain boundaries. Zoe is my daughter, not Hannah's, and I'm careful not to let Hannah overstep. My family is very involved in our lives. My parents have spare keys to my house for emergencies. Hannah has a key too. She house sits when we travel, waters plants, checks on things. I've never worried about giving them access because they're family. 6 months ago, Hannah started posting on social media about her motherhood journey. Photos of a beautiful memory box, captions like, "Treasuring these precious keepsakes from my little one," and "Every lost tooth is a milestone," and "These tiny locks of hair represent growth and change." I saw the posts and was confused. Had Hannah adopted? Used a surrogate? Had a breakthrough with IVF? I called her privately. "Hannah, your posts about motherhood. Did something happen? Did you have a baby?" "I'm embracing motherhood in my own way," she said vaguely. "But the memory box, those look like real baby teeth and hair." "They are. They're precious to me." "Where did they come from?" "That's personal. I'm working through my grief in a way that helps me." She wouldn't give me a straight answer. I assumed maybe she'd gotten keepsakes from a support group, or they were symbolic items she'd purchased to help with visualization or something. But then last week, I went to show Zoe her memory box. She'd just lost another tooth and wanted to add it to her collection. I opened the box. It was nearly empty. Zoe's baby teeth. She'd lost 6 teeth so far, all carefully stored. Only 2 remained. The others were gone. Her hair locks, from her first haircut, from age 4, from age 6, all missing. Her hospital bracelet, gone. Her newborn footprints, gone. Her first pacifier, gone. The box that had been full of precious, irreplaceable mementos was almost empty. "Mommy, where are my teeth?" Zoe asked. "I don't know, baby. Let me figure this out." My first thought was that we'd been robbed. Who would steal baby teeth? But nothing else in the house was missing. No electronics, no jewelry, no valuables, just items from Zoe's memory box. Then I remembered Hannah's social media posts. The memory box she'd been photographing. The keepsakes from my little one. I went to Hannah's house unannounced. She was surprised to see me. "Jessica, what's wrong?" "I need to see your memory box, the one you've been posting about." "Why?" "Just show me." She reluctantly led me to her bedroom. On her dresser was an elaborate memory box, much nicer than Zoe's simple wooden one. It was labeled, "My Baby," with decorative lettering. I opened it. Inside were Zoe's missing baby teeth, Zoe's hair locks, Zoe's hospital bracelet, Zoe's footprints. Everything that had been stolen from my daughter's memory box. "Hannah, these are Zoe's keepsakes." "They're mine. They were given to me." "Given to you by who?" "Mom and Dad. They've been collecting them for me." "Collecting them? These are from Zoe's memory box. These are my daughter's baby teeth." "I needed them. You don't understand what it's like to not be a mother. Having these helps me process my grief." "By stealing my daughter's keepsakes?" "I'm not stealing. Mom and Dad have been saving them for me. You have Zoe. You have motherhood. I have nothing. These items help me feel connected to motherhood." "By pretending they're from your own child?" You've been posting them online claiming they're from your baby. It's therapeutic. My therapist says creating rituals around motherhood can help with grief. Did your therapist say to steal someone else's child's keepsakes and pretend they're yours? You can make more memories with Zoe. I can't have children. Don't you think I deserve something? I took the box and left, drove straight to my parents' house. Did you take Zoe's keepsakes from her memory box and give them to Hannah? My mother looked guilty. Hannah needed them. Needed them? They're my daughter's baby teeth. You have Zoe. You get to be a mother. Hannah has nothing.
We thought sharing some keepsakes would help her feel included in motherhood.
Sharing? You stole irreplaceable mementos from my daughter. My father joined in. Hannah is suffering from infertility. We wanted to help her. You have so many memories with Zoe. You can spare some tokens to help your sister through this difficult time. They're not tokens. They're Zoe's baby teeth, her hair from her first haircut, her hospital bracelet. These can't be replaced. Zoe won't remember these items anyway. She's 8 years old. She doesn't care about baby teeth. She does care. She asks to see her memory box. She was excited to add her new tooth. And now most of it is missing. My mother. We've been doing this for 6 months. Taking a tooth here, some hair there, a few keepsakes. We didn't think you'd notice. You've been systematically stealing from my daughter's memory box for 6 months. We were helping Hannah. She'd come over when you weren't home, and we'd give her items to add to her own memory box. It's been therapeutic for her. It's theft, and it's insane. She's been posting them online pretending they're from her own child. She needs to process her grief somehow. This helps her feel like a mother. She's not a mother, not to Zoe. These aren't her keepsakes. I left and consulted a lawyer. My family has been stealing my daughter's keepsakes, baby teeth, hair, hospital memorabilia, and giving them to my sister who's pretending they're from her own child. The lawyer was disturbed. That's theft. The items belong to you and your daughter. They had no right to take them. The fact that they're irreplaceable increases the severity. I filed a police report. The officer was equally disturbed. Your sister is pretending your daughter's baby teeth are from her own child? That's bizarre and concerning. Police investigated and found that my parents had been systematically taking items from Zoe's memory box for 6 months. They had a schedule. My mother would visit weekly, take 1 to 2 items when I wasn't looking, and deliver them to Hannah. Hannah had built an elaborate fantasy around these items. She'd created a whole social media presence as a mother using Zoe's keepsakes. She'd written captions about her child's milestones. She'd received congratulations and sympathy from friends who thought she'd become a mother. When confronted by police, Hannah admitted the keepsakes came from Zoe, but claimed it was shared motherhood. That since she couldn't have her own children, sharing Zoe's keepsakes was a way to experience motherhood vicariously. My family gave me permission to have these items. They understood that I need to process my infertility by creating motherhood rituals. But the child's mother, your sister, didn't give permission. These items were taken without her knowledge. Jessica has so much. She has a daughter. She gets to experience real motherhood. I have nothing except these keepsakes. She should understand that I need them more than she does. My parents were charged with theft, multiple counts over 6 months. Hannah was charged with possession of stolen property and potentially fraud for representing the items as belonging to her own child online. Their defense was that they were helping Hannah cope with infertility grief and that the keepsakes weren't valuable, so taking them shouldn't be criminal. The prosecutor disagreed. These items are irreplaceable. Baby teeth can't be recovered once taken. Hair from a first haircut is a one-time keepsake. The defendants stole items of significant sentimental value to help one family member create a fantasy of motherhood. Child psychologists testified about the importance of childhood keepsakes. Memory boxes help children understand their own history. Taking these items robs the child of tangible connections to her past. Social media experts testified about Hannah's posts. The defendant created an online persona as a mother using stolen keepsakes. She received emotional support and validation under false pretenses. This is a form of fraud. Hannah's therapist testified, reluctantly, that while processing grief through rituals can be therapeutic, stealing another child's keepsakes and pretending they're from your own child is maladaptive coping that crosses ethical boundaries. The jury convicted my parents of theft. They received probation, community service, and restraining orders preventing them from entering my home. Hannah was convicted of possession of stolen property and required to delete all social media posts misrepresenting Zoe's keepsakes as her own. All keepsakes were returned, but the damage was done. Items that should have been privately treasured had been publicly displayed as part of Hannah's fantasy. The intimacy of those mementos was violated. The family response was divided. Some relatives understood. They stole a child's baby teeth to help someone pretend to be a mother? That's disturbing. Others defended them. Hannah is suffering. Jessica should be more compassionate and willing to share. But parenting groups, therapists, and infertility support communities were more nuanced. Parenting groups. Those keepsakes are sacred. Stealing them is unconscionable. Therapists. Using someone else's child's mementos to cope with infertility is unhealthy and boundary violating. Infertility support. As someone struggling with infertility, I'm horrified. This isn't coping. This is stealing someone's childhood and pretending it's yours. I posted in a parenting support forum, AITA for pressing charges after my family stole my daughter's keepsakes to give to my infertile sister. The responses were unanimous. NTA. They stole irreplaceable items from your daughter. Infertility grief doesn't justify theft. NTA. Your sister created a false online identity as a mother using your child's keepsakes. That's disturbing. NTA. I struggled with infertility and would never steal another child's mementos. That's not coping, that's boundary violation. Not one person defended my family's actions. 3 months later, Zoe and I are rebuilding her memory box. We've recovered the stolen items, but they feel tainted now. Zoe knows they were taken and given to Aunt Hannah. She's confused and hurt. Why did Aunt Hannah want my teeth? She asks. Aunt Hannah is very sad because she can't have a baby. She made a mistake thinking your things would help her feel better. But they're mine. Yes, they are. And now they're back where they belong. My relationship with Hannah and my parents is destroyed. Hannah is in intensive therapy for her unhealthy coping mechanisms. My parents maintain they were just trying to help both daughters and don't understand why I'm making this a legal issue. But I can't forgive this. They stole my daughter's irreplaceable keepsakes. Hannah pretended to be a mother using my child's milestones. The violation is profound. Am I the for pressing charges against family who stole my daughter's keepsakes? I don't think I am. Those items belong to Zoe. They're her history, her milestones, her memories. No one had the right to take them, not even family, not even someone suffering from infertility. Hannah's grief is real and valid, but it doesn't justify stealing from a child and creating a false motherhood fantasy. Some say I lack compassion for her suffering. But compassion doesn't mean allowing theft and boundary violations. Am I the asshole? Not to Zoe, not to parenting experts, not to ethical therapists, not to the infertility community. Only to people who think suffering justifies any behavior. And I can live with that. Because Zoe's keepsakes are hers. Her baby teeth mark her growth. Her hair represents her changing childhood. Her hospital bracelet proves she was born and loved. Those aren't things to be shared or stolen. They're precious, irreplaceable pieces of her story. And nobody, not even family, gets to take that from her. Am I they for revealing my family has been secretly feeding my epileptic daughter foods that trigger seizures to prove she's faking? I'm a 34-year-old mother who just discovered my mother-in-law and sister-in-law have been deliberately putting known seizure triggers in my 10-year-old daughter's food for months because they believe her epilepsy is fake and want to prove she won't have seizures if she doesn't know the triggers are present. My daughter Mia was diagnosed with epilepsy at age 8 after experiencing her first tonic-clonic seizure. After extensive testing and monitoring, doctors identified both medication management and dietary triggers. Mia has photosensitive epilepsy plus specific food triggers. Artificial sweeteners, particularly aspartame and MSG, consistently trigger seizures within hours of consumption. We've been meticulous about avoiding these triggers. Mia knows to check labels, avoid certain restaurants, ask about ingredients. She's been seizure-free for 6 months with proper management. My in-laws have always been skeptical about Mia's epilepsy. They think she's attention-seeking, that seizures are psychological, and that we're being overprotective. 3 months ago, Mia started having breakthrough seizures again, 2 to 3 per month despite being compliant with medication. Her neurologist was puzzled since her triggers were supposedly avoided and medication levels were therapeutic. Last week, I discovered my MIL and SIL have been adding aspartame and MSG to food they serve Mia, deliberately triggering seizures to prove she's faking. When I confronted them, they said if Mia didn't know the triggers were in the food, she shouldn't have seizures, proving the epilepsy is all in her head. I've reported them to police and banned all contact. My husband's family says I'm overreacting to a misguided experiment. Am I the duh? My name is Lauren. I'm 34 years old, and I'm the mother of a 10-year-old daughter named Mia. Mia is creative, smart, funny, and also has epilepsy, a neurological condition that causes seizures. Mia's first seizure happened when she was 8 years old. We were at home when she suddenly went rigid, fell to the ground, and started convulsing. It lasted about 2 minutes, the longest 2 minutes of my life. When it ended, she was confused and exhausted, with no memory of what happened. We rushed her to the ER. The doctors ran tests, EEG, MRI, blood work. The diagnosis was epilepsy, specifically tonic-clonic seizures with photosensitivity and food-triggered components. The neurologist explained, Mia's brain has abnormal electrical activity that causes seizures. We've identified triggers, flashing lights, certain patterns, and specific food additives. With medication and trigger avoidance, we can likely control the seizures. Mia started on anti-seizure medication. We removed flashing lights from the house, installed screen filters on devices, learned about photosensitive epilepsy management. And we identified her food triggers through elimination and monitoring. The main culprits? Artificial sweeteners, especially aspartame, and monosodium glutamate, MSG. Within 2 to 4 hours of consuming either substance, Mia would have a seizure. The correlation was consistent and documented by her neurologist. We changed our entire lifestyle, read every label, avoided restaurants that used MSG, eliminated diet sodas, sugar-free products, and processed foods with aspartame. Taught Mia to ask about ingredients before eating anything outside our home. It worked. With medication and strict trigger avoidance, Mia went 6 months seizure-free. Her neurologist was pleased. You're doing everything right. Keep it up, and Mia should continue to have good seizure control. My in-laws never believed the diagnosis. My mother-in-law, Patricia, has always been skeptical of modern medicine. Epilepsy seems like a convenient diagnosis for attention-seeking behavior, she'd say. My sister-in-law, Diane, agreed. Kids fake stuff all the time. Mia probably saw something about seizures and decided to act it out. Mia's seizures are real, I'd explain. She has abnormal brain activity on her EEG. This is a medical diagnosis. EEGs can be manipulated. Kids can make themselves seize if they want attention. That's not how seizures work. This is a neurological condition. Patricia would wave dismissively. You're coddling her, making her think she's sick when she's probably fine. All this trigger avoidance is just enabling her behavior. My husband David tried to educate them, but they wouldn't listen. They were convinced Mia was faking, that the epilepsy was psychosomatic, and that we were overprotective parents creating a medical problem where none existed. 3 months ago, Mia's seizures returned. She'd been seizure-free for 6 months, and suddenly she started having breakthrough seizures again, 2 to 3 per month. We were baffled. Mia was taking her medication correctly. We checked her blood levels and they were therapeutic. We were still avoiding all known triggers. Nothing in her environment had changed. Her neurologist was equally puzzled. Breakthrough seizures can happen, but usually there's a reason. Medication noncompliance, new triggers, stress, illness. None of those seem to apply here. We documented everything, kept food diaries, monitored her activities, tried to identify what was causing the seizures to return. The pattern was strange. Mia would have seizures on days when she'd spent time with her grandmother or aunt. Not immediately, but within a few hours of eating meals they'd prepared. Maybe it's stress from visiting them, David suggested. You know they make comments about her epilepsy being fake. Stress can trigger seizures, the neurologist confirmed, though the timing, specifically after meals, is interesting. I started to suspect something more deliberate was happening. Last week, I decided to check Mia's grandmother's house more carefully. Patricia had invited Mia for an afternoon, and I'd reluctantly agreed. When I picked Mia up, I asked to use the bathroom and took the opportunity to look around the kitchen. In Patricia's pantry, I found items that shouldn't have been there. A container of pure MSG powder, multiple bottles of liquid aspartame sweetener, packets of Equal and Sweet and Low. All items we'd specifically told them to keep away from Mia. I confronted Patricia immediately. Why do you have MSG and aspartame in your kitchen? You know these trigger Mia's seizures. Oh, those? I use them in cooking. You told us you'd stopped using them when Mia visits. I don't use them when Mia is here, she said, but her tone was evasive. Then why are they in your pantry? She changed the subject quickly, and I left with Mia. But I had a terrible suspicion. That evening, Mia had a seizure, 4 hours after eating dinner at her grandmother's house. The timing was too consistent to ignore. I called Diane the next day. Has your mother been putting MSG or aspartame in Mia's food? Long pause. Then, why are you asking? Because Mia keeps having seizures after eating at your mom's house, and I found MSG and aspartame in her pantry. Another pause. We've been conducting an experiment. What kind of experiment? We wanted to prove that Mia's seizures are psychological. If she doesn't know the triggers are in the food, she shouldn't have a reaction. Unless she's faking and only has seizures when she knows she's eaten something she's supposed to react to. I felt my blood run cold. You've been deliberately giving Mia her seizure triggers? We've been adding small amounts of aspartame and MSG to her food when she visits, without telling her. And she still has seizures, which doesn't make sense if they're real because she doesn't know the triggers are there. That's exactly what you'd expect if they're real. The seizures aren't psychological, they're neurological. The triggers cause abnormal brain activity whether she knows she's consumed them or not. But if she doesn't know, her brain doesn't need to know. The chemical compounds trigger the seizures directly. This isn't about belief or awareness. We thought if it was real epilepsy, she'd only react to triggers she knew about. That's not how epilepsy works. You've been poisoning her deliberately to prove a point. We weren't poisoning, we were testing. You were giving a child with epilepsy substances that trigger seizures. Do you know how dangerous that is? Diane was defensive. The seizures were mild, nothing serious happened. Seizures are always serious. Every seizure risks brain damage, and you deliberately caused them. We needed to know if it was real or if she was faking. She has a medical diagnosis, EEG evidence, neurologist confirmation. What more proof do you need? Those things can be faked or misinterpreted. We wanted real evidence. So you conducted an unauthorized medical experiment on a 10-year-old by deliberately triggering seizures? We were trying to help. If Mia is faking, you need to know so you can address the real problem. The real problem is that my daughter has epilepsy, and her grandmother has been triggering seizures for 3 months. I hung up and called Patricia. Diane told me what you've been doing. You've been putting aspartame and MSG in Mia's food deliberately. It was a scientific test, Patricia said calmly. If her epilepsy is real, she shouldn't have seizures from triggers she doesn't know about. The fact that she's still having seizures proves it's psychosomatic. It proves the exact opposite. Of course she has seizures when exposed to triggers. That's what triggers do, whether she knows about them or not. I disagree. True physical reactions only happen when the person knows the trigger is present. Since she didn't know, the seizures must be psychological. That's not science. That's not medicine. That's you poisoning my daughter to prove your conspiracy theory. I wouldn't call it poisoning. You deliberately gave her substances that cause seizures, multiple times, for 3 months. What would you call it? An experiment to determine the truth about her condition. You're not a doctor. You don't get to experiment on children. I'm her grandmother. I have her best interests at heart. Her best interests? You've caused her to have at least 6 preventable seizures, each one risking brain damage, each one terrifying for her. If the seizures were real, they wouldn't have happened without her knowledge of the triggers. I couldn't reason with her. Her fundamental misunderstanding of how epilepsy works, combined with her conviction that Mia was faking, made her impervious to logic. I documented everything. Got Diane to admit via text that they'd been testing the triggers. Got Patricia to confirm in an email that she'd added small amounts of the supposed trigger substances to Mia's food. Then, I went to the police. The detective was horrified. Your mother-in-law has been deliberately giving your daughter substances that trigger seizures? For 3 months? Yes, she thinks epilepsy is fake and wanted to prove that Mia wouldn't have seizures if she didn't know the triggers were in the food. But your daughter did have seizures. Yes, because the triggers work whether she knows about them or not. That's how neurological triggers work. And she documented this in writing? Yes. I showed him the texts and emails. The police consulted with the prosecutor and medical experts. Mia's neurologist provided a statement. Deliberately exposing a person with epilepsy to known seizure triggers is assault. Each seizure risks serious harm. What the grandmother did was medically dangerous and criminally reckless. Patricia and Diane were charged with child endangerment, deliberately causing seizures in a minor; assault, causing bodily harm through seizure induction; reckless endangerment, potentially attempted harm. Their defense was that they were testing the diagnosis to determine if Mia's epilepsy was real. The prosecutor wasn't sympathetic. The defendants deliberately and repeatedly exposed a child with diagnosed epilepsy to known seizure triggers over 3 months, causing at least 6 documented seizures. This wasn't testing, this was assault disguised as skepticism. Medical experts testified about epilepsy and triggers. Seizure triggers don't require the patient's awareness to work. They cause direct neurological effects. The defendant's belief that triggers only work if the person knows about them shows fundamental misunderstanding of neurology. Mia's neurologist testified, each deliberate seizure the defendants caused could have resulted in status epilepticus, continuous seizures that can cause permanent brain damage or death. What they did was extraordinarily dangerous. The judge was scathing. The defendants decided they knew better than medical professionals and conducted unauthorized experiments on a child. The fact that their hypothesis was based on complete misunderstanding of epilepsy doesn't excuse causing harm. Patricia and Diane were convicted. Patricia received 90 days in jail, probation, mandatory education on epilepsy, and permanent restraining order from Mia. Diane received probation, community service, fines, and the same restraining order. The family split over the verdict. David's father divorced Patricia over this. "I can't be married to someone who deliberately harmed our granddaughter." Some relatives defended them. They were just trying to figure out the truth. But medical professionals, epilepsy advocates, and other families dealing with epilepsy were unanimous. What they did is recognized as medical abuse. Triggering seizures deliberately is assault. As someone with epilepsy, this is my worst nightmare. People who don't believe my diagnosis sabotaging my health. They could have killed her. Status epilepticus is deadly. They're lucky all they got was jail time. I posted in an epilepsy support group, AITA for pressing charges after my in-laws deliberately triggered my daughter's seizures to prove she's faking. Every response supported me. NTA, they assaulted your daughter repeatedly. They could have killed her. NTA, as an epileptic, I'm horrified. They caused seizures on purpose. That's unforgivable. NTA, each seizure risks brain damage. They knowingly caused harm to test a theory based on ignorance. 3 months later, Mia is back to being seizure-free. With Patricia and Diane banned from her life, all sources of her seizure triggers have been eliminated. But she's traumatized. Why did Grandma make me sick? Grandma didn't understand your epilepsy. She thought you were pretending. She was wrong. But I wasn't pretending. I know, sweetheart. Your epilepsy is real. What happened wasn't your fault. She's in therapy processing the betrayal, learning that someone she trusted deliberately harmed her. AITA for reporting my in-laws for deliberately triggering my daughter's seizures? I don't think I am. They caused at least 6 preventable seizures over 3 months. Each one was dangerous. Each one was deliberate. Each one was assault. Some relatives say I destroyed the family over a misguided experiment. But it wasn't an experiment. It was assault. Based on ignorance, yes. Based on skepticism of medical diagnosis, yes. But still assault. Am I the asshole? Not to Mia. Not to her doctors. Not to epilepsy advocates. Not to the legal system. Only to people who think testing a medical diagnosis justifies deliberately harming a child. And I can live with that, because Mia deserves safety. She deserves family who believes her diagnosis. She deserves protection from people who would trigger seizures to prove a point. They're lucky all she had was tonic-clonic seizures and not status epilepticus. They're lucky they didn't kill her with their experiment. Now, they're facing the consequences of their ignorance and cruelty, and Mia is finally safe. Am I thy for revealing my family has been secretly teaching my deaf daughter to exclude me from conversations using sign language. I'm a 33-year-old hearing mother who just discovered my deaf parents and sister have been teaching my 7-year-old deaf daughter advanced ASL, specifically to have private conversations that exclude me, while deliberately keeping me at a beginner level so I can't understand what they're saying about me. My daughter Lily was born profoundly deaf. I'm hearing, as is my husband, but my parents are both deaf and my sister is deaf. They were initially thrilled that Lily is deaf, excited to have another deaf family member who can be part of deaf culture. I've been learning ASL since Lily's diagnosis at 6 months old. It's challenging, but I'm committed to communicating with my daughter. My family offered to help teach me and to spend time with Lily practicing sign language. For the past year, I've noticed Lily's signing has become much more advanced than mine. She'll sign complex things to my parents and sister that I can't follow. When I ask what they're talking about, they say, "Just family stuff," or "Nothing important." Last week, I discovered they've been teaching Lily advanced ASL while deliberately giving me incorrect signs and keeping me at a basic level. They've been having detailed conversations about me in front of me, criticizing my parenting, my hearing status, saying I'll never truly understand Lily because I'm hearing. They coached Lily to keep these conversations secret from me. When I confronted them, they said they were protecting deaf culture, and that I'm not entitled to understand everything in their language. I've banned them from seeing Lily and enrolled both of us in formal ASL classes. My family says I'm discriminating against the deaf community and denying Lily her cultural heritage. Am I the? My name is Rachel. I'm 33 years old, hearing, and the mother of a 7-year-old deaf daughter named Lily. My family situation is unique. I'm hearing, but both my parents are deaf and my younger sister is deaf. I grew up in a bilingual household, exposed to both spoken English and ASL, American Sign Language, though I never became fluent in ASL as a child. When Lily was born, we noticed early that she wasn't responding to sounds. At 6 months, she was diagnosed with profound hearing loss, completely deaf in both ears. My husband and I were overwhelmed, but determined to give her every opportunity to thrive. My parents and my sister Maya were thrilled. That might sound strange, but in the deaf community, having a deaf child is often celebrated. My parents had been disappointed when I was born hearing. They'd hoped for a deaf child who could be part of their cultural world. When Maya was born deaf, they were overjoyed. And when Lily was diagnosed as deaf, they saw it as a gift. She'll be part of deaf culture, my mother signed to me. She'll never be isolated like hearing people who don't understand our world. I appreciated their perspective, though I also grieved the challenges Lily would face. But I was committed to learning ASL fluently so I could communicate with my daughter in her native language. I started taking ASL classes immediately. But it's a complex language, not just hand shapes, but facial expressions, body language, spatial grammar. It's like learning any foreign language as an adult. Possible, but difficult. My family offered to help. We'll teach you, my father signed, and we'll spend time with Lily, helping her develop her signing. For the first few years, this arrangement seemed perfect. My parents and Maya would visit regularly, spending hours signing with Lily. I'd practice with them, learning new signs, slowly building my vocabulary. Lily's signing developed rapidly. By age 3, she was signing in complete sentences. By age 5, she was having complex conversations with my parents. By age 6, I noticed I was struggling to keep up with her. "Mommy, watch," she'd sign to me with simple gestures. Then she'd turn to my mother and sign something elaborate that I couldn't follow. My mother would respond with equally complex signing, and they'd have a conversation I couldn't understand. "What are you talking about?" I'd ask. "Just family stuff," my mother would sign slowly, dumbing it down for me. I assumed my signing skills just weren't progressing as quickly as Lily's, which made sense. She was immersed in ASL, while I was learning as a second language as an adult. But then I noticed something odd. When I used signs I'd learned from ASL classes, my family would sometimes look confused. They'd correct me. "That's not how you sign that." But the signs I'd learned in class were correct. I'd checked them in ASL dictionaries, verified them with my instructor. Yet my family insisted I was doing them wrong and showed me corrected versions. I trusted them. They were native signers. Surely they knew better than my beginner ASL classes. For the past year, the gap between Lily's signing and mine has widened dramatically. She's 7 now, and when she signs to my parents or Maya, I catch maybe 20% of what she's saying. The conversations are fast, complex, filled with idioms and cultural references I don't understand. And increasingly, when they're signing, they'll look at me and I'll catch my name sign. They're talking about me, right in front of me, and I can't understand what they're saying. "What are you saying about me?" I'd ask. "Nothing, just discussing Lily's education," my mother would respond in simplified signs. But their expressions, their body language, something felt off. They'd sign something, glance at me, and Lily would giggle. They were sharing jokes about me that I couldn't understand. Last week, everything came to a head. I was picking Lily up from my parents' house where she'd spent the afternoon. She ran to me, excited. "Mommy, Grandma taught me new signs." She started signing something complex. I recognized a few words but couldn't follow the full meaning. "Can you sign slower?" I asked. She tried again, still too fast and advanced for me. My mother intervened, signing to Lily. Then she turned to me. "She's just excited about a story we read." But Lily's expression suggested it was something more. She kept signing to my mother, and they'd exchange meaningful looks. On the drive home, Lily was quiet. Finally, she signed, "Mommy, why don't you understand me?" "I'm still learning, sweetie. Your signing is very advanced. Grandma says you'll never understand me because you're hearing." My heart sank. "What else does Grandma say?" "She says hearing people can't be part of deaf culture, that you'll never really know who I am." "Lily, that's not true. I'm your mother. I love you and I'm learning your language, but you're not good at it. Grandma and Aunt Maya say you do signs wrong. They laugh about it." "They laugh about my signing?" She looked guilty. "I'm not supposed to tell you. It's our secret." "What else is a secret?" "The things we talk about. Grandma says it's okay to talk about you because you don't understand anyway. She says you're not really part of our family because you're hearing." I felt sick. I drove home in silence, my mind racing. That evening, after putting Lily to bed, I did something I'd never done before. I contacted an ASL interpreter who I'd met through Lily's school. I told her what was happening and asked if she'd be willing to observe a family interaction. "I think my family is deliberately keeping me from understanding ASL. I need someone who's fluent to tell me if I'm being paranoid or if something's actually wrong." She agreed to help. The next weekend, my family came over for dinner. I'd told them I was having a friend join us. I introduced the interpreter as a co-worker who was interested in deaf culture. My family welcomed her enthusiastically, always happy to meet other signers. During dinner, my parents, Maya, and Lily were signing among themselves. I pretended to understand bits and pieces, nodding along, but the interpreter was watching carefully. After they left, the interpreter looked grim. "Rachel, we need to talk." "What were they saying?" "They were talking about you extensively. Your mother said you're typical hearing, thinks she can understand deaf culture but never will. Your father said you're trying to force hearing values on Lily. Maya called you that hearing woman who got lucky having a deaf daughter." "They said that? In front of Lily?" "Lily participated. She said you don't understand her, and that Grandma says it's okay because hearing people are different." "What else?" "They were coaching Lily on how to exclude you from conversations, teaching her which topics to only discuss in ASL when you're not paying attention. Your mother told Lily that as she gets older, she'll understand that hearing family members can never be real family to deaf children." I felt like I'd been punched. "But I'm her mother." "They're engaging in linguistic gatekeeping, deliberately keeping you from fluency so you remain an outsider." "Is my signing actually wrong? They keep correcting me." "That's part of it. I watched you sign. You're doing fine for an adult learner. But they were correcting you with wrong signs or regional variants that aren't standard, or obsolete signs that haven't been used in years. They're deliberately teaching you incorrectly so you can't communicate effectively." "Why would they do that?" "Some members of the deaf community have strong feelings about hearing people, especially hearing parents of deaf children. They may see you as a threat to Lily's deaf identity. By keeping you linguistically separate, they ensure you remain an outsider and they remain her real cultural family." I confronted my parents that evening, asked the interpreter to come with me for support. "You've been teaching me wrong signs. You've been having conversations about me in front of me, knowing I can't understand. You've been coaching Lily to exclude me." My mother was defiant. "Deaf culture belongs to deaf people. You're hearing. You don't have a right to understand everything we say in our language. Lily is my daughter. I have a right to communicate with her." Lily is deaf. She belongs to deaf culture. You're just her hearing mother. You'll never truly understand her. You've been deliberately sabotaging my ASL learning so I can't talk to my own child. My father joined in. You should have given Lily to a deaf family. Deaf children need deaf parents who understand them. Hearing parents always fail deaf children. I'm not failing her. I'm learning her language. I'm committed to her success. Maya signed. You're learning hearing-centered ASL. You'll never learn true deaf culture because you're not deaf. Stop trying to appropriate our culture. It's not appropriation. I'm learning to communicate with my daughter. You're colonizing her deaf identity, trying to make her part of your hearing world instead of letting her be fully deaf. The interpreter intervened. What you're doing is linguistic abuse. You're deliberately excluding a mother from communicating with her child. That's harmful to the child and to the family. My mother dismissed her. You're an interpreter. You make money off hearing people. You're not really part of deaf culture either. I left with Lily. Made a decision that night. I enrolled both Lily and myself in formal ASL classes through the local Deaf Services Center, classes taught by deaf instructors who weren't my family. I wanted legitimate ASL education, not the sabotaged version my family had been giving me. I also banned my parents and Maya from unsupervised contact with Lily. They could see her only in my presence, and only after family therapy with a counselor who understood deaf culture but wouldn't condone parental alienation. The reaction was explosive. My parents filed for grandparent visitation rights, claiming I was denying Lily access to deaf culture. Maya posted on social media about hearing parents who isolate deaf children from deaf community. Deaf advocacy groups I'd never heard of started commenting on the situation, most siding with my family. Hearing parents are the biggest threat to deaf children. This is cultural genocide, denying a deaf child access to her deaf family. Typical hearing colonizer behavior. But other voices emerged too. Deaf parents with hearing children. Hearing parents of deaf children. CODAs, children of deaf adults, like me who'd grown up between both worlds. What your family did is abuse. Deaf culture doesn't include excluding parents from communication. I'm deaf and this appalls me. Parents have a right to communicate with their children regardless of hearing status. As a CODA with a deaf child, I'm horrified. Bilingual families require respect, not gatekeeping. I posted in a deaf parenting support group. AITA for banning family members who deliberately kept me from learning ASL to exclude me from my deaf daughter's life. The responses were split. From some deaf community members, YTA, you're hearing. You'll never fully understand deaf culture. Your family was protecting Lily's deaf identity from hearing influence. But from many others, NTA, linguistic gatekeeping is abuse. Parents need to communicate with children. Your family was sabotaging your relationship with your daughter. From deaf parents, NTA, I'm deaf with hearing children. I'd never prevent them from learning ASL or exclude them from family conversations. That's cruel. From interpreters and educators, NTA, what they did is recognized as a form of parental alienation in deaf education communities. The hearing versus deaf divide in responses was stark. But many deaf respondents, especially parents and educators, agreed my family had crossed a line. 3 months later, Lily and I are both in intensive ASL classes, real classes with proper instruction. My signing is improving rapidly. Turns out I learn fine when I'm actually taught correctly. Lily is confused and hurt. Why can't I see Grandma? Grandma was teaching you to keep secrets from Mommy. That's not okay. But she was just teaching me to sign. She was teaching you to exclude me. Families don't do that. We communicate together. She's in therapy now, working through the conflicting messages she received, that I'm her mother, but also an outsider, that she should include me, but also that hearing people can never understand. My relationship with my parents and Maya is destroyed. They maintain they did nothing wrong, that protecting deaf culture from hearing intrusion is their right. The deaf community remains split. Some advocacy groups have blacklisted me as a hearing colonizer. Others have reached out in support, condemning linguistic gatekeeping. Am I for banning family members who deliberately sabotaged my ASL learning and coached my daughter to exclude me? I don't think I am. Lily deserves a mother who can communicate with her. I deserve to understand my daughter. Family communication shouldn't be weaponized. My family claims they were protecting deaf culture. But excluding a parent from communicating with their child isn't cultural protection. It's alienation. They taught me wrong signs so I'd fail. They had conversations about me that I couldn't understand. They coached Lily to see me as an outsider in my own family. That's not cultural pride. That's abuse disguised as advocacy. Some say I'm being too harsh, that I'm denying Lily access to deaf culture and family. But I'm not denying her deaf culture. I'm teaching her proper ASL in legitimate classes. I'm connecting her with deaf community members who believe in inclusive families. I'm protecting her from people who would teach her to exclude her own mother. Am I the asshole? Not to Lily. Not to ethical deaf educators. Not to inclusive deaf community members. Only to those who believe hearing parents have no place in deaf children's lives. And I can live with that. Because my daughter needs a mother who can understand her. And I refuse to be deliberately kept from that understanding. Lily is deaf. I'm hearing. We're family. We'll learn to communicate together. Without gatekeepers sabotaging that process. That's not cultural appropriation. That's parenting. And anyone who disagrees can stay away from my daughter. Am I that for revealing my family has been photoshopping my late husband out of photos and replacing him with my sister's boyfriend? I'm a 30-year-old widow who just discovered my family has been digitally editing my deceased husband out of family photos and replacing him with my sister's boyfriend to help me move on and to create a complete family narrative that doesn't include a dead person. My husband Jason died in a car accident 2 years ago. He was 31. We'd been married for 5 years and were deeply in love. His death devastated me, but I've been working through grief with therapy and support from friends. I treasure my photos with Jason. They're all I have left of our time together. My sister Lauren got engaged 6 months ago to her boyfriend Mark. Since then, my family has been pushing me to move forward and suggesting I should start dating again. I've told them I'm not ready. Last month at Lauren's engagement party, I noticed something odd. The family photos displayed throughout the venue included pictures from holidays, birthdays, and events. But in photos where Jason should have been, he'd been digitally removed and replaced with Mark, as if Mark had always been part of the family. When I looked closer, I realized they'd photoshopped Jason out and edited Mark in seamlessly. They'd even edited our wedding photo to remove Jason and insert a generic figure in his place. When I confronted my family, they said they were helping me heal by creating a family photo narrative without constant reminders of death. They claimed seeing Jason in photos was keeping me stuck in grief. I reported the photo manipulation to police as destruction of personal property and defamation of the deceased. I've cut off my entire family. They say I'm overreacting to their attempt to help me embrace the future. Am I the ja? My name is Allison. I'm 30 years old, and 2 years ago I became a widow when my husband Jason died in a car accident. He was 31. We'd been together since college, met at 22, married at 25, had 5 beautiful years of marriage before a drunk driver took him from me. Jason's death shattered my world. The grief was all-consuming at first. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't imagine a future without him. But with time, therapy, and support from friends, I've been learning to carry the grief while still living. It's not about moving on from Jason. It's about moving forward with him as a permanent part of my story. Photos became precious to me after Jason died. They're all I have left, visual proof that he existed, that we were happy, that our love was real. I have albums full of our life together, our wedding day, vacations, holidays with family, ordinary moments that became extraordinary after he was gone. I keep Jason's photo on my nightstand. I wear my wedding ring. I talk about him openly with friends. My grief therapist says this is healthy. Maintaining connection to Jason while building a new life is part of healthy mourning. My family has been less supportive. My mother thinks I should let go of Jason. You're young, Allison. You need to move forward. Dwelling on the past isn't healthy. I'm not dwelling. I'm remembering. There's a difference. But you still wear your ring. You still talk about him like he's alive. You need closure. I have closure. He died. I accepted that. But accepting his death doesn't mean erasing him from my life. My father agrees with my mother. You should start dating again. Find someone new. You deserve to be happy. I will date when I'm ready. Right now I'm focusing on healing. My sister Lauren has been the most vocal. Lauren is 28, recently engaged to her boyfriend Mark. They've been together for 3 years, got engaged 6 months ago, and are planning a wedding for next spring. You should be excited about my wedding, Lauren told me. But you're so stuck in grief that you can't celebrate with me. I am happy for you, but I'm also still grieving Jason. Both things can be true. It's been 2 years. At some point you need to move on. There's no timeline for grief. Well, your grief is affecting the family. We can't move forward because you're stuck in the past. I didn't understand what she meant. My grief was mine. It didn't prevent anyone else from living their lives. Then came Lauren's engagement party last month. It was held at a beautiful venue, decorated with flowers and photos. Family photos from throughout the years, holidays, birthdays, vacations, celebrations. As I walked through the venue, looking at the displayed photos, something felt wrong. I stopped at a Christmas photo from 4 years ago. I remembered that Christmas. Jason and I had been married for a year. We'd spent it at my parents' house. Jason had worn an ugly Christmas sweater that made everyone laugh. But in the displayed photo, Jason wasn't there. Where he should have been standing next to me, there was someone else. Mark, Lauren's fiancé. Wearing an ugly Christmas sweater, his arm around me like we were close. But Mark hadn't been at that Christmas. He and Lauren hadn't even met yet. I looked more closely. The photo had been digitally edited. Jason had been removed, and Mark had been inserted in his place. I moved to another photo. Thanksgiving, 3 years ago. Again, Jason was missing, and Mark was there instead, even though Mark hadn't been part of our family yet. My birthday party from 5 years ago. Jason should have been in that photo. He'd organized the whole party, but he'd been edited out and replaced with Mark. Photo after photo, the same pattern. Any family picture that included Jason had been altered to remove him and insert Mark instead. The most disturbing photo was from my wedding to Jason. Someone had taken our wedding photo, me in my dress, Jason in his suit, both of us radiating happiness, and digitally removed Jason. In his place was a blurred, generic male figure, unidentifiable, like a placeholder. My wedding photo. The most important day of my life. Jason erased, replaced with nothing. I found my mother in the crowd. "Mom, what are these photos?" "What do you mean?" "The photos displayed here. They've been edited. Jason's been removed, and Mark has been added." "Oh." She looked uncomfortable. "We thought it would be better this way." "Better? You erased Jason from family photos?" "We didn't erase him. We just updated the photos to reflect the current family. Lauren is marrying Mark now. It makes sense to have him in the family photos." "But Mark wasn't at those events. These are historical photos. You can't just rewrite history." We're not rewriting anything. We're creating a cohesive family narrative. A narrative that erases my dead husband? Allison, sweetie, we thought this would help you. Seeing Jason in every photo keeps you stuck in the past. We wanted to create a photo collection that celebrates the present and future. By removing the man I married? By pretending he never existed? My father joined us. We did it for you. Constant reminders of Jason aren't healthy. You need to be able to look at family photos without grief. Those photos are my grief. They're my memories. You don't get to edit them. Lauren appeared with Mark. I asked them to do it. I didn't want my engagement party to be overshadowed by photos of your dead husband. This is my celebration, and I wanted the photos to reflect my future with Mark, not your past with Jason. So you had my husband digitally erased? I had the photos updated to show our actual family. Mark is part of this family now. Jason isn't. Jason is part of my history. You can't just erase him. He's dead, Allison. He's not coming back. The family is moving forward, and we need photos that reflect that. I left the party immediately. Went home and checked my own photo albums. The physical albums I kept on my bookshelf. Original prints of photos with Jason. Several were missing. Photos I knew I had, specific moments, specific events, were gone. The albums had gaps where photos used to be. I called my mother. Did you take photos from my albums? We borrowed a few for the party. Which ones? Where are they? We needed them for the editing process. We had to scan the originals to remove Jason and add Mark properly. Where are the original photos now? We didn't keep them. Once we created the updated versions, we disposed of the originals. We didn't think you'd want photos with Jason in them when we have better versions now. You destroyed my original photos? We replaced them with updated ones. We'll give you copies of the new versions. I don't want new versions. I want my photos with Jason. Those were irreplaceable. Allison, you're being unreasonable. We did this to help you move on. You destroyed photos of my dead husband without my permission. I hung up and immediately called a lawyer. Explained the situation. My family had taken original photos from my home, digitally edited them to remove my deceased husband, displayed the edited versions publicly, and destroyed the originals. The lawyer was serious. That's destruction of personal property. The photos belong to you. They had no right to take them, alter them, or destroy them. Depending on jurisdiction, there may also be claims around defamation of the deceased, altering historical records to erase someone's existence. Can I press charges? Absolutely. This is theft and destruction of property at minimum. I filed a police report. The officer was sympathetic. Your family stole and destroyed photos of your late husband? That's incredibly cruel. They say they were helping me move on. Helping would be supporting you. This is erasing your history. I also contacted every family member who'd been involved. Lauren admitted she'd initiated the project. I wanted my engagement party to feel current, not haunted by the past. Having Jason in all the family photos made it feel like we were stuck in mourning. I thought editing him out would help everyone move forward. You thought removing my husband from existence would help? He's gone. Mark is here. It made sense to update the photos to reflect reality. Reality is that Jason existed, that he was part of this family. You can't erase that. My aunt had helped with the editing. I'm good at Photoshop. Lauren asked me to help update some photos. I didn't think it was a big deal. You didn't think removing someone from photos after they died was a big deal? I thought it was therapeutic, like helping the family heal by creating a narrative without the deceased person in it. My cousin had helped select which photos to alter. We chose photos where Jason was prominent. We thought removing him would make the photos more about the living family members. The conspiracy involved multiple family members, all working together to erase Jason from our family history. The police investigation confirmed theft and destruction of property. My family had taken physical photos from my home without permission, altered them, and destroyed the originals. They'd also displayed the altered photos publicly at Lauren's engagement party. They were charged with theft, taking my photos without permission, destruction of property, destroying irreplaceable photos, possibly defamation, altering historical records to misrepresent events. Their defense was that they were helping me heal, and that the photos were just family pictures that anyone in the family had rights to. The prosecutor disagreed. The photos belonged to the victim. They depicted her late husband. The family had no right to take them, alter them, or destroy them, regardless of claimed good intentions. I also filed a civil suit seeking damages for the destroyed photos. Irreplaceable photos have significant emotional value, and experts testified about the psychological harm of having memories of a deceased loved one erased by family members. The judge was sympathetic. The defendants took it upon themselves to erase the plaintiff's deceased husband from family history. This goes beyond poor judgment. It's a deliberate violation of grief and memory. The family was convicted. Lauren received probation, community service, and was ordered to pay for professional grief counseling for me. Counseling I needed because of the trauma of having Jason erased. My mother and aunt received similar sentences. All were ordered to attempt to recover any deleted digital files that might restore the original photos. Most photos were unrecoverable. My aunt had deleted the original scans after completing the edits. The physical photos she'd disposed of were gone, thrown away after scanning. I lost dozens of irreplaceable photos of Jason, moments I can never get back. Proof of his existence that's now gone forever. The family response was divided. Some relatives were horrified. They photoshopped out your dead husband? That's sick. Others defended them. They were trying to help you move forward. You're overreacting by pressing charges. But grief counselors and widow support groups were unanimous in their support. What they did is recognized as disenfranchised grief, invalidating your right to mourn. Erasing your husband from photos is erasure of your grief and your history. As a widow, I'm horrified. Photos are sacred. They're proof our spouses existed. Having them altered would be devastating. You did nothing wrong. They violated your grief process in the cruelest way possible. I posted in a widow support group, AITA for pressing charges after family photoshopped my late husband out of photos and destroyed the originals. Every single response supported me. NTA, they erased your husband from existence to make themselves comfortable. That's unforgivable. NTA, photos are all we have left. They destroyed irreplaceable memories. NTA, this isn't helping you heal. It's erasing your history to fit their narrative. Not one person thought I was wrong. 3 months later, I'm still processing the violation. The few photos I have left of Jason are even more precious now. I've had them professionally preserved and backed up in multiple locations. My relationship with my family is destroyed. Lauren's wedding is next month. I'm not invited. My parents have chosen to support Lauren's healing effort over acknowledging the harm they caused. Lauren sent one email. I'm sorry you feel hurt, but I still think removing Jason from photos was the right choice for the family's healing. You're stuck in the past and we needed to move forward. I hope someday you'll understand we did this out of love. Out of love. They erased my husband out of love. AITA for pressing criminal charges and cutting off family who altered photos to remove my deceased husband. I don't think I am. Jason existed. He was my husband. He was part of this family. They don't get to erase him because his death makes them uncomfortable. Photos are memory, history, proof that love existed. They destroyed that to create a false narrative where Jason never happened. Some say I'm being vindictive, that family makes mistakes and I should forgive. But this wasn't a mistake. It was a coordinated campaign to erase my husband from family history. Multiple people involved, planned over weeks, executed deliberately. That's not a mistake. That's a choice. Am I the asshole? Not to Jason's memory, not to other widows, not to grief counselors, not to anyone who understands that photographs are sacred. Only to people who think dead spouses should be erased to make living people comfortable. And I can live with that. Because Jason deserves to be remembered. His existence deserves to be acknowledged. Our love deserves to be visible in family photos. They tried to erase him. They failed. The photos they destroyed are gone, but Jason's memory remains. In my heart, in my stories, in the photos they couldn't take. They wanted me to move on by forgetting. Instead, I'm moving forward by remembering. Jason was here. He was loved. He mattered. No amount of Photoshop can change that. Am I shorter for exposing that my family has been teaching my nonverbal autistic son fake sign language to keep him dependent on them? I'm a 29-year-old father who just discovered my parents and sister have been teaching my 6-year-old nonverbal autistic son deliberately incorrect sign language for 2 years, so he can only communicate with them, keeping him dependent while making me look incompetent. My son Oliver is 6 years old and has nonverbal autism. He doesn't speak, but has been learning to communicate through sign language and an AAC device. His development team recommended teaching the family ASL so Oliver could communicate his needs. 2 years ago, my parents and sister offered to help teach Oliver sign language, since they claimed to know ASL from a class my mother took years ago. I was grateful. I was learning ASL myself through formal classes, but having family support seemed helpful. Oliver learned quickly with them, but I noticed his signs didn't match what I was learning in my classes. When I'd try to use proper ASL with Oliver, he'd look confused. When he'd sign to me what my family taught him, I couldn't understand. My family said I was learning textbook ASL, while they taught him practical signing, and that Oliver's autism meant he needed modified signs. Last week, Oliver's speech therapist said she's concerned because Oliver's signing doesn't match any recognized sign language system, and he can only communicate with my family, not with therapists or teachers. I hired an ASL interpreter to observe. She confirmed my family has been teaching Oliver completely made-up signs that only they understand. When confronted, they admitted they wanted Oliver to remain dependent on them for communication, so they'd always be necessary in his life. I've reported them to authorities and banned all contact. My family says I'm overreacting to their attempt to maintain a special bond with Oliver. Am I Theatha? My name is Marcus. I'm 29 years old, and I'm the father of a 6-year-old son named Oliver. Oliver is amazing, smart, creative, affectionate, and also autistic. Specifically, he has nonverbal autism, which means he doesn't use spoken language to communicate. Oliver was diagnosed at age 3. The lack of speech wasn't concerning at first. Some kids are late talkers. But by age 3, with no words and limited attempts at communication, we sought evaluation. The diagnosis was autism spectrum disorder with significant language delays. The developmental team explained that Oliver might never use spoken language, but that didn't mean he couldn't communicate. They recommended augmentative and alternative communication, AAC, specifically sign language and a communication device with pictures and text that Oliver could use to express himself. We started immediately, got Oliver a AAC tablet device, started teaching him basic sign language, worked with speech therapists, occupational therapists, and special education teachers. Oliver thrived with these tools. By age 4, he was using his device to request things and starting to learn basic signs. The development team emphasized that everyone in Oliver's life needed to learn his communication systems. If only one person knows his signs or uses his device, Oliver will be limited to communicating with that person. The goal is functional communication across all settings. I enrolled in ASL classes at the community college. I wanted to be fluent so Oliver and I could have rich conversations, not just basic, needs-based communication. My parents, Oliver's grandparents, offered to help. "We'll teach Oliver sign language too," my mother said. "I took ASL classes years ago when I worked with deaf students. I remember a lot of it." "That would be amazing. The more people who can sign with him, the better." My sister Ashley also offered to help. "I'll learn with Oliver. We can practice together." Having family support felt like a blessing. Raising a child with significant communication challenges is isolating. Having family who wanted to learn Oliver's language meant he'd have more people to talk to. For the past 2 years, my parents and Ashley have spent significant time with Oliver. They'd take him for afternoons, weekends, overnight visits. They'd come to our house and spend hours practicing signs with him. Oliver was learning. He'd sign to my parents and Ashley enthusiastically. They'd understand him and respond in sign. It looked like successful communication. But I noticed something troubling. The signs Oliver used with them didn't match what I was learning in my ASL classes. When Oliver would sign something to me that my parents taught him, I couldn't understand it. When I'd use proper ASL signs with Oliver, he'd look confused. "Why doesn't Oliver understand me when I sign?" I asked my mother. "You're learning textbook ASL. We're teaching him practical signing, more intuitive gestures that work better for autistic children." "But I want to use standard ASL so Oliver can communicate with anyone who knows sign language." "Oliver's autism means he processes things differently. Modified signs work better for him. You're confusing him by using formal ASL." My ASL instructor disagreed. "There's no such thing as modified ASL for autism. ASL is ASL. If you're teaching signs that don't match the standard language, you're creating a private language system that limits communication. My family says Oliver needs different signs because of his autism." That's not accurate. Autistic children can learn standard ASL just like any other children. In fact, it's crucial they learn standard signs so they can communicate with the broader deaf and signing community. But my family insisted their method was better. "We know Oliver. We know what works for him."
Your classes are teaching you signs that are too complex.
I tried to defer to them. They'd been working with Oliver longer on signing than I had. Maybe they were right. Then, last week, Oliver's speech therapist called with concerns. "Marcus, I need to talk to you about Oliver's signing." "Is something wrong?" "I've been documenting the signs Oliver uses during our sessions. They don't match ASL. They don't match any recognized sign language system. Not SEE, Signed Exact English, not PSE, Pigeon Signed English, not even home sign systems I've seen." "What do you mean?" "The hand shapes, movements, and placements Oliver uses don't correspond to real signs. When I try to use proper ASL with him, he doesn't understand. When he signs to me, I can't interpret what he's trying to say." "But he communicates fine with my parents and sister." "That's part of my concern. Oliver can only communicate through signing with your family members. He can't sign with me, his teachers, his other therapists, or peers in his special needs classroom. That's a major limitation." "My family said they're teaching him modified signs for autism." "There's no such thing. Either you're teaching recognized sign language that others can understand, or you're teaching a private language system that isolates the child to only communicating with people who know that system." "So what should I do?" "I recommend hiring an ASL interpreter to observe Oliver communicating with your family. If they're teaching non-standard signs, we need to intervene immediately. Every month Oliver spends learning fake signs is a month he's not learning real communication." I hired an ASL interpreter through Oliver's speech therapy clinic. A certified interpreter named Patricia who specializes in pediatric communication. I invited my parents and Ashley over for a family meeting about Oliver's progress. Patricia observed silently while my family interacted with Oliver. They'd sign to him, he'd sign back. They'd understand each other perfectly. It looked like successful communication. After 45 minutes, I asked Patricia for her assessment. Her face was grim. "Can we speak privately?" We went to another room. Marcus, your family is not teaching Oliver ASL or any recognized sign language. What are they teaching him? A completely made-up system. The signs they're using don't exist in ASL, don't exist in any other sign language, and don't follow any linguistic patterns. They've created a private language that only they understand. How is that possible? My mother said she took ASL classes. She may have taken classes, but what she's teaching Oliver isn't ASL. Every sign I observed was incorrect. Some were vaguely similar to real signs, but with wrong hand shapes or movements. Others were completely fabricated. Why would they do that? I don't know. But the result is that Oliver can only communicate with people who know this fake system, namely, your family. He can't communicate with you, with his therapists, with teachers, or with anyone else in the signing community. Can he learn real ASL now? Yes, but you need to stop the fake signing immediately. Every interaction with your family reinforces incorrect signs and makes it harder for him to learn proper communication. I confronted my parents and Ashley that evening, showed them Patricia's assessment. You're teaching Oliver fake signs, not ASL, made-up gestures that only you understand. My mother was defensive immediately. We're teaching him what works for him. You're teaching him signs that don't exist. Patricia confirmed it. None of what you're signing is real ASL. Patricia is being pedantic. The signs communicate meaning. That's what matters. The signs only communicate meaning to you. Oliver can't talk to his therapists. He can't talk to his teachers. He can only sign with you. My father spoke up. That's the point. We wanted to maintain a special bond with Oliver. If everyone can communicate with him, we're not special to him anymore. I felt sick. You deliberately taught him fake signs to keep him dependent on you? Ashley admitted it. We wanted Oliver to need us. If he could communicate with everyone, he wouldn't need us specifically. This way, we're always important in his life. You've been sabotaging his communication development for 2 years so you could be important? My mother. We're not sabotaging anything. He can communicate fine with us. He can't communicate with anyone else. You've trapped him in a private language system that isolates him from everyone except you three. We gave him a way to communicate. You should be grateful. You gave him a fake language that makes him dependent on you. Real ASL would let him communicate with thousands of people. Your fake system limits him to 3 people. My father. Children should be close to their grandparents. This ensures Oliver will always need us. By preventing him from having functional communication? By making sure he can't express himself to teachers, therapists, doctors, or anyone else? Ashley. You're always busy with work and his therapies. We're the ones who spend real time with him. We deserve to have a special connection. A special connection built on sabotaging his communication development. That's not connection. That's control. I contacted Oliver's developmental pediatrician immediately. Explained the situation. For 2 years, family members had been teaching Oliver non-standard signs to keep him dependent on them for communication. The doctor was horrified. That's a form of abuse. Communication is fundamental. Deliberately teaching a nonverbal child fake communication systems that limit his ability to interact with the world is harmful. What damage has been done? Oliver has spent 2 critical years learning signs that don't work with anyone except your family. He should have been learning functional ASL during this time. His language development has been stunted by people who prioritized control over his well-being. I filed a report with Child Protective Services, detailed how my family had deliberately taught Oliver non-functional communication to keep him dependent on them. CPS investigated and agreed. Teaching a nonverbal child fake sign language to maintain control is a form of developmental abuse. It limits the child's ability to communicate needs, express emotions, and interact with the world. The investigation revealed the extent of the damage. Oliver could not communicate with speech therapists who knew ASL. He could not communicate with special education teachers. He could not communicate with other signing children in his classroom. He could not communicate with me, his father, despite my ASL fluency. He was entirely dependent on 3 family members for all signed communication. CPS recommended no unsupervised contact between Oliver and my parents' sister until they completed education on communication development and received clearance from Oliver's therapy team. My parents and Ashley were furious. We taught him to communicate. We gave him language. You taught him fake signs that only you understand. You trapped him in isolation. We gave him a special bond with us. You sabotaged his development to feed your egos. I immediately enrolled Oliver in intensive ASL therapy with a certified deaf educator. The educator assessed him. He's learned a completely non-functional system. We need to essentially start over with ASL basics. How long will it take? He's 6 years old. He's lost 2 years of language development. It will take time to unteach the fake signs and teach real ASL. But children are resilient. With intensive support, he can become functionally fluent in ASL. The process has been challenging. Oliver is confused. Signs he thought communicated meaning suddenly don't work. People he thought understood him, his teachers, therapists, other signing children, actually couldn't understand the fake system. Why don't my old signs work? He communicated through his AAC device. The old signs were special signs just for Grandma and Grandpa. Now we're learning signs that work with everyone. I want the old signs. The new signs are better because everyone can understand them. You'll be able to talk to more people. Family reaction was divided. Some relatives understood. They taught him fake signs on purpose? That's sabotage. Others defended them. They were just trying to bond with Oliver. It's not abuse to create special signs. But developmental specialists, autism advocates, and the ASL community were unanimous. Teaching fake signs to a nonverbal child is developmental abuse. Communication is a fundamental right. As a deaf educator, I'm appalled. Creating fake signs that limit communication is harmful and controlling. Nonverbal children deserve functional communication systems. Sabotaging that for bonding is unconscionable. I posted in an autism parenting support group. AITA for banning family who taught my nonverbal son fake sign language to keep him dependent on them. Every response supported me. NTA, they sabotaged your son's communication development. That's abuse. NTA, as parent of a nonverbal child, this is horrifying. Communication is everything. NTA, they trapped your son in linguistic isolation for their own egos. Ban them permanently. 3 months later, Oliver is making progress with real ASL. He's learning proper signs, starting to communicate with his teachers and therapists, making connections with signing peers. But 2 years of critical language development were lost. 2 years he could have been building functional communication were wasted on a fake system designed to control him. My relationship with my parents and Ashley is destroyed. They maintain they did nothing wrong and were just creating a special bond. But they weren't bonding. They were isolating, trapping a nonverbal child in a communication system that only 3 people understood. AITA for reporting them and banning contact? I don't think I am. Oliver deserves functional communication. He deserves to express himself to the world, not just to 3 people who deliberately limited his language development. Some relatives say I'm overreacting, that my family meant well. But meaning well doesn't excuse sabotaging a disabled child's development. Teaching fake signs to maintain control isn't bonding, it's abuse. Am I the asshole? Not to Oliver, not to his therapy team, not to developmental specialists, not to the ASL community. Only to people who think keeping a nonverbal child linguistically isolated is acceptable if it makes grandparents feel special. and I can live with that. Because Oliver deserves to communicate with the world, not just with people who sabotaged his development to keep him dependent. He's learning real ASL now. Slowly, he's finding his voice. And no one, not even family, gets to take that from him again. AITA for exposing that my family has been secretly giving my anxious son challenges designed to trigger panic attacks to toughen him up. I'm a 35-year-old father who just discovered my parents and brother have been deliberately putting my 9-year-old son in anxiety-inducing situations without my knowledge as part of a secret toughening program because they think his diagnosed anxiety disorder is just weakness that needs to be overcome through exposure. My son Lucas has generalized anxiety disorder, diagnosed at age 7. He works with a therapist, has coping strategies, and is on medication that helps manage his symptoms. His anxiety manifests as panic attacks, avoidance behaviors, and physical symptoms like nausea and headaches. We've been carefully working on building his confidence in safe, therapeutic ways. My parents think anxiety disorders aren't real, that Lucas is just coddled and needs to face his fears through forced exposure. 6 months ago, they started offering to take Lucas for fun outings. I thought they were finally accepting his condition and being supportive. Instead, I discovered they've been systematically exposing him to his specific triggers without preparation or support. Taking him to heights when he has a fear of heights, leaving him alone in crowds when he has separation anxiety, putting him in dark spaces when he's afraid of the dark. They called it exposure therapy, but they were just triggering panic attacks on purpose. They documented his reactions and shared them with my brother to prove anxiety is all in his head. When I confronted them, they said they were undoing the damage of coddling him and teaching him to be brave. I've reported them to Child Protective Services and banned all contact. My family says I'm overreacting to their tough love approach and denying Lucas the help he needs. Am I the ja? My name is Tom. I'm 35 years old, and I'm the father of a 9-year-old son named Lucas. Lucas is smart, creative, funny, and also struggles with generalized anxiety disorder, a mental health condition that affects every aspect of his life. Lucas was always a sensitive kid, even as a toddler. Loud noises would make him cry. New situations would overwhelm him. Separation from me or my wife would cause distress. We thought he'd outgrow it, but by age 6, his anxiety was interfering with school, friendships, and daily activities. He'd have panic attacks, hyperventilating, crying, feeling like he couldn't breathe. He'd avoid situations that triggered anxiety, birthday parties, sleepovers, school presentations. He'd have physical symptoms, stomach aches, headaches, nausea, all stemming from anxiety. At 7, we had him evaluated by a child psychologist. The diagnosis was clear: generalized anxiety disorder with some specific phobias. It wasn't just being nervous. It was a legitimate mental health condition that required treatment. We started therapy immediately. Lucas began seeing a therapist weekly, learning coping strategies, cognitive behavioral techniques, and gradual exposure therapy done properly with professional guidance. We also tried medication, which helped reduce the intensity of his symptoms. The treatment was working. Slowly, carefully, Lucas was building confidence. He could handle situations that would have previously triggered panic attacks. He was learning to manage his anxiety rather than being controlled by it. My parents never accepted the diagnosis. My father thinks mental health issues aren't real. In my day, we didn't have anxiety disorders. We just dealt with things. My mother believes Lucas is coddled. You're babying him. He needs to face his fears, not avoid them. You're making him weak. My brother Eric agreed. The kid needs to toughen up. Stop treating him like he's fragile. I'd tried to educate them. Shared resources about childhood anxiety. Explained that GAD is a neurological condition, not a character flaw. Emphasized that proper treatment requires gradual, supported exposure, not just throwing kids into situations that terrify them. They'd nod along, but I could tell they didn't believe it. They thought I was overprotective, that Lucas was manipulating us, that real parenting meant forcing him to confront fears. 6 months ago, my parents' attitude seemed to change. "We want to spend more time with Lucas," my mother said. "We haven't been fair to him. Let us take him on outings, just grandfather-grandson time." I was thrilled. Maybe they were finally accepting Lucas's condition and learning to support him properly. "That would be wonderful. Lucas would love spending time with you. We'll pick him up Saturday mornings, take him for a few hours. Let you and your wife have some time together." It seemed perfect. Lucas was excited to spend time with his grandparents. They'd take him out for 3-4 hours every weekend, then bring him home talking about their adventures. But I started noticing something wrong. Lucas would come home from these outings exhausted, sometimes visibly shaken. He'd be quiet, withdrawn. Sometimes he'd have nightmares that night. "How was your time with Grandma and Grandpa?" I'd ask. "It was fine," he'd say, but he didn't sound fine. "What did you do?" "Just stuff. They took me places." "What places?" "I don't remember." He'd become vague, evasive. Not like he was hiding something fun, but like he was hiding something distressing. After one outing, Lucas came home and had a full panic attack that evening, hyperventilating, crying, saying he felt like he couldn't breathe. It took hours to calm him down. "What happened today?" I asked my mother when I called. "Nothing unusual. We just had a nice outing." "Lucas is having a severe panic attack. Something must have happened." "He's fine. He just needs to learn to handle his emotions." That phrase, "learn to handle his emotions," made me uneasy, but I didn't have proof anything was wrong. Last week, I found the proof. Lucas left his tablet unlocked, and I saw messages in a group chat between my mother, father, and Eric. Messages I wasn't included in. The chat name was Operation Toughen Lucas. I opened it with a sick feeling in my stomach. Messages from 6 months ago, right when the outing started. My father. "The boy needs exposure therapy. Real exposure, not this coddling therapy nonsense. We'll take him on outings and confront his fears directly." Eric. "What's the plan?" My mother. "We've identified his main fears from what Tom has told us. Heights, crowds, darkness, separation, dogs, loud noises. We'll expose him to each one systematically." My father. "No preparation, no warning. That's how you learn, by facing fears head on." Eric. "Document it. We'll need proof that this works to show Tom he's been approaching this wrong." They'd planned this. A systematic program to trigger Lucas's anxiety, deliberately and without my knowledge. I scrolled through months of messages. Each weekend's outing was detailed. Week 1. Took Lucas to the observation deck downtown, 40 stories up. He was terrified, crying, begging to leave. We made him stay for 20 minutes. He needs to see heights aren't dangerous. Week 3. Brought Lucas to the state fair. Huge crowds. Left him at a booth and walked away for 10 minutes to see how he'd handle being alone. He panicked and security found him crying. Week 5. Put Lucas in the basement with lights off. He has an irrational fear of darkness. After 15 minutes of being alone in the dark, he calmed down. Progress. Week 7. Took Lucas to a dog park. He's afraid of dogs for no reason. Made him sit on a bench surrounded by dogs. He had a panic attack but eventually stopped crying. They'd been deliberately triggering every single one of Lucas's diagnosed fears, systematically, without therapeutic support, without his permission or mine. The messages included videos, short clips of Lucas crying, hyperventilating, begging to leave. My mother's commentary. "See, he survives every time. He just needs to learn fear isn't real." My father. "This is actual exposure therapy, not the soft approach his therapist uses." Eric. "Keep documenting. When Tom sees that Lucas is toughening up, he'll thank you." But Lucas wasn't toughening up. He was being traumatized. Each outing was a calculated assault on his mental health. I felt sick, betrayed, furious. They'd been torturing my son for 6 months while I thought they were bonding with him. I called Lucas into my room. "Buddy, I need to ask you about your time with Grandma and Grandpa." He looked scared immediately. "What about it? Have they been taking you places that scare you?" His eyes filled with tears. "They said it was to make me brave, that I need to face my fears. They said you didn't know because you wouldn't understand." "They made you keep it secret?" "They said you'd stop the outings if you knew, that I'd stay scared forever if I didn't do this. They said brave boys don't tell their parents when things are scary." "Lucas, what they did was wrong. They hurt you. That's not how we treat anxiety." "But they said your therapy way isn't working, that I'm still anxious because you're doing it wrong." "My way, our way, with your therapist, is working. You've made so much progress. What they did was abuse." He started crying. "I didn't want to go anymore, but they said I was being a baby, that I had to keep trying until I wasn't scared." I called my parents immediately, drove to their house with the tablet showing their messages, confronted them in their living room. "You've been deliberately triggering Lucas's anxiety for 6 months, exposing him to his fears without preparation or support?" My mother was defensive. "We were helping him. Real exposure therapy, not this gentle nonsense his therapist does." "His therapist does gradual, supported exposure with coping strategies. You were just traumatizing him." My father. "The boy needs to learn that fear is all in his head. We were teaching him that." "Fear isn't all in his head. He has a diagnosed anxiety disorder. You don't cure that by forcing a child into terrifying situations." We were toughening him up. "You were abusing him. Look at these messages. You documented triggering panic attacks. You filmed him crying and called it progress." Eric was there too. "Someone had to undo the damage you're doing by coddling him. He's 9 years old and afraid of the dark, afraid of heights, afraid of dogs. That's not normal. It's anxiety disorder. It's a medical condition. It's weakness. And we were making him strong. By terrorizing him? By leaving him alone in crowds? By trapping him in dark basements?" My mother pulled out a notebook. "We documented everything. His fear responses decreased each time. See? Week 1 at heights, he cried for 20 minutes. Week 10, only 10 minutes. That's progress." "That's not progress, that's trauma response. He's not getting less scared, he's learning to suppress his reactions because you punish him for showing fear." "We never punished him. You forced him to stay in situations that terrified him. You filmed his panic attacks. You told him he was weak for being scared. That's psychological abuse." My father stood up. "We're his grandparents. We have a right to spend time with him and teach him our values." "Your values include child abuse? Deliberate psychological harm?" "It's not abuse to teach a boy to be brave. It's abuse to ignore a diagnosed mental health condition and deliberately trigger it repeatedly." I left with Lucas and went straight to our pediatrician. Explained what had been happening. The doctor was horrified. "Your parents have been conducting unauthorized, unsupervised exposure therapy on a child with diagnosed anxiety disorder? That's incredibly dangerous. Can this cause long-term harm?" "Absolutely. Improper exposure can worsen anxiety, create new traumas, and damage trust. Lucas needs evaluation immediately." I took Lucas to his therapist for an emergency session. The therapist interviewed him about the outings. Lucas described each one: the fear, the begging to leave, being told he had to stay, being told he was weak for crying. The therapist was livid. "What your parents did is contraindicated for anxiety treatment. Flooding a child with their fears without support is harmful. This isn't exposure therapy, it's systematic triggering." What damage has been done? His anxiety has likely worsened. His trust in adults has been damaged. He's learned to suppress his fear response, which prevents healthy coping. He may have developed new traumas. I filed a report with Child Protective Services, provided the messages, the videos, Lucas's testimony, and professional statements from his doctor and therapist. CPS investigated quickly, interviewed Lucas, reviewed the documentation, consulted with child psychologists. Their finding: the grandparents engaged in psychological abuse through systematic exposure to known triggers without therapeutic oversight. This constitutes emotional abuse and warrants protective intervention. CPS recommended no unsupervised contact between Lucas and my parents. Supervised visits only if my parents completed parenting classes on childhood mental health and received clearance from Lucas's therapist. My parents refused. "We don't need classes. We were trying to help." I obtained a restraining order. My parents and Eric are not allowed to contact Lucas. The court agreed their behavior constituted harassment and emotional abuse. The family response was predictable. My parents: "You're keeping our grandson from us over a disagreement about parenting styles. You systematically traumatized him for 6 months. That's not a parenting style disagreement." Eric: "You're raising a weak kid and punishing us for trying to help. You filmed him having panic attacks and called it progress." Extended family split. Some understood. "They deliberately triggered his anxiety? That's awful." Others defended them. "They meant well. Kids do need to face their fears." I posted in a parenting support group, AITA for banning family members who secretly exposed my anxious son to his fears as tough love. The responses were overwhelming. NTA: what they did is recognized as psychological abuse in child psychology. You're protecting your son. NTA: I'm a therapist specializing in childhood anxiety. What they did is harmful and contraindicated. You did right. NTA: as someone who had anxiety as a child and was subjected to tough love, I'm still dealing with trauma from that approach. You saved your son from worse. NTA: exposure therapy only works with professional guidance and support. What they did was trauma, not therapy. 3 months later, Lucas is in intensive therapy to address the trauma from the outings. His anxiety has worsened. He's now afraid his grandparents will take him again, doesn't trust when adults say places are safe. His therapist says recovery is possible, but will take time. The damage from improper exposure can be severe. Lucas learned that expressing fear leads to being forced into frightening situations. We need to rebuild his ability to communicate fear safely. My relationship with my parents and Eric is destroyed. They maintain they did nothing wrong, that exposure to fears is how you overcome them, and that I'm weak for coddling Lucas. Am I TA for reporting my family and banning them from contact after they conducted a secret, toughening program on my anxious son? I don't think I am. Lucas has a diagnosed medical condition that requires professional treatment. They decided they knew better than doctors and therapists and deliberately triggered his anxiety for 6 months while documenting his suffering. That's not tough love. That's abuse. Some relatives say I'm overreacting, that they meant well, that banning them is too harsh. But meaning well doesn't excuse harm. They traumatized a 9-year-old with a mental health condition because they didn't believe the diagnosis was real. Am I the asshole? Not to Lucas, not to his doctors, not to mental health professionals, not to Child Protective Services, only to people who think childhood anxiety is weakness to be overcome through forced exposure. And I can live with that, because my son's mental health is more important than their egos. They wanted to toughen him up. Instead, they made him worse. And now they're learning that abuse has consequences, even when disguised as help. Am I they for exposing that my family has been stealing my breast milk and selling it to bodybuilders online? I'm a 26-year-old new mother who just discovered my sister and mother have been stealing my stored breast milk for the past 5 months and selling it online to bodybuilders and fitness enthusiasts who believe breast milk has performance-enhancing properties, all while telling me they were helping by organizing my freezer. I gave birth to my daughter Emma 6 months ago and have been exclusively breastfeeding while also pumping to build a supply for when I return to work. I pump 3 to 4 times daily and store the milk in labeled bags in a dedicated freezer in our garage. I've accumulated about 200 bags, roughly 1,000 ounces, which represents hours of pumping and is Emma's food security for the next several months. My sister Jade and my mother have been visiting regularly to help with the baby. They'd offer to organize my freezer, saying the milk needed better arrangement. I thought they were being supportive. Last week, I went to count my milk supply before returning to work and discovered I only had about 40 bags left, 160 bags missing. When I confronted them, they admitted they'd been taking the milk and selling it for high prices online to men who drink breast milk for supposed fitness benefits. They said I was overproducing anyway, and that they were just capitalizing on excess. I reported them to police for theft and to health authorities for selling bodily fluids without screening. My family says I'm overreacting to their entrepreneurial venture and ruining their side income. AITA? My name is Olivia. I'm 26 years old, and 6 months ago, I became a mother to my beautiful daughter Emma. Being a new parent has been challenging but incredible, and one of my priorities has been exclusively breastfeeding. Breastfeeding is important to me for multiple reasons. It's healthiest for Emma, it creates bonding, and it's economical. I've been fortunate that nursing has gone well for us. Emma latches easily. I produce enough milk, and we've settled into a good rhythm. But I also pump. A lot. I'm planning to return to work in a few weeks, and I want Emma to continue getting breast milk even when I'm not home. So I've been pumping 3 to 4 times daily, once in the morning after Emma's first feeding, twice during the day between nursing sessions, and once before bed. Each pumping session takes 20 to 30 minutes. It's time-consuming and tiring, but I'm building a supply for Emma's future. I store the milk in labeled freezer bags, each one dated and marked with the number of ounces. I have a dedicated chest freezer in our garage just for breast milk storage. At my peak, I had about 200 bags stored, representing roughly 1,000 ounces of milk. That's months of food security for Emma. My family has been involved in helping with Emma since she was born. My mother comes over twice a week. My sister Jade visits frequently. They've been supportive, or so I thought. About 5 months ago, my mother mentioned that my freezer was getting disorganized. I'd be happy to help you organize it. The bags should be arranged by date so you use the oldest first. That would be helpful, thanks. She started organizing the freezer every time she visited. Jade joined in too. They'd spend time in the garage, rearranging bags, making sure everything was neat. I thought they were being helpful. "You have so much milk," Jade would say. "You're like a milk machine. Emma will never run out." I'm trying to build a good supply for when I go back to work. You're definitely succeeding. There's so much in there. I was proud of my supply. It represented hours of pumping, dedication to Emma's nutrition, and preparation for the future. Then, last week, I went to do a full count before returning to work. I wanted to know exactly how much I had so I could calculate how long it would last and whether I'd need to keep pumping as intensively. I opened the freezer expecting to see roughly 200 bags, maybe a bit less if we'd used some recently. Instead, I found about 40 bags, maybe 200 ounces total. I counted again, checked the dates, confirmed I was looking at the right freezer. 40 bags. That's it. I'd had 200 bags. Where did 160 bags go? I called my husband at work. "Did you take breast milk from the freezer?" "No, why would I? We use it from the fridge, right? The freezer is your stored supply." 160 bags are missing. What? How is that possible? I called my mother. Mom, did you accidentally take breast milk from the garage freezer? Why would I take your breast milk? I'm missing 160 bags. You've been organizing the freezer. Did you maybe move them somewhere? Long pause. Olivia, we should talk in person. She came over that evening with Jade. Both of them looked guilty. Where's my breast milk? I asked immediately. My mother sighed. We took it. You took 160 bags of Emma's milk? Why? Where is it? Jade spoke up. We sold it. You sold it? To who? Online. There's a market for breast milk. People pay a lot for it. I felt sick. What people? Mostly bodybuilders and fitness guys. They think breast milk has special properties, helps build muscle, boosts immunity, that kind of thing. It's a whole subculture. You've been stealing my breast milk and selling it to bodybuilders? We weren't stealing, my mother said. You were overproducing. You had so much milk in there. We figured you wouldn't miss some of it. I wasn't overproducing. I was building a supply for Emma. That milk is her food. Jade was defensive. Look, breast milk sells for crazy prices. We were getting $3 to $4 per ounce. Do the math. 160 bags, roughly 5 ounces each, that's 800 ounces at $3 each. We made over $2,000. You made $2,000 selling my breast milk, my bodily fluid, Emma's food? You still have 40 bags left. That's plenty. It's not plenty. I was supposed to have 200 bags. I've been pumping for 6 months to build that supply. Each bag represents 20 to 30 minutes of my time. You stole hours of my labor. My mother tried to calm me. Olivia, you're being dramatic. You're still producing milk. You can pump more. We just saw an opportunity. An opportunity to steal from your daughter and granddaughter? To sell my bodily fluids without my consent? We were going to share the profits with you eventually. I don't want profits. I want the milk I pumped for my baby. Well, it's gone now. The buyers have it. We can't get it back. Who are these buyers? Where did you sell it? Jade pulled out her phone. There are Facebook groups, forums, Craigslist ads, bodybuilders looking for natural breast milk. They think it's better than formula or protein shakes. She showed me the posts. Men's profiles requesting breast milk. Looking for fresh breast milk for muscle gain and immunity boost. Will pay top dollar. Jade had been responding, arranging sales, meeting people to hand off my frozen milk. You've been meeting strange men to give them my breast milk? They're not strange. They're fitness enthusiasts. And yes, we've made several sales over the past few months. This is insane. This is theft. This is selling bodily fluids without my consent. It's entrepreneurial, Jade said. We saw a demand and supplied it. You were the producer. We were the distributors. We would have cut you in eventually. I'm not running a breast milk business. That milk was for Emma. And you still have milk for Emma. Plus, you can pump more. You have a good supply. I built that supply by pumping for months. Do you know how exhausting that is? How much time it takes? I was pumping between feedings, at night, early morning, all to make sure Emma had enough milk when I went back to work. My mother tried again. We understand you're upset, but pragmatically, you can replace the milk, and we made good income from it. Once you calm down, you'll see this was actually a smart use of resources. It wasn't resources. It was my body, my milk, my baby's food. You don't get to decide it's a resource to sell. I called the police immediately, filed a report for theft. My mother and sister have been stealing my stored breast milk and selling it online. The officer looked confused. Your breast milk? Yes, I pump and store it for my baby. They've been taking it from my freezer and selling it to bodybuilders. That's unusual. But if they took your property without permission, that's theft. How much are we talking about? 800 ounces. It took me months to produce. It's my daughter's food supply. The officer took the report seriously. We'll investigate. Do you have proof they took it? They admitted it. I can get them to admit it again on recording if needed. I also called the health department. I want to report people selling breast milk without proper screening or permits. The health department representative was alarmed. Breast milk is a bodily fluid. Selling it requires screening for diseases, proper storage protocols, safety measures. Who's selling it? My mother and sister. They've been stealing mine and selling it online to bodybuilders. That's a health code violation. Breast milk can transmit diseases if not properly screened. They're putting people at risk. We'll investigate. I contacted a lawyer about civil action. The lawyer was fascinated. This is a unique case. Breast milk is technically your property. They've stolen it, sold it, and profited from your bodily labor without consent. You have grounds for civil suit. When I told my family I'd reported them to police and health authorities, they were furious. My mother. You called the police on your own mother? Over breast milk? You stole from me and sold my bodily fluids. We were trying to help. That milk was just sitting in a freezer. We turned it into income. It was sitting in the freezer as food for Emma. Jade was angry. You're going to ruin our side business over this? Do you know how much demand there is for breast milk? We could have made thousands more. It's not your business. It's my body. You can't sell my bodily fluids without my permission. You were overproducing anyway. For my baby, not for bodybuilders. How is this not clear? My father got involved. Olivia, you're tearing this family apart over some breast milk. Your mother and sister were just being entrepreneurial. Can't you see the business potential? I don't care about business potential. They stole Emma's food. The police investigation confirmed theft. My mother and Jade admitted to taking the milk. They tried to argue it was family sharing, but I'd never consented. The video from my garage security camera showed them taking bags from the freezer and leaving with coolers. They were charged with theft. The value was calculated based on replacement cost of breast milk from legitimate milk banks, roughly $3 to $4 per ounce, making it over $2,000 worth of stolen property. The health department investigation found they'd been selling bodily fluids without proper screening, licensing, or safety protocols. They'd never tested me for diseases, never informed buyers about health risks, never followed proper storage procedures. They were violating multiple health codes. Health authorities charged them with selling bodily fluids without proper permits, failure to screen for bloodborne pathogens, improper storage and distribution of human tissue, operating an unlicensed biological material business. Their defense was that they were helping me by monetizing excess production, and that I should be grateful for the entrepreneurial initiative. The prosecutor wasn't sympathetic. The defendants stole bodily fluids from the victim, sold them without consent, violated health codes, and put unknown numbers of people at risk by distributing unscreened biological material. This isn't entrepreneurship. It's theft and health code violation. The buyers they'd sold to were contacted by health authorities and informed they'd consumed breast milk from an unscreened source. Several were furious. They thought they were buying from legitimate milk banks with proper safety protocols. A few reported getting sick after consuming the milk, though it's unclear if there was a connection. The bodybuilding forums and Facebook groups where they'd advertised were shut down by platform administrators for violating terms of service around biological material sales. The civil case resulted in a judgment requiring them to pay damages covering the replacement cost of the milk, my pumping time, calculated at an hourly rate, emotional distress, and punitive damages. Total, $15,000. They didn't have $15,000. The judgment will follow them for years. Criminal court convicted them of theft and health code violations. My mother received probation, fines, and community service. Jade received the same, plus a ban from online selling platforms. The family response was divided. My father was angry. You destroyed your mother and sister's lives over breast milk. Couldn't you have just let it go? They stole my baby's food and sold my bodily fluids without consent. That's not letting it go territory. My grandmother understood. They stole breast milk? Your milk? That you made for Emma? That's violating and disturbing. But my aunt defended them. They were just trying to make some extra income. You're being vindictive by prosecuting them. They stole 800 ounces of breast milk. Do you understand how much time that represents? How exhausting pumping is? I posted in a breastfeeding support group, AITA for pressing charges after my family stole my breast milk and sold it to bodybuilders. The response was overwhelming and unanimous. NTA. They stole your milk that you produced for your baby. That's theft and violation of bodily autonomy. NTA. Breast milk is liquid gold. The time and effort to produce it is enormous. They stole months of your labor. NTA. Selling bodily fluids without screening is dangerous and illegal. They put people at risk. NTA. As a fellow pumping mom, I'm horrified. That milk represents your time, your body, your effort. They had no right. Not a single person thought I was wrong. The breastfeeding community understood. Breast milk represents physical labor, bodily autonomy, and a mother's provision for her child. Stealing it is unconscionable. 3 months later, I've rebuilt some of my supply by pumping even more intensively. I'm back at work, and Emma is getting breast milk, though not as much as I'd planned due to the theft. I've had to supplement with formula, which I'd hoped to avoid. The freezer has a lock now. Only my husband and I have keys. My mother and sister are not allowed in my home. They're still angry. My mother sends texts. I can't believe you ruined our relationship over milk. We were just trying to help you monetize your oversupply. I didn't have an oversupply. I had a stored supply, for Emma, that you stole. Jade posted on social media about being prosecuted for entrepreneurship and being betrayed by family. Her friends who don't know the full story are sympathetic to her. Those who do know are horrified. Am I the point for pressing criminal charges and civil suit against my family for stealing my breast milk? I don't think I am. Breast milk is the product of my body, my time, my labor. It was stored as food for my daughter. They had no right to take it, no right to sell it, and no right to profit from my bodily fluids. They argue I was overproducing, so they weren't really hurting anyone. But I was producing for Emma's future needs. Every bag they stole was a feeding I now can't give her. They argue they were being entrepreneurial. But you can't be entrepreneurial with someone else's bodily fluids without consent. Some relatives say I'm being too harsh, that criminal charges were overkill, that I should have just asked for the money they made and moved on. But this wasn't about money. It was about consent, bodily autonomy, and protection of my child's food supply. Am I the asshole? Not to Emma, not to breastfeeding mothers, not to health authorities, not to the prosecutor. Only to family members who think selling someone's breast milk without permission is acceptable entrepreneurship. And I can live with that. Because my body isn't their business opportunity. My milk isn't their product to sell. Emma's food isn't their inventory. They learned that the hard way, through criminal charges, health violations, and civil judgments. Maybe they'll think twice before stealing someone else's bodily fluids to make a profit. My milk, my baby, my body, my choice. Not theirs. Never theirs. Am I the fur exposing that my family has been secretly recording my therapy sessions for 2 years? I'm a 26-year-old woman who just discovered my mother has been hiding recording devices in my car for 2 years to capture my therapy sessions. then sharing the recordings with my entire family to mock my mental health struggles and use my vulnerabilities against me in arguments. I've been in therapy since I was 24 for anxiety and childhood trauma. My sessions are deeply personal. I discuss my fears, my insecurities, my relationships, things I've never told anyone. I drive to therapy every Thursday, and apparently for the past 2 years, my mother has been hiding a voice-activated recorder under my driver's seat. The recorder captures everything I discuss with my therapist during the drive home when I process the session out loud. Last month, I found the device while cleaning my car. When I checked the recordings, there were hundreds of hours of my private therapeutic conversations. My mother had been uploading them to a shared family cloud drive. My parents, my brother, my sister, and even my aunt and uncle had access. They'd been listening to my most vulnerable moments and using that information to manipulate me. When I confronted them, my mother said she was worried about what I was saying in therapy and needed to know I wasn't being turned against the family. I reported her to the police for illegal recording and violated therapist-patient confidentiality laws. I'm pressing charges and suing. My family says I'm overreacting to their concern and destroying relationships over their attempt to stay involved in my mental health journey. Am I the fa? My name is Natalie. I'm 26 years old, and I started therapy 2 years ago to work through anxiety and some childhood trauma that I'd never properly addressed. Therapy changed my life. For the first time, I had a space where I could be completely honest about my feelings, my fears, my family dynamics, everything I'd kept buried for years. My therapist, Dr. Sarah Chen, was incredible. Patient, insightful, non-judgmental. Our weekly sessions became the anchor of my mental health routine. Every Thursday at 4 p.m., I'd drive 40 minutes to her office, spend an hour in session, then drive 40 minutes home. The drive home was part of my therapeutic process. I'd replay conversations from the session, work through insights Dr. Chen had offered, talk out loud to myself about connections I was making. It was like having a conversation with myself, processing the therapy in real time. She's right that I have trouble setting boundaries, I'd say to my empty car. I do let my mom guilt me into things I don't want to do. I need to practice saying no. Or, I never realized how much my dad's criticism affected my self-esteem. No wonder I'm constantly seeking approval from authority figures. These drive-home sessions were private. Just me, alone in my car, working through difficult emotional material. Except, I wasn't alone. My mother was listening to every word. Last month, I was cleaning my car, really deep cleaning, vacuuming under the seats, getting into all the crevices I normally ignore. I reached under the driver's seat and felt something unusual. A small, rectangular device attached with Velcro to the underside of the seat. I pulled it out. It was a voice-activated digital recorder, professional grade, the kind that can record for hundreds of hours. My first thought was confusion. Why was there a recorder in my car? Had someone planted it for some reason? Was this some kind of tracking situation? Then I noticed a small label on the back, written in my mother's handwriting. Natalie's car. Battery changed 10:15. My mother had put this here, and she'd changed the battery a month ago, meaning she was actively maintaining it. I sat in my car, holding this device, feeling sick. I turned it on. The menu showed 487 recorded files dating back 2 years. 2 years of recordings. I selected the most recent file, pressed play. My voice came through the speaker. And Dr. Chen said that's a trauma response, the way I shut down when my mom starts criticizing me. It's like I revert to being a scared kid who just wants to make her happy. This was from my drive home last week, my private processing of my therapy session. I scrolled through other files. All of them were the same. My voice, talking through therapy insights, working through emotional issues, discussing my family dynamics with brutal honesty. Every Thursday for 2 years, this device had been recording me. I checked the device settings. It was set to upload recordings automatically to a cloud storage account. I managed to access the account. My mother hadn't secured it well, and what I found was worse than I'd imagined. The account was shared with multiple people. My mother, my father, my brother Derek, my sister Ashley, even my Aunt Linda and Uncle James. 6 family members had access to hundreds of hours of my private therapeutic processing. There were folders organized by date. Someone, probably my mother, had even created a highlights folder with recordings they found particularly interesting. I clicked on it. One file was labeled, "Natalie admits mom was right about Jake." I played it. It was me discussing my ex-boyfriend from last year, telling myself, Dr. Chen helped me see that Jake really was manipulative like Mom said, even though I defended him at the time. I hate that she was right. Another file. Natalie's daddy issues. This one was me working through complicated feelings about my father's emotional unavailability during my childhood. Another. Why Natalie thinks Ashley is the favorite. Me discussing my sister and the family dynamics that made me feel less valued. They'd been curating my therapy sessions, creating a greatest hits collection of my vulnerabilities. I felt violated in a way I'd never experienced before. These weren't just private thoughts. These were therapeutic processes. My brain working through trauma, my most vulnerable self. And my family had been listening like it was entertainment. I called Dr. Chen immediately. I need to tell you something disturbing. My mother has been recording my therapy sessions. What? How? I process our sessions out loud during my drive home. She put a voice-activated recorder in my car. She's been recording me for 2 years. Dr. Chen was silent for a long moment. Natalie, that's a serious violation. Not just of your privacy, but potentially of therapist-patient confidentiality. Those recordings contain information about our sessions. Has she shared them? With my entire family. There's a shared cloud account. 6 people have access. We need to report this. This could be illegal depending on your state's recording consent laws. And it's definitely unethical. Your therapeutic space has been violated. I drove straight to my parents' house. My mother was in the kitchen. I held up the recorder. Want to explain this? Her face went pale, then defensive. Where did you find that? In my car. Where you hid it. You've been recording me for 2 years. I was worried about you. You started therapy and I didn't know what you were saying. So you secretly recorded me? And shared the recordings with the whole family? I needed to know you weren't being turned against us. Therapists can be manipulative. They can plant ideas in your head. She's helping me process trauma. And you violated that by recording my most private thoughts. My father walked in. What's going on? Dad, did you know Mom was recording my therapy sessions? He looked uncomfortable. Your mother mentioned she was keeping tabs on your mental health journey. Keeping tabs? She was illegally recording me and sharing it with everyone. Did you listen to the recordings? A few. We were concerned. You were concerned, so you violated my privacy? Do you have any idea how invasive this is? My mother started crying. I'm your mother. I have a right to know what's happening in your life. You were pulling away from the family and I suspected that therapist was turning you against us. Dr. Chen wasn't turning me against you. She was helping me understand dysfunctional patterns. And now I know why you were always perfectly prepared to counter every boundary I tried to set. You were listening to me work through setting those boundaries first. We used the information to help you. You used it to manipulate me. I'd decide in therapy that I needed to say no to something, and then you'd already have arguments prepared. I thought you were just really intuitive, but you were just listening to my therapy processing. I called my siblings. Both admitted they'd listened to some recordings. Derek. Mom sent us the files. I thought it was weird, but she said you'd given permission. I never gave permission. She was recording me secretly. Ashley. I only listened to a couple. It felt wrong, but Mom said she was worried about you. So you violated my privacy because Mom said it was okay? Even my aunt and uncle had listened. My aunt. Your mother was concerned about some things you were saying in therapy. She wanted family support in understanding your mental health. By sharing my private therapeutic processes without my consent? I contacted a lawyer specializing in privacy law, explained the situation. This is likely illegal, he said. Most states require two-party consent for audio recording. If your mother recorded you without your knowledge or consent, that's a crime. Additionally, she violated therapist-patient confidentiality by recording and sharing therapeutic content. Your therapist could have grounds for action as well. What are my options? Criminal charges against your mother for illegal recording. Civil lawsuit for invasion of privacy. Potential action regarding the violation of therapeutic confidentiality. I filed a police report. The detective was shocked. Your mother recorded your therapy sessions for 2 years and shared them with family members? That's incredibly invasive. The police obtained the cloud account records, the physical recording device, and statements from family members admitting they'd listened to the recordings. My mother was charged with illegal audio recording, invasion of privacy, and potentially interfering with medical treatment. Therapy is medical treatment, and recording it without consent can be considered interference. Dr. Chen filed a complaint with the state board about the violation of therapeutic confidentiality. Even though she hadn't been the one recording, the fact that our sessions had been compromised meant her practice had been violated. The criminal case was straightforward. My mother admitted to placing the recorder, maintaining it for 2 years, and sharing the recordings. Her defense was that she was concerned about her daughter's mental health. The prosecutor wasn't sympathetic. The defendant secretly recorded her adult daughter's private therapeutic processing for 2 years and shared those recordings with multiple family members. This is a serious invasion of privacy, regardless of claimed concern. The family fallout was catastrophic. Everyone who'd listened to the recordings knew I knew. Every vulnerable moment I'd shared with myself, thinking I was alone, they'd heard. They knew about my sexual assault in college that I'd never told the family about. They knew about my eating disorder in high school that I'd hidden. They knew about my depression, my anxiety attacks, my struggles with self-worth. They'd known all of this for up to 2 years and never said anything. Just listened, collected information, used it when convenient. I felt exposed in a way that's hard to describe. It wasn't just that they'd heard my secrets. It's that they'd heard me in my most vulnerable therapeutic state, raw, unfiltered, working through trauma. That's not meant to be witnessed. That's not meant to be shared. My brother Derek called to apologize. I'm sorry. I should never have listened. It felt wrong, but Mom made it seem normal, like you'd agreed to it. Even if I had agreed, which I didn't, you should have questioned why I'd want my whole family listening to my therapy processing. Ashley was defensive. You always acted like you were better than us once you started therapy, like we were the problem. Maybe if you'd been more open about what you were working on, Mom wouldn't have felt the need to check in. So it's my fault I was secretly recorded because I didn't share enough? I'm just saying, you created an information vacuum that Mom filled. By committing a crime. My parents were united in believing they'd done nothing wrong. My mother. I'm your mother. Monitoring your well-being is my job. If therapy was causing you to pull away from family, I needed to know. My father. We didn't use the information maliciously. We used it to understand you better and support you. Support me? You used my vulnerabilities against me. I'd process setting a boundary in therapy, and you'd already have manipulation tactics prepared. We weren't manipulating. We were responding to your needs, based on private information you stole from my therapeutic process. Extended family split. Some were horrified. They recorded your therapy? For 2 years? That's sick. Others defended my parents. They were worried. Parents sometimes cross boundaries when they're concerned. You're overreacting with criminal charges. I posted an abbreviated version on Reddit. AITA for pressing charges against my mother for secretly recording my therapy sessions for 2 years. The responses were overwhelmingly supportive. NTA. This is one of the most disturbing privacy violations I've read. Your mother didn't just record you, she weaponized your mental health journey. NTA. Therapy is supposed to be a safe space. Your mother destroyed that and shared your vulnerabilities with your entire family. Criminal charges are appropriate. NTA. This isn't staying involved in your mental health journey. This is surveillance and manipulation. A few dissenting voices. YTA. She's your mother. She was concerned. Criminal charges are extreme for family worry. But the overwhelming consensus was that what my mother did was a profound violation. The legal consequences proceeded. My mother was convicted of illegal audio recording, sentenced to probation, community service, fines, and mandatory therapy herself. A restraining order prevented her from contacting me. The civil lawsuit resulted in a settlement, not about money, but about destroying all copies of the recordings and ensuring they could never be shared or accessed again. Every family member who'd had access had to sign legal documents confirming deletion. Dr. Chen and I worked extensively on rebuilding my sense of safety in therapy. Your processing was violated, she said, but your work wasn't wasted. The insights you gained are still real and valuable. But they know everything, every vulnerable thing I said. They know what you said while processing. They don't know the full depth of your journey. And more importantly, you get to decide what to do with that knowledge going forward. 3 months later, I'm still processing the violation. Therapy feels different now. I'm hyper-aware that someone might be listening, even though rationally I know they're not. I've had my car professionally swept for devices multiple times. I check for recording equipment obsessively. The relationship with my family is destroyed. I haven't spoken to my mother since the trial. My father occasionally tries to reach out, but I'm not ready. Seems genuinely remorseful. Ashley still thinks I overreacted. The recordings themselves are gone, legally required to be destroyed, but the knowledge remains. They heard my trauma. They heard my processing. They heard me at my most vulnerable. Some people ask, was criminal prosecution too harsh? Couldn't you have just cut them off? But this wasn't just a boundary violation. My mother committed a crime, illegal recording, and shared medical information without consent. She violated not just my privacy, but my therapeutic space, which is legally protected. And she did it for 2 years. This wasn't an impulsive mistake. This was sustained surveillance of my mental health journey. Am I the for pressing charges and destroying my relationship with my family over this? I don't think I am. When someone violates your therapeutic space, the one place you should be completely safe to be vulnerable, consequences are necessary. My family argues I chose therapy over family, that I valued privacy over relationships, but they chose surveillance over trust. They chose manipulation over respect. They chose to violate my mental health journey rather than simply ask me how I was doing. The irony is, if they'd just asked, I might have shared some of what I was working on. But they didn't want dialogue. They wanted information to use. Now they have nothing. No relationship, no information, no access to my life. And I have a rebuilt sense of safety, a protected therapeutic space, and the knowledge that I stood up for my right to private mental health care. That makes me not the asshole, even if it makes me the daughter who got her mother arrested for caring too much. Because caring doesn't include surveillance. Love doesn't include violation. Family doesn't include secretly recording someone's therapy for 2 years. They crossed a line that can't be uncrossed, and I made sure there were consequences. Am I the asshole? My family says yes. My therapist says no.
Reddit says no.
The legal system agreed with me enough to convict. I think boundaries violated require consequences delivered. Privacy crimes require legal responses. Therapeutic violations require protective action. So no, I'm not the asshole. I'm the person who protected her mental health journey from family members who thought they had a right to surveil it. And I'd do it again. My data for revealing my family has been secretly feeding my recovering alcoholic husband alcohol to prove he'll relapse. I'm a 29-year-old woman who just discovered my parents and brother have been deliberately putting alcohol in my recovering alcoholic husband's food and drinks for 4 months to prove that his sobriety is temporary and that I should leave him before he relapses naturally. My husband Daniel has been sober for 3 years after a devastating battle with alcoholism that nearly destroyed his life. He lost his previous job, damaged relationships, hit rock bottom, then committed fully to recovery. AA meetings, therapy, sponsor support, complete lifestyle change. When we met 2 years ago, he was 18 months sober and rebuilding his life. I knew about his history and chose to be with him because I saw his commitment to sobriety. We got married last year. My family has never believed Daniel's sobriety will last. They think, once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic, and that relapse is inevitable. They've been waiting for him to fail. 4 months ago, Daniel started having symptoms that confused us. He'd feel dizzy after family dinners, slightly disoriented, have trouble focusing. He thought he was getting sick. Last week, I discovered my mother has been putting vodka in his drinks and cooking wine in his food at every family gathering, trying to trigger a relapse. When I confronted them, they said they were helping me see the truth before I wasted more years on someone who would inevitably relapse. I reported them to police for poisoning and assault. My family says I'm overreacting to their intervention and choosing an alcoholic over my own family. AITA? My name is Claire. I'm 29 years old, and I'm married to Daniel, who is 32. Daniel is a recovering alcoholic who's been sober for 3 years, 1,095 days and counting. He tracks every single one. Daniel's story with alcohol is a common one. Started drinking socially in college, progressed to heavy drinking in his 20s, became dependent without realizing it. By 30, he was drinking daily, at first to relax after work, then to function at all. His life fell apart. Lost his job for showing up drunk. His fiancée left him. Friends drifted away. He hit rock bottom when he got a DUI and spent a night in jail. That was his wake-up call. He checked into rehab, committed to AA, got a sponsor, started therapy. Rebuilt his life from scratch. Got a new job, repaired some relationships, learned to live sober. I met Daniel 2 years ago at a work conference. He was confident, funny, thoughtful. We clicked immediately. On our second date, he told me about his alcoholism and recovery. I want to be upfront. I'm a recovering alcoholic. I've been sober for 18 months. I don't drink, I don't go to bars. I'm fully committed to my sobriety. If that's a deal breaker, I understand. It wasn't a deal breaker. I appreciated his honesty. I saw how serious he was about recovery. He attended AA meetings 3 times a week, called his sponsor regularly, had built a sober support network. He wasn't just not drinking. He was actively working a recovery program. We dated for a year before getting engaged. During that time, I saw his commitment firsthand. He turned down drinks at every social event without hesitation. He removed himself from situations where he felt triggered. He was open about his struggles and his tools for managing them. My family was skeptical from the start. When I told them I was dating someone in recovery, my mother's face fell. "Claire, are you sure that's wise? Alcoholics relapse. It's what they do." Daniel has 3 years of sobriety. He's working a strong program. 3 years isn't that long. He could relapse any time and you'd be dealing with all the problems that come with that. My father agreed. Why take on someone else's addiction issues? There are plenty of men without that baggage.
Daniel's not baggage. He's a person in recovery who's worked incredibly hard to change his life. My brother Eric was the most vocal. You're setting yourself up for heartbreak. Alcoholics always go back to drinking eventually. It's just a matter of time. That's not true. Many people maintain long-term sobriety. And many don't. Why risk it? Despite their concerns, Daniel and I got married last year. He was 26 months sober at our wedding. It was a dry wedding, no alcohol served, which some guests complained about, but Daniel's sobriety was more important than other people's desire to drink. My family attended but made their disapproval clear. At the reception, my mother pulled me aside. It's not too late to reconsider. You're legally married, but you haven't been together that long. If you realize this was a mistake... Mom, I love Daniel. I'm not reconsidering anything. I just don't want to see you hurt when he relapses, and he will relapse, Claire. They always do. He's committed to staying sober. I believe in him. She sighed. I hope you're right, but I'm not holding my breath. For the first 9 months of our marriage, everything was great. Daniel maintained his sobriety. We built a life together. We were happy. We'd go to family dinners at my parents' house every few weeks. Daniel would bring his own non-alcoholic drinks to be safe, but would also drink what my mother served. Then, about 4 months ago, Daniel started experiencing strange symptoms after family dinners. He'd feel dizzy, slightly disoriented, have trouble focusing. His speech would be a little loose, his balance slightly off. I feel weird, he told me after one dinner, like I'm coming down with something. Maybe you're getting sick. Do you have a fever? He didn't. But the symptoms would last a few hours, then fade. We thought maybe it was stress or fatigue or the start of a virus that never fully developed. It happened again after the next family dinner. And the next. Always after spending time at my parents' house. Always the same symptoms. Dizziness, disorientation, loose inhibitions. Daniel was concerned. This keeps happening. Maybe I should see a doctor. It only happens after we visit my parents. Maybe you're allergic to something in their house. Maybe. But it's weird. These symptoms feel familiar somehow. I can't place it. I didn't understand what he meant. Not until last week. Last week, we went to my parents' house for Sunday dinner. Daniel was helping my mother in the kitchen while I was in the living room with my father. I went to the kitchen to get water and saw my mother pouring something from a small bottle into Daniel's iced tea. Mom, what are you doing? She jumped, hiding the bottle. Nothing, just adding sweetener. I grabbed the bottle from her hand. It was vodka. A small bottle of vodka that she'd been pouring into Daniel's drink. You're putting vodka in Daniel's tea? Are you insane? Claire, calm down. Calm down? You're giving alcohol to a recovering alcoholic. Daniel came over. What's going on? I showed him the vodka bottle. His face went white. You've been putting alcohol in my drinks? My mother was defensive immediately. Just a little bit. Not enough to make you drunk. Just enough to show Claire what will happen when you eventually relapse for real. You've been dosing me with alcohol without my knowledge? Daniel's hands were shaking. How long? 4 months, since right after Thanksgiving. The symptoms, the dizziness after family dinners, the disorientation, the loose feeling. Daniel had been describing the early stages of intoxication. My mother had been deliberately giving him alcohol, trying to trigger the feeling of drinking again. That's poisoning, I said. You've been poisoning him. I'm not poisoning anyone. I'm showing you what alcoholics do. He would have relapsed eventually anyway. No, you've been forcing alcohol on him, without his knowledge or consent. My father walked in. What's all the shouting? Dad, Mom's been putting vodka in Daniel's drinks for 4 months. My father didn't look surprised. We thought you should see what happens when he starts drinking again.
Better to trigger a controlled relapse now than be blindsided later. A controlled relapse? There's no such thing. And you don't get to experiment on my husband. Daniel was shaking with rage and fear. I've been sober for 3 years. I work my program every single day. And you've been secretly dosing me with alcohol to prove I'd relapse? Do you know how dangerous that is? What that could do to someone in recovery? My brother Eric walked in. Oh, you figured out about the vodka. You knew about this too? We all agreed it was the right thing to do. Claire needed to see that your sobriety is temporary. Better she finds out now. Finds out what? That I can be forced to consume alcohol without my knowledge? That's not finding out anything about my sobriety, that's you assaulting me. My mother started crying. We were trying to protect Claire. Alcoholics always relapse. We were just accelerating the inevitable. There's nothing inevitable about it. I choose not to drink every single day. You violated that choice by secretly dosing me. If you were really committed to sobriety, a little vodka in your tea wouldn't affect you. That's not how addiction works. I've been consuming alcohol without knowing it. You've been triggering me deliberately. I grabbed Daniel and we left immediately. On the drive home, he was trembling. 3 years. 3 years of sobriety, and they've been poisoning me for 4 months. Do you know how many meetings I went to during that time? How many times I talked to my sponsor about feeling weird? I thought I was sick. I thought something was wrong with me. I'm so sorry. I had no idea they were doing this. The symptoms. That's what early intoxication feels like, light drinking. I was describing it to you and I couldn't place why it felt familiar. Because it was alcohol. They were getting me drunk without me knowing. When we got home, Daniel called his sponsor immediately, told him what happened. His sponsor was horrified. That's one of the most dangerous things I've heard. Secretly dosing someone in recovery? That's assault. That could trigger a full relapse. You need to document this and possibly report it. Daniel also called his therapist for an emergency session. The therapist confirmed, what they did is incredibly dangerous. For someone in recovery, being secretly dosed with alcohol can be psychologically devastating. It violates trust, triggers old patterns, and can lead to actual relapse. This is serious. I called a lawyer, explained the situation. My family had been secretly putting alcohol in Daniel's food and drinks for 4 months. The lawyer was clear. That's criminal. Administering drugs or alcohol to someone without their knowledge or consent is assault, possibly poisoning, depending on jurisdiction. The fact that your husband is a recovering alcoholic makes it worse. They deliberately gave him a substance they knew he was avoiding for health reasons. File a police report. We filed a police report, provided the vodka bottle, documented the timeline of Daniel's symptoms, and gave statements about my mother's admission. The police took it seriously. Your family was giving alcohol to someone they knew was a recovering alcoholic, without his knowledge, for 4 months. That's assault at minimum, potentially poisoning. They interviewed my family. All 3 admitted to the scheme. My mother. We were trying to show Claire that he'd relapse eventually. We put small amounts of vodka in his drinks at family dinners to see if he'd notice and crave more. My father. We thought if he started feeling the effects of alcohol again, he'd go back to full drinking and Claire would see his sobriety was a facade. Eric. It was an intervention. We were helping Claire see the truth about alcoholics before she wasted more years. The police. You were secretly dosing someone with alcohol against their will. That's not an intervention, that's a crime. My family was charged with assault, administering substances without consent, reckless endangerment, deliberately giving alcohol to someone in recovery, conspiracy, all 3 coordinating the plan. Their defense was that they were trying to help me, that Daniel's eventual relapse was inevitable, and that they'd only given him small amounts. The prosecutor wasn't sympathetic. The defendants systematically and secretly administered alcohol to a recovering alcoholic over 4 months. They admit their intent was to trigger a relapse to prove he'd relapse eventually. This is malicious and dangerous. They didn't just risk his sobriety, they violated his bodily autonomy. Daniel's sponsor testified about the danger. Secretly dosing someone in recovery is one of the cruelest things you can do. It violates their autonomy, triggers psychological trauma, and can cause full relapse. Many people in recovery have been victims of this kind of sabotage, and it's devastating. Daniel's therapist testified about the psychological impact. Daniel has spent 3 years building his sobriety, learning he'd been consuming alcohol without knowing it, that his symptoms were intoxication he didn't recognize, has been traumatic. He's questioning everything. Did he want the alcohol? Did it trigger cravings he suppressed? This has damaged his confidence in his recovery. Medical experts testified about the physical dangers. Someone who hasn't consumed alcohol in years metabolizes it differently. Secretly dosing them creates unpredictable effects. If the defendants had given him larger amounts, he could have had a dangerous reaction. And the psychological impact on someone in recovery can't be overstated. The jury convicted on all counts. My mother received 6 months in jail, 2 years probation, mandatory substance abuse education, and a restraining order from Daniel. My father got probation, community service, fines, and the same restraining order. Eric got probation and community service. All 3 were also ordered to pay for Daniel's therapy costs related to processing this trauma. The family fallout was immediate and severe. Extended family split. Some were horrified. They deliberately gave alcohol to a recovering alcoholic? That's evil. Others defended them. They were trying to protect Claire from future heartbreak. They just went about it the wrong way. But the addiction recovery community was unanimous. I posted in an AA family support group. AITA for pressing charges after my family secretly gave my husband alcohol to trigger a relapse? Every single response was supportive. NTA. What they did is sabotage, and it's incredibly dangerous. Pressing charges protects your husband and sends a message that this isn't acceptable. NTA. As someone in recovery, this is my worst nightmare. People who sabotage sobriety deserve every consequence. NTA. They didn't just try to prove he'd relapse, they actively tried to cause a relapse. That's malicious. Not one person thought I was wrong. Because the recovery community knows, sabotaging someone's sobriety is one of the cruelest things you can do. 3 months later, Daniel is healing but struggling. He's back in intensive therapy, attending more AA meetings, processing the trauma of learning he'd been consuming alcohol without knowing it. The worst part is doubting myself, he told me. Did I subconsciously know? Did I want it? Did I crave more and suppress it? They took away my ability to trust my own sobriety. His therapist assures him, "You didn't know. You couldn't consent. Your sobriety remains intact because you never chose to drink. What they did to you doesn't reflect on your commitment." But the psychological damage is real. Daniel has PTSD symptoms related to eating and drinking at social events. He's hypervigilant about what's in his food. He has panic attacks thinking about how long they poisoned him without him knowing. My relationship with my family is destroyed. My mother sends letters from jail begging me to understand they were trying to help. My father wants to reconcile. Eric thinks I overreacted. I'm not budging. They spent 4 months deliberately sabotaging my husband's sobriety. That's unforgivable. AITA for pressing criminal charges against my family for secretly giving my recovering alcoholic husband alcohol? I don't think I am. Protecting someone in recovery from people who would sabotage their sobriety is fundamental. My family chose their prejudice about addiction over my husband's well-being. They decided his inevitable relapse was a foregone conclusion, and they'd just accelerated. They were wrong. Relapse isn't inevitable. Daniel chooses sobriety every day, and they violated that choice by secretly dosing him with the substance he's avoided for 3 years. Some people say I'm being too harsh, that they meant well even if they went about it wrong, that criminal charges were extreme. But what they did was criminal. Assault, poisoning, reckless endangerment. They admit it. They're just angry they're facing consequences. Am I the asshole? Not to Daniel, not to his sponsor, not to his therapist, not to the recovery community. Only to family members who think sabotaging sobriety is acceptable if you claim it's for someone's own good. And I can live with that. Because Daniel deserves a partner who protects his recovery, even from family, especially from family who would deliberately try to destroy it. He's still sober. 1,095 days when they started poisoning him. 1,220 days now. Every single one a choice he made. They tried to take that choice away. They failed. And now they're facing the consequences of trying to sabotage someone's recovery. That makes me not the asshole. That makes me the person who protected her husband when he needed it most. AITA for revealing my family has been secretly feeding my rescue dog foods that trigger his trauma. I'm a 25-year-old who just discovered my family has been deliberately giving my rescued dog specific foods that trigger his severe trauma responses because they think his behavioral issues are made up for attention and want to prove rescue dogs are too damaged to be worth adopting. My dog Cooper is a 4-year-old border collie I rescued from an abusive situation 8 months ago. His previous owner used food as punishment, withholding meals for days, then forcing him to eat spoiled food, specifically rotting meat and moldy bread. Cooper developed severe food-related trauma. He can't be around the smell of spoiled meat or mold without having panic responses. Shaking, vomiting, hiding, complete shutdown. My family thinks I'm enabling Cooper and that rescue dogs with behavioral issues should be put down rather than rehabilitated. For the past 3 months, when I've brought Cooper to family gatherings, someone has been deliberately bringing rotting meat or moldy food and leaving it where Cooper can smell it. Each time, Cooper has a severe trauma response, and I have to take him home. They've been documenting his reactions and sharing them online as proof that rescue dogs are dangerous and unstable. When I found their social media posts, they admitted they've been triggering Cooper on purpose to make me realize rescue dogs aren't worth the effort. I reported them for animal cruelty and banned them from our lives. They say I'm overreacting to their attempt to help me see reality. Mytheva? My name is Riley. I'm 25 years old, and 8 months ago, I adopted a rescue dog named Cooper. Cooper is a 4-year-old border collie who came from an abusive situation that left him with significant behavioral issues, particularly around food. Cooper's previous owner was prosecuted for animal cruelty. The details that came out during the trial were horrifying. The owner would withhold food from Cooper for days as punishment for normal dog behaviors. Then, when he did feed Cooper, it would be spoiled meat that had been left to rot, or moldy bread that should have been thrown away. If Cooper refused to eat the spoiled food, he'd be beaten. If he ate it and got sick, he'd be punished for that too. By the time animal control removed Cooper, he weighed 30 pounds, half what a border collie his size should weigh. He had infections from eating contaminated food. He was terrified of humans. He associated food with punishment and pain. The rescue organization that took him in spent months rehabilitating him. They worked with a veterinary behaviorist to help Cooper learn that food could be safe, that humans could be kind, that eating didn't have to mean suffering. When I met Cooper at the rescue, he was still skittish, but making progress. He'd learned to trust a few specific people. He could eat regular meals without panicking, though he still had triggers. The rescue was honest about his needs. Cooper has food-related trauma. He cannot be exposed to the smell of rotting meat or moldy food. It causes severe panic responses. He needs a patient owner who understands trauma-informed care for animals. I have experience with animal rehabilitation. I've volunteered at shelters, fostered dogs with behavioral issues, studied animal behavior in college. I knew Cooper would be challenging, but I also knew he deserved a chance. For the first few months, Cooper thrived in my home. I fed him high-quality food on a consistent schedule. Never used food as punishment or reward. We focused on positive reinforcement through play and affection instead. Gradually, his anxiety decreased. He started playing with toys. He'd wag his tail when I came home. He was healing. But he still had triggers. The smell of spoiled meat would send him into a panic, shaking, vomiting, hiding in corners, completely shutting down. Same with moldy food. Those specific smells brought back his trauma in ways that would take hours to calm him from. I explained this to my family when I first brought Cooper to meet them. Cooper is a rescue from an abusive situation. He has food-related trauma. Please don't leave any spoiled food around where he might encounter it. The smell alone can trigger a severe panic response. My family's reaction was mixed. My younger sister Emma loved Cooper immediately, was gentle with him, understood his needs. My father was supportive. He'd had rescue dogs before and understood behavioral rehabilitation. But my mother and my older brother Tyler were skeptical from the start. My mother, "Why would you adopt a dog with problems when you could get a normal puppy? Cooper deserves a home. He's not broken, he's traumatized. There's a difference." Tyler was more blunt. "Rescue dogs with this level of damage should be put down. They're never going to be normal. You're wasting your time and energy on a lost cause." "He's not a lost cause. He's made incredible progress. He's got triggers and trauma responses," Tyler said mockingly. "Dogs don't have PTSD. You're anthropomorphizing and enabling bad behavior." Dogs absolutely can have PTSD. It's documented. Cooper's behavioral issues are responses to abuse, not inherent problems. My mother sided with Tyler. "I think you're making his problems worse by coddling him. Dogs need discipline, not therapy." I stopped trying to convince them. Just asked them to respect Cooper's triggers and not expose him to spoiled food smells. For the first few months, family gatherings seemed fine. Cooper would come with me, stay quietly in the corner I'd set up for him with his bed and toys, gradually relax as he realized these gatherings were safe. Then 3 months ago, things started going wrong. At a family barbecue, Cooper suddenly went into a panic response, shaking, vomiting, trying to hide. I couldn't figure out what triggered it. I took him home early, spent hours calming him down. 2 weeks later, at my mother's birthday dinner, it happened again. Same severe response, trembling, vomiting, complete shutdown. This time I noticed a smell, something rotten. I looked around and found a garbage bag in the corner of the garage that contained what looked like meat that had been left to spoil for days. "Why is there rotting meat in the garage?" I asked my mother. "Oh, that must have been forgotten. I'll throw it out." It seemed like an accident. But then it happened again, and again. Every single family gathering for 3 months, Cooper would have a trauma response. And every time, I'd eventually notice a smell. Spoiled meat hidden somewhere nearby, or moldy food left where Cooper could encounter the scent. After the 5th incident, I started to suspect it wasn't accidental. The pattern was too consistent. Every gathering, without fail, there was spoiled food somewhere Cooper would encounter it. Last week, I finally got confirmation. My sister Emma called me, upset. "Riley, I need to tell you something. Tyler and Mom have been doing something to Cooper on purpose." "What do you mean?" "They've been bringing rotting meat to family gatherings, leaving it where Cooper will smell it. They think his trauma responses are fake, and they're trying to prove he's a dangerous dog." "They're triggering him on purpose?" "Yes, and they've been recording it. Tyler posts the videos on social media. I just found his account." She sent me the link. Tyler had created a social media account focused on the truth about rescue dogs. The account had dozens of posts, but several featured Cooper. Video of Cooper at the barbecue, shaking and vomiting, with caption, This is what happens when people rescue damaged dogs, completely unstable. One smell of normal meat and he loses it. These animals should be put down, not placed in homes. Another video from my mother's birthday. Cooper hiding under a table, trembling. Caption: rescue dog having another episode. My sister insists he has trauma and needs understanding. I say he's dangerous and unpredictable. This is why shelters should euthanize dogs with behavioral issues instead of pawning them off on unsuspecting adopters. Another post with a photo of Cooper mid-panic. Update: still triggering episodes to prove these dogs can't be rehabilitated. Sister gets mad every time but won't admit she wasted effort on an animal that should have been put down. How many episodes before she admits defeat? The comments were full of people agreeing with Tyler, sharing their own opinions about rescue dogs being too damaged, suggesting Cooper was dangerous and should be euthanized. I felt sick. My family had been deliberately triggering Cooper's trauma for 3 months. Not accidentally, not ignorantly, deliberately. They'd been bringing rotting meat to gatherings, hiding it where Cooper would smell it, then recording his panic responses to use as propaganda against rescue dogs. I confronted Tyler immediately, called him and played one of his videos back to him over the phone. Why are you deliberately triggering Cooper's trauma? I'm proving a point. You're wasting your time on a broken dog. Cooper isn't broken. He has trauma from abuse. And you're re-traumatizing him to prove some twisted point? He shouldn't be in a home. Dogs that damaged should be euthanized. I'm documenting that reality. You're torturing an abuse victim. You're bringing rotting meat to gatherings specifically to trigger his trauma responses. If the smell of bad meat causes him to shut down like that, he's not a safe animal. What if a kid brought old food around him? He's unpredictable. He's not unpredictable. His triggers are specific and manageable. You're creating situations that would never naturally occur just to make him panic. I'm creating real-world scenarios. Real-world scenarios don't involve people deliberately bringing rotting meat to gatherings. You're abusing him. Tyler was unmoved. I'm proving he shouldn't have been adopted in the first place. You'll thank me when you finally admit I was right. I confronted my mother next. She was defensive. We were trying to help you see that Cooper is too damaged to be a family pet. He's not getting better. He's still having these reactions. Because you're causing them. You're deliberately exposing him to his specific trauma triggers. If he has that severe a reaction to bad smells, he's not suitable for normal life. We were demonstrating that. By torturing him? By bringing rotting meat to gatherings specifically to traumatize him? We weren't torturing anyone. We were testing his stability. You don't get to test my dog by deliberately triggering his trauma. My father hadn't known about the scheme. When I told him, he was furious with my mother and Tyler. You've been deliberately upsetting Cooper? Making him have panic attacks for some kind of point? That's cruel. But my mother and Tyler insisted they were right. Rescue dogs with this level of behavioral problems shouldn't be adopted out. They're liabilities. We were proving that Riley made a mistake. I consulted with an animal welfare lawyer and the rescue organization where I'd adopted Cooper. Both confirmed that what my family had done was likely illegal animal cruelty. The lawyer explained, deliberately exposing an animal to stimuli you know will cause severe distress, especially when that animal has documented trauma, constitutes animal cruelty in most states. The fact that they were doing it repeatedly and documenting it actually strengthens a criminal case. I filed a police report detailing the 3 months of deliberate trauma triggering, provided Tyler's social media posts as evidence, and gave statements from the rescue organization about Cooper's documented history and triggers. I also reported Tyler's social media account for animal abuse content. Most platforms have policies against content showing animal suffering, especially when that suffering is deliberately caused. The rescue organization was appalled. They added Tyler and my mother to their "Do Not Adopt" list, and shared the information with other rescues in the region. People who deliberately harm animals to prove ideological points shouldn't have access to vulnerable animals. The police took the report seriously. Deliberately causing distress to an animal with known trauma is animal cruelty under our state laws. The fact that Tyler had documented it with videos and captions describing his intent made the case straightforward. Tyler and my mother were charged with animal cruelty, multiple counts, one for each documented incident. My father cooperated with the investigation, providing information about family gatherings where the triggering had occurred. Their defense was that they weren't physically harming Cooper, just exposing him to smells. The prosecutor countered. The defendants knew that exposure to these specific stimuli would cause severe psychological distress to an animal with documented trauma. They did it repeatedly and intentionally over 3 months. That's animal cruelty, regardless of whether they physically touched the animal. Animal behaviorists testified about trauma in rescue animals, explaining how deliberately triggering trauma responses causes psychological harm. Cooper's veterinarian testified about his documented history and the severity of his reactions. Most damning was Tyler's own social media account. His posts explicitly described deliberately triggering Cooper's episodes to prove rescue dogs should be euthanized. It was a documented pattern of intentional animal cruelty. The jury convicted on all counts. Tyler received 6 months in jail, 200 hours community service at an animal shelter, where he'd learn about animal welfare, probation, and a permanent ban on owning animals. My mother received probation, community service, fines, and also a ban on animal ownership. Tyler's social media account was permanently banned from multiple platforms for animal abuse content. The family fallout was severe. Tyler was furious. "I'm going to jail because you couldn't handle people questioning your decision to adopt a damaged dog? You chose a broken animal over your own brother. You tortured my dog for 3 months to prove an ideological point. You made him relive his abuse repeatedly. You deserve consequences." My mother was crying. "We were trying to help you see reason. You've ruined your brother's life over a dog. You ruined your own lives by committing animal cruelty, multiple times, deliberately." Some extended family sided with Tyler and my mother. My uncle. "They went too far, but jail time seems excessive for just exposing a dog to bad smells. They deliberately triggered severe trauma responses in an abuse victim. For 3 months. That's not just exposing him to smells. That's psychological torture." But other relatives were horrified. My aunt. "They did this on purpose? For months? To make a dog with abuse history have panic attacks? That's sick." My sister Emma was firmly on my side. "What they did was cruel and calculated. I'm glad you reported them." I posted on Reddit. AITA for reporting my family for animal cruelty after they deliberately triggered my rescue dog's trauma for 3 months to prove rescue dogs should be euthanized. The responses were overwhelmingly supportive. NTA. They committed animal abuse repeatedly and documented it. They deserve criminal consequences. NTA. What they did is psychologically torture an abuse survivor. The fact that it's a dog doesn't make it less cruel. NTA. They weren't making a point. They were being sadistic. Animals with trauma deserve protection, not more abuse. A few dissenting voices. ESH. Your family was wrong, but getting your brother jailed over a dog seems extreme. But most people understood. Deliberately causing suffering to an animal with known trauma is serious animal cruelty that deserves legal consequences. The moral questions linger. Was I wrong to involve criminal justice rather than just cutting contact? My family argues this should have been handled privately, that jail time for Tyler is disproportionate to what he did. But Tyler didn't make a mistake. He conducted a 3-month campaign of deliberately triggering severe trauma responses in an abuse survivor. He documented it. He shared it publicly as propaganda. He showed no remorse. Even during trial, he maintained he was proving a point about rescue dogs. That level of calculated cruelty toward a vulnerable animal deserves more than me just being upset about it. 3 months after the conviction, Cooper is doing better. We haven't attended any family gatherings since the exposure. His trauma triggers remain, but he's not being deliberately exposed to them anymore. He's making progress in behavioral therapy. My relationship with Tyler is destroyed. He blames me for his criminal record and jail time. My mother barely speaks to me. My father is torn between his wife and his principles. He knows what they did was wrong, but struggles with the consequences they're facing. Emma remains supportive. You protected Cooper. That's what matters. But some relatives will never forgive me for getting family members criminally convicted. AITA for reporting my family's deliberate animal cruelty to authorities instead of handling it privately? I don't think I am. When people deliberately harm vulnerable animals, especially abuse survivors, to prove ideological points, that deserves legal consequences. Tyler and my mother chose to torture Cooper. They chose to document it. They chose to share it publicly. Those choices resulted in criminal convictions. Cooper deserved protection from people who would deliberately re-traumatize him, even when those people were family. The fact that their family doesn't excuse animal cruelty, it doesn't mean they deserve privacy while committing crimes against a vulnerable animal. Tyler went to jail for animal cruelty. My mother has a criminal record. Family relationships are destroyed, but Cooper is safe. And my family learned that animal abuse has consequences, even when the victim is just a rescue dog and the abuser is family. Am I the asshole? Not to Cooper, not to animal welfare advocates, not to the jury that convicted them. Only to family members who think proving a point about rescue dogs justified deliberately traumatizing an abuse survivor. And I can live with that. Because protecting animals from cruelty, even family-inflicted cruelty, is always the right choice. I'd do it again, every time, without hesitation, because Cooper deserves safety, healing, and a life free from people who would torture him to win an argument. And that's worth any family relationship I might lose. Am I the four for exposing that my family has been secretly replacing my birth control pills with vitamins? I'm a 23-year-old woman who just discovered my mother has been systematically replacing my birth control pills with look-alike vitamins for the past 6 months because she wants grandchildren and doesn't believe I should have the right to prevent pregnancy. I've been on birth control for 5 years for both contraception and to manage painful endometriosis symptoms. I'm in a committed relationship with my boyfriend of 3 years, but we've been clear we don't want children for at least another 5 years while we establish our careers. 6 months ago, my endometriosis pain suddenly returned with a vengeance despite taking my pills daily. I also had a pregnancy scare that fortunately turned out negative. My gynecologist couldn't explain why my symptoms were back or why the pills seemed ineffective. Last week, I discovered my mother has been breaking into my apartment using the spare key I gave her for emergencies, replacing my birth control pills with identical-looking vitamin supplements, and keeping the real pills so I can't take them. She admitted she's been doing this because she's tired of waiting for grandchildren, and thinks if I got pregnant, I'd realize it's what I really want. I reported her to police for tampering with medication and filed for a restraining order. My family says I'm overreacting to her biological clock concerns and destroying our relationship over something that didn't even result in pregnancy. Am I the ver for involving police over reproductive coercion? My name is Violet. I'm 23 years old, and I've been on birth control since I was 18. Not just for contraception, though that's important. I also have endometriosis, a painful condition where tissue similar to uterine lining grows outside the uterus. Before birth control, I had debilitating cramps, heavy bleeding, pain that would keep me home from school or work. Birth control manages those symptoms, making my life livable. I'm in a relationship with my boyfriend, Aaron. We've been together for 3 years, living together for 1 year. We're both building careers. I'm working as a graphic designer. He's in software engineering. We've talked extensively about our future. We want children eventually, but not for at least 5 years. We want to be financially stable, emotionally ready, and established in our careers first. My mother has different ideas. She's 52 years old and has been increasingly vocal about wanting grandchildren. She's the only one of her friend group who isn't a grandmother yet, and it bothers her. She brings it up constantly. "When are you going to give me grandbabies?" she'd ask at every family gathering. "Mom, Aaron and I aren't ready for kids yet. Maybe in 5 years." 5 years! I'll be almost 60. Do you know how old that is to be a first-time grandmother? Mom, this is about our timeline, not yours. Your biological clock is ticking. You're 23, prime childbearing years. You're wasting them. I'm not wasting anything. I'm building my career and my relationship. We'll have kids when we're ready. She'd sigh dramatically. I just hope you don't wait too long and regret it. Fertility drops after 25, you know. Mom, that's not actually true. I was a mother by 23. It was the best decision I ever made. You're missing out. I'd changed the subject, but the pressure never stopped. Every conversation somehow circled back to grandchildren. She'd send me articles about fertility declining with age. She'd tag me in Facebook posts about the joys of motherhood. She'd make comments about how empty her life felt without grandchildren. I tried to be patient. I understood she was excited about the prospect of grandchildren, but her pressure was becoming unbearable. About 6 months ago, something changed. My birth control seemed to stop working properly. My endometriosis pain came back. The cramping, the heavy bleeding, the days where I could barely function. I was taking my pills exactly as prescribed, never missing a dose, but the symptoms returned. I went to my gynecologist, Dr. Martinez. I don't understand why my symptoms are back. I've been taking my pills perfectly. She ran tests, checked hormone levels, examined my prescription. Everything looks normal. Your hormone levels are consistent with someone taking birth control regularly. Sometimes endometriosis breaks through even with treatment, though. Let's try adjusting your dosage. We adjusted the dosage. My symptoms didn't improve. If anything, they got worse. Then, 2 months ago, I had a pregnancy scare. My period was late, very late. I was taking my birth control religiously, but somehow I was potentially pregnant. I took a test. Negative. Took another. Also negative. Blood test at the doctor's office. Negative. Not pregnant, just a late period. But how? I hadn't missed any pills. I took them at the same time every day. Birth control is 99% effective with perfect use, and my use was perfect. Dr. Martinez was puzzled. Sometimes stress can cause irregular periods even with birth control, but combined with your returning endometriosis symptoms, something seems off. Are you sure you're taking the pills from the current prescription? Could you have accidentally mixed up an old pack? I'm sure. I take them straight from the pack, same routine every day. Bring in your current pack. Let's examine the pills to make sure there's no manufacturing defect. I brought in my current pack. Dr. Martinez looked at the pills carefully. These look right. Same color, same size, same markings as your prescription. But something is bothering me. Can I send a couple of these pills to a lab for analysis? Yes, absolutely. I want to know what's going on. The lab results came back a week later. Dr. Martinez called me immediately. Violet, we need to talk. The pills you brought in aren't birth control. They're vitamin B complex supplements made to look identical to your prescription pills. I felt dizzy. What? Someone has replaced your birth control with vitamins. The pills look the same, but they contain no hormones. You haven't been on birth control for however long you've been taking these fake pills. How is that possible? I get my prescription from the pharmacy, sealed in packaging. Once you open the packaging, someone with access to your pills could replace them. Do you keep them somewhere secure? They're in my medicine cabinet in my bathroom. The only people who have access to my apartment are me, Aaron, and my mother. She has a spare key for emergencies. A terrible suspicion formed. My mother had been increasingly pushy about grandchildren. She had access to my apartment. She'd been dropping by unannounced more frequently lately. Just checking in, she'd say. And 6 months ago, right when my symptoms returned and my pills stopped working, was when she'd really ramped up the grandchildren pressure. I went home and examined my birth control pack carefully. The pills looked identical to what they should be. But Dr. Martinez had confirmed they weren't real birth control. I set up a hidden camera in my apartment, just a small one, aimed at the area near my bathroom. If someone was coming into my apartment and accessing my medication, I needed proof. 3 days later, while I was at work, my camera captured my mother letting herself into my apartment with her spare key. She went directly to my bathroom, opened the medicine cabinet, took out my birth control pack, and sat at my kitchen table. She pulled out a small container from her purse. Inside were pills that looked identical to my birth control. She carefully replaced each pill in my pack with pills from her container, then put my real birth control pills into her container and back into her purse. She did this methodically, checking each pill to make sure they looked the same. Then she put the tampered pack back in my medicine cabinet and left. I watched the video 3 times, unable to believe what I was seeing. My mother was stealing my birth control and replacing it with fake pills. I confronted her that evening. "Mom, I need to talk to you about something serious." "What's wrong, honey?" "I know you've been replacing my birth control pills with vitamins." Her face went pale. "What are you talking about?" "I have you on camera. You came into my apartment, took my birth control, and replaced the pills with lookalikes. Why would you do that?" She was quiet for a long moment, then, "I'm tired of waiting for grandchildren." "So you've been sabotaging my birth control? Do you understand how insane that is?" "I'm not sabotaging anything. I'm giving nature a chance. If you got pregnant, you'd realize it's what you really want. Sometimes we don't know what we want until it happens." "No, I know exactly what I want. I don't want children right now. You don't get to make that decision for me." "Violet, I'm your mother. I know what's best." "You know what's best? You've been violating my reproductive autonomy. You've been tampering with my medication." "It's not medication, it's just birth control." "It is medication. I use it to manage my endometriosis. My symptoms came back because you stole my pills. I've been in pain for 6 months because of you." "I didn't know about the endometriosis management. I've told you about it dozens of times. But even if I only used birth control for contraception, you still have no right to tamper with it. This is reproductive coercion." "Don't be so dramatic. You're young and healthy. A pregnancy wouldn't be the worst thing." "A pregnancy I didn't consent to, that you engineered by stealing my contraception, would be a violation. This is assault." "Assault? I'm your mother. I'm trying to help you. By trying to force me into pregnancy? That's not help. That's control." My mother started crying. "I just want to be a grandmother. All my friends have grandchildren. I feel left out and incomplete. I thought if you just got pregnant, you'd be happy." "My reproductive choices aren't about your feelings. You don't get to force pregnancy on me because you want grandbabies." "I wasn't forcing anything. I was just creating an opportunity. By stealing my medication and replacing it with fake pills, that's not creating an opportunity, that's committing a crime." I left and went straight to the police station. Filed a report for medication tampering, reproductive coercion, and breaking and entering. The police took it seriously. "Your mother was replacing your prescription medication with fake pills without your knowledge? And you have video evidence?" "Yes, she admitted she was doing it to try to get me pregnant against my will." "That's medication tampering. possibly assault depending on state law, and definitely trespassing. We'll need the video evidence and the fake pills for testing. I provided everything. The video of my mother replacing the pills, the remaining fake pills, a statement from Dr. Martinez about the lab results and the health implications of my birth control being compromised. Police obtained a warrant to search my mother's house. They found dozens of my birth control pills, 6 months' worth, that she'd stolen and kept. They also found her stash of identical-looking vitamin supplements she'd been using as replacements. My mother was arrested and charged with medication tampering, reproductive coercion, a crime in our state, trespassing, theft of prescription medication, assault for causing physical harm through the medication tampering, my returned endometriosis symptoms. Her defense was that she was trying to help me, that she believed I'd regret not having children young, that she was creating an opportunity for me to experience motherhood.
The prosecutor wasn't sympathetic.
The defendant systematically stole and replaced her adult daughter's prescription medication for 6 months in an attempt to force pregnancy. This is reproductive coercion, a serious crime that violates bodily autonomy. The defendant's desire for grandchildren doesn't justify violating her daughter's reproductive rights. Medical experts testified about the health implications. Dr. Martinez explained how my endometriosis symptoms had returned due to the missing medication, causing significant pain and impacting my quality of life. She also testified about the pregnancy risks. If I had gotten pregnant without knowing my birth control had been compromised, I wouldn't have known to seek early prenatal care or avoid medications dangerous in pregnancy. The defendant's actions could have resulted in her daughter having a pregnancy with no early medical support, potentially taking medications incompatible with pregnancy, engaging in activities dangerous for pregnancy, all without knowing she was pregnant. The health risks are substantial. Most damning was my mother's own admission. She'd told police, "I replaced her pills because I wanted her to get pregnant. I thought if she just had a baby, she'd realize it was what she wanted all along." Intent to cause pregnancy without consent. Documented. Admitted. The jury convicted on all counts. My mother was sentenced to 18 months in prison, 3 years probation, mandatory therapy, and a permanent restraining order preventing her from contacting me. The family reaction was explosive. My father was devastated. "Your mother is going to prison because she wanted grandchildren? You're destroying our family." "Dad, she committed a crime. She tampered with my medication to try to force me into pregnancy." "She wasn't forcing anything. She was just hoping nature would take its course." "Nature can't take its course when someone is on birth control. She deliberately sabotaged my contraception. That's reproductive coercion." My older sister sided with my mother. "Mom was misguided, but she loves you. Prison seems extreme. Couldn't you have just changed your locks and forgiven her? She violated my bodily autonomy for 6 months. She tried to force pregnancy on me. That deserves legal consequences." "But nothing actually happened. You didn't get pregnant." "Only by luck. I had a pregnancy scare, and my endometriosis symptoms came back, causing months of pain. She did cause harm." Some family members understood. My younger brother. "What Mom did is insane. Tampering with someone's medication to try to force pregnancy? That's seriously messed up." But most relatives defended her. "She was just desperate for grandchildren. She didn't mean any harm. You're overreacting by sending your own mother to prison." Extended family was split. Some were horrified. "She replaced your birth control? For 6 months? That's reproductive abuse." Others minimized it. "She was just impatient for grandbabies. Pressing charges seems harsh." I posted on Reddit, "AITA for reporting my mother to police after she replaced my birth control with vitamins to try to get me pregnant?" Responses were overwhelmingly supportive. "NTA. What your mother did is reproductive coercion and assault. She tried to force pregnancy on you. That's unforgivable. NTA. She didn't just violate your autonomy, she compromised medication you need for a medical condition. She caused you months of pain. Prison is appropriate. NTA. Reproductive coercion is a serious crime. She deserves every consequence. A few dissenting voices. ESH. Your mother was wrong, but sending her to prison destroys your family permanently. You could have just cut contact. But most understood. When someone tries to force pregnancy by tampering with your medication, criminal prosecution is appropriate. The moral questions linger. Some relatives ask, was prison really necessary? Couldn't you have just banned her from your life without involving police? But reproductive coercion is a crime precisely because it's such a serious violation. My mother didn't make an impulsive mistake. She conducted a 6-month campaign of systematically stealing my medication and replacing it with fake pills, trying to force me into pregnancy. The consequences of her actions could have been severe. If I'd gotten pregnant, I wouldn't have known, so wouldn't have sought prenatal care. I might have continued taking medications dangerous in pregnancy. I might have engaged in activities dangerous for pregnancy, drinking, hot tubs, etc. I would have been forced into either terminating a pregnancy or continuing one I hadn't consented to. And even without pregnancy, she did cause harm. My endometriosis symptoms returned, causing 6 months of severe pain because she stole the medication that managed my condition. 3 months after her conviction, I'm still processing everything. My relationship with my mother is destroyed. My father barely speaks to me. Half my extended family thinks I overreacted. But my birth control is now secure. My endometriosis is back under control, and I have legal protection preventing my mother from accessing my medical decisions. Aaron has been incredibly supportive. Your mother tried to force pregnancy on you. She violated your reproductive autonomy. You were right to report her. Am I for pressing criminal charges against my mother for reproductive coercion instead of handling it privately? I don't think I am. Reproductive autonomy is fundamental. When someone tries to force pregnancy by tampering with your medication, that's not a family matter to be handled privately. It's a serious crime that deserves prosecution. My mother chose to violate my bodily autonomy because she wanted grandchildren. She chose to steal my medication. She chose to replace it with fake pills. She chose to try to engineer a pregnancy I didn't consent to. Those choices have consequences. Prison time, criminal record, destroyed relationship with her daughter. Some family members say I chose punishment over forgiveness. I say I chose accountability over enabling abuse. Reproductive coercion is abuse, even when the perpetrator is your mother, even when her motive is wanting grandchildren, even when no pregnancy resulted. She tried to force pregnancy on me by tampering with my medication. That deserves criminal consequences. Am I the asshole? Not to me. Not to Aaron. Not to reproductive rights advocates. Not to the jury that convicted her. Only to family members who think wanting grandchildren justified violating my reproductive autonomy. And I can live with that, because my right to control my own reproduction is more important than my mother's desire for grandbabies. I'd report her again, every time, without hesitation, because reproductive autonomy matters, even when family doesn't respect it, especially when family doesn't respect it. My body, my choice, my timeline, not my mother's. Am I for revealing my sister has been catfishing her husband with a fake online persona for 3 years? I'm a 28-year-old woman who just discovered my older sister has been running an elaborate catfishing operation against her own husband, creating a fake female online friend he's confided in for 3 years, collecting his intimate secrets and vulnerabilities, then using that information to manipulate him in their marriage. My sister Natalie has been married to Ben for 5 years. About a year into their marriage, she created a fake Instagram profile as Emma, a woman who shares Ben's interests in photography and hiking. She carefully built this fake friendship, commenting on his posts, starting conversations, becoming his trusted online confidant. For 3 years, Ben has been messaging Emma about his marriage struggles, his insecurities, his fears, things he felt he couldn't tell Natalie. Except he was telling Natalie. She'd read his messages to Emma, then use that information in their marriage. If he told Emma he felt criticized by his wife, Natalie would suddenly become more affirming. If he told Emma about childhood trauma, Natalie would bring it up as if she'd figured it out herself. She was manipulating him, using his own vulnerability. I only discovered this because I saw Natalie logged into the fake account. When I confronted her, she said it was how she understands her husband better. I told Ben everything and showed him the account access. Their marriage is destroyed. My entire family says I should have stayed out of it, and that I've ruined their marriage. Am I the for exposing this manipulation? My name is Iris. I'm 28 years old, and my older sister Natalie is 32. She's been married to Ben for 5 years, and I've always thought they had a solid relationship. Ben is a great guy, kind, thoughtful, works as a physical therapist, loves photography and hiking. He's been a good brother-in-law, and I genuinely care about him. About 3 weeks ago, I stopped by Natalie's house while she was at work to drop off some books she'd asked to borrow. She'd told me the spare key location. I went inside, left the books on the kitchen counter, and was about to leave when I noticed her laptop was open on the dining table. I wasn't trying to snoop, but the screen was facing me, and I saw Instagram messages open. The profile picture showed a woman with blonde hair in outdoor settings. The profile name was Emma Wanderlust 92. What caught my attention was the message thread. The last message, sent by this Emma account, said, "I'm so glad you felt comfortable sharing that with me. Your feelings are completely valid." The message below it, from Ben's account, was a long paragraph about feeling like he couldn't live up to his wife's expectations, that he sometimes felt like she was always disappointed in him, no matter what he did. My heart sank. Was Ben having an emotional affair? Was my sister aware? Should I tell her? Then I noticed something strange. The cursor was blinking in the message composition box, like someone had been in the middle of typing a response as Emma. Why would Natalie's laptop have Emma's account open? I looked closer at the screen. In the top right corner, I could see the account was logged in. Not just viewing the conversation, actually logged in as Emma. My sister was Emma. I felt sick. I scrolled up through the message history, my hands shaking. The conversation went back 3 years. 3 years of daily messages between Ben and this Emma person who was actually Natalie. The early messages were casual. Emma commenting on Ben's photography posts, them bonding over shared interests in hiking. Emma asking about his weekend plans, his favorite trails, his camera equipment. Then the messages got more personal. Ben sharing frustrations about work, Emma being supportive and understanding. Ben mentioning small tensions in his marriage, Emma being sympathetic without bad-mouthing Natalie, always careful to be balanced, to seem like a neutral friend. Over time, Ben opened up more, shared insecurities about his appearance, his career, his worth. Talked about childhood experiences with a critical father, discussed fears about not being good enough, expressed loneliness even within his marriage. And Emma was always there, listening, validating, supporting, being the friend Ben apparently needed. Except Emma wasn't real. Emma was his wife, reading his most vulnerable confessions and pretending to be someone else. I took photos of the screen with my phone. Multiple photos showing the account logged in, showing the messages, showing dates going back 3 years. Then I closed the laptop and left. I spent the next 24 hours trying to decide what to do. Should I confront Natalie first? Should I go straight to Ben? Should I stay out of it entirely? I decided to talk to Natalie first. Give her a chance to explain. Maybe there was some context I was missing. I went to her house the next evening, asked if we could talk privately. Once Ben was in another room, I showed her the photos. "I saw this on your laptop. You're Emma. You've been catfishing your own husband for 3 years." Her face went pale, then defensive. "You were snooping on my laptop?" "Your laptop was open. I saw it by accident. But that's not the point. You've been pretending to be someone else to trick Ben into confiding in you." "I'm not tricking him. I'm trying to understand him." "By lying about who you are?" She sighed. "You don't understand marriage, Iris. It's complicated. Ben doesn't open up to me the way I need him to. He keeps things inside. The Emma account lets me understand what he's really feeling." "You could just ask him directly what he's feeling." "I do. And he says I'm fine, or gives me surface-level answers. But with Emma, he's honest. He tells her things he'd never tell me, and I use that information to be a better wife." "You use that information to manipulate him. I saw the messages. He tells Emma he feels criticized by you, and then suddenly you're more affirming. He tells Emma about childhood trauma, and then you bring it up in conversation like you figured it out yourself. You're using his vulnerability against him." "I'm using it to help our marriage. I know what he needs because of Emma. I know when he needs space, when he needs reassurance, when he's struggling. I'm a better partner because of this." "You're violating his privacy and his trust. He thinks he has a friend he can confide in, but it's you, collecting information about him." "Every spouse tries to understand their partner. I'm just doing it more effectively." "No, you're lying. There's a difference between trying to understand someone and creating a fake person to trick them into revealing their secrets." She crossed her arms. "What are you going to do? Tell Ben? Destroy our marriage over something that's actually been helping us?" "Has it been helping you? Because from the messages I saw, Ben feels lonely and disconnected from you. He's pouring his heart out to a stranger instead of his wife. That doesn't sound like a healthy marriage." "It's a work in progress, and the Emma account is part of that progress. You have no right to interfere." "I have a right to not be complicit in you manipulating someone I care about." "If you tell him, you'll ruin everything. Our marriage will fall apart. Is that what you want?" I didn't answer. I left her house and spent another sleepless night trying to decide what to do. On one hand, this was their marriage. Maybe I should stay out of it. Maybe Natalie was right that this was just her way of understanding her husband, and my interference would only cause harm. On the other hand, Ben deserved to know. He thought he had a friend. He was sharing his deepest vulnerabilities with someone he trusted. He deserved to know that friend wasn't real, that his wife had been deceiving him for 3 years. I thought about what I'd want if I were Ben. I'd want to know. So I told him. I asked Ben to meet me for coffee. Told him I had something important to discuss about his marriage. He came looking concerned, probably worried I was going to tell him Natalie was having an affair. In a way, I guess I was. "Ben, I found something disturbing and I think you need to know about it. But before I show you, I want you to know that I'm telling you this because I care about you and I think you deserve the truth." "Okay, you're scaring me. What is it?" I pulled out my phone and showed him the photos. The Instagram account, the messages, the fact that it was logged in on Natalie's laptop. "Emma isn't real. Emma is Natalie. She's been catfishing you for 3 years." He stared at the screen, scrolled through the photos. His face went from confused to shocked to hurt to angry. "This is... Natalie is Emma?" "Yes. She created a fake account to get you to confide in her. Everything you've told Emma, you've been telling Natalie." "But why would she do this?" "She says it helps her understand you better, that you don't open up to her the way you do with Emma, so she created Emma to get access to your real feelings." He was quiet for a long time. Then, "I've told Emma things I've never told anyone. About my childhood, about my insecurities, about my marriage. I trusted her. I know. And it was Natalie the whole time, reading my messages and pretending to be someone else. Yes. Did she use what I told Emma? Did she use it against me? I think she used it to manipulate the marriage. You'd tell Emma you felt criticized, and Natalie would become more affirming. You'd tell Emma about something from your past, and Natalie would bring it up later like she'd figured it out herself. Oh my God. He put his head in his hands. I feel so violated. I trusted Emma. I told her things I couldn't tell my wife. And it was my wife. It was always my wife. I'm sorry, Ben. I thought you deserved to know. Does anyone else know? Just you, me, and Natalie. I need to confront her. I understand. He left the coffee shop. I didn't hear from either of them for 3 days. Then my phone exploded with angry messages from family members. My mother. How could you do this to your sister? You've destroyed her marriage. My father. This was none of your business. You should have stayed out of it. Natalie. I hope you're happy. Ben moved out. He's talking about divorce. You ruined everything. My aunt. Marriage is complicated. Natalie was doing what she thought was best. You had no right to interfere. Even Ben's parents somehow found out and had opinions. His mother called me. I don't know if you did the right thing or not, but Ben is devastated. He trusted that Emma person, and now he feels like he can't trust anyone. I called Ben directly. I'm getting messages from everyone. Are you okay? I don't know. I confronted Natalie. She admitted everything, said she'd been doing it for years to understand me better and save our marriage. But I feel so betrayed, Iris. Every time I poured my heart out to Emma, I was actually talking to the person I was having problems with. She was collecting information about me. I'm so sorry. The worst part is, I can't even process which parts of our marriage were real. When Natalie would suddenly understand something about me, was it genuine intuition or information she'd gathered from Emma? When she'd be supportive in exactly the right way, was it because she knew me or because she'd read my messages? What are you going to do? I don't know. I moved out. I need space to think. But I honestly don't know if I can stay married to someone who would do this. The violation of trust it's profound. I understand. Some people are saying you shouldn't have told me, that you should have stayed out of it. But I'm glad you told me. I deserved to know. Even though it's destroying me right now, I deserved to know the truth. That's why I told you. I know. Thank you. But the family backlash continued. My relatives were split into camps. Some supported me. Natalie was catfishing her own husband. That's manipulative and wrong. He deserved to know. But many others condemned me. This was their marriage, not your business. You should have let them work it out themselves. The most common criticism. Even if what Natalie did was wrong, you shouldn't have gone straight to Ben. You should have tried harder to convince Natalie to tell him herself. You should have given her a chance to come clean. Maybe they were right. Maybe I should have pushed Natalie harder to confess. Given her a deadline. Tell him yourself, or I will. But I didn't trust her to actually do it. She'd been running this deception for 3 years. She wasn't going to suddenly develop the integrity to confess. My sister stopped speaking to me entirely, changed her locks so I couldn't drop by, blocked me on social media, sent me one final text. You destroyed my marriage because you couldn't mind your own business. I hope it was worth it. My parents tried to get us to reconcile. You're sisters. You need to work this out. But how do you work out a fundamental moral disagreement? I think what Natalie did was a profound violation of Ben's autonomy and trust. She thinks what she did was justified, and I'm the villain for exposing it. We can't both be right. Reddit became my sounding board. I posted an abbreviated version of the story. AITA for telling my brother-in-law that his online friend is actually my sister catfishing him? The responses were mixed, which reflected my family's split. NTA. She was catfishing her own husband. That's manipulative and abusive. He absolutely deserved to know. YTA. This was their marriage. You inserted yourself into a situation that didn't involve you and destroyed their relationship. ESH. Your sister shouldn't have been catfishing him, but you also shouldn't have gone straight to Ben without giving her a chance to confess first. NTA. Catfishing is a form of identity theft and manipulation. The fact that she did it to her husband makes it worse, not better. YTA. Every marriage has secrets. She was trying to understand her husband better. It wasn't your place to expose that. I thought about the ethics extensively. Was Natalie's catfishing actually harmful? On one hand, Ben wasn't hurt by not knowing. He had what he thought was a supportive friend, and his marriage was seemingly improving because Natalie was using the information to be more responsive to his needs. On the other hand, he was being manipulated without his knowledge. He was sharing vulnerabilities with someone he trusted, and that person was using those vulnerabilities to control their relationship dynamic. That seems fundamentally wrong, even if the control was used for ostensibly positive purposes. Consent is the core issue. Ben didn't consent to Natalie accessing his private thoughts. He chose to share them with Emma because Emma wasn't Natalie. That distinction mattered to him. Natalie violated that by being both people. There's also the question of authenticity in marriage. Was their marriage real if it was built on Natalie's deception? When she was being supportive and understanding, was it because she genuinely cared or because she'd read his messages? Did the motivation matter if the outcome was positive? I think it did matter. Because Ben wasn't married to Emma, he was married to Natalie. And apparently, he felt he couldn't be emotionally intimate with Natalie in the way he was with Emma. That's a problem in the marriage that needed to be addressed honestly, not through catfishing. Some people argued that my revelation just hurt everyone without helping anyone. Natalie's marriage is destroyed. Ben is devastated. The family is fractured. What good came from my disclosure? But I think truth has inherent value. Ben deserved to know he was being manipulated, even if not knowing might have been more comfortable. Though I admit there were nights I lay awake wondering, was I right? Did I expose this because it was the moral thing to do? Or because I was horrified and wanted someone else to share that horror? Did I tell Ben because he deserved to know? Or because I was angry at Natalie and wanted to punish her? I don't think my motivations were purely altruistic. I was shocked and disturbed by what Natalie was doing. Part of me wanted to expose it because it felt wrong for me to be the only one, besides Natalie, who knew. But even if my motivations were mixed, I still think Ben deserved to know. 3 months later, the situation has somewhat stabilized, though not resolved. Ben filed for separation. He and Natalie are in intensive couples therapy, but he's still living separately. The therapist apparently said that what Natalie did was a profound violation of trust, and that rebuilding would take extensive work, if it's even possible. Natalie still isn't speaking to me. My parents have reluctantly accepted that I did what I thought was right, even if they disagree. The extended family has moved on to other drama. Ben and I are still in touch. He's still processing everything. Recently, he told me, "Some days I wish you'd never told me. It's been the most painful 3 months of my life. But most days, I'm glad I know. I couldn't have stayed married to her while being lied to like that, even if I didn't know I was being lied to." That statement captures the complexity. The truth destroyed his peace, but also revealed that his peace was built on deception. Was I an asshole for exposing my sister's 3-year catfishing operation against her own husband? I still don't know. But I think if I had to do it over again, I'd make the same choice. Because I believe Ben deserved to know who Emma really was. I believe consent and truth matter in marriage, and I believe that manipulation, even well-intentioned manipulation, is wrong. My family disagrees. They think I should have stayed out of it. They think I destroyed a marriage that could have continued happily if I'd just kept quiet. Maybe they're right. Maybe Ben and Natalie would have figured out their issues eventually, with Natalie's secret assistance through the Emma account. Maybe their marriage would have survived and even thrived. But it would have been built on a lie. And I don't think marriages should be built on lies, even clever ones. So I told the truth. And I'm living with the consequences. A destroyed relationship with my sister, a fractured family, and uncertainty about whether I did the right thing. But I'm also living with the knowledge that Ben knows the truth now. That he gets to make informed decisions about his marriage. That he's not being manipulated without his knowledge. And that, I think, makes me not the asshole. Even if it makes me the family outcast. Am I the 8 for exposing that my family has been secretly training my adopted son to reject me and call his foster parents his real parents? I'm a 31-year-old single father who just discovered my parents and sister have been secretly meeting with my 6-year-old adopted son's former foster parents for 8 months, coaching him to reject me as his father and encouraging him to call his foster family his real family, because they don't believe single men should adopt children. I adopted Leo when he was 4, after he'd been in foster care since birth. His foster parents, the Hendersons, were wonderful but couldn't adopt him due to age and health issues. They supported my adoption, we agreed to maintain contact, and they've been like grandparents to Leo. Leo and I have been thriving together for 2 years. But my family has never approved. They think single men shouldn't adopt, that Leo needs a mother, and that I'm playing house with someone else's child. 6 months ago, Leo started saying confusing things like, "My real mommy misses me," and asking why he can't live with the Hendersons. His behavior changed. He became withdrawn with me, resistant to affection, referred to me by my first name instead of Dad. Last week I discovered my mother has been arranging secret visits between Leo and the Hendersons without my knowledge, during which my family tells Leo that the Hendersons are his real parents, that I took him away from them, and that he should wish he could go back. When I confronted them, they said they were helping Leo understand his true family. I reported them to Child Services for parental alienation and filed for supervised visitation only. My family says I'm overreacting to their concern for Leo's well-being. Am I the A? My name is Marcus. I'm 31 years old, and 2 years ago I became a father through adoption. My son Leo is now 6 years old, and he's the best thing that ever happened to me. Leo came into my life when he was 4. He'd been in foster care since birth. His biological parents had severe addiction issues, and parental rights were terminated when he was 18 months old. He'd been with the same foster family, the Hendersons, since he was a baby. The Hendersons are a wonderful couple in their late 60s who'd fostered over 30 children during their lives. They loved Leo deeply and wanted to adopt him, but their age, they'd be in their 80s by the time Leo was a teenager, and Mr. Henderson's declining health made adoption impossible. The agency determined Leo needed a permanent home with younger parents who could commit to raising him to adulthood. I'd wanted to be a father for years. I'm financially stable, work from home as a software consultant, have a strong support system, and passed all the adoption requirements. When I met Leo, I fell in love immediately. He was shy, sweet, incredibly smart, and deserved a forever family. The Hendersons and I clicked. They saw how much I loved Leo, how committed I was to being his father. They supported the adoption enthusiastically. "We want Leo to have a dad who can be there for him long term," Mrs. Henderson told me. "You're perfect for him." We agreed to maintain contact after adoption. The Hendersons would be like grandparents to Leo, visits every few weeks, phone calls, involvement in his life. It's been beautiful. Leo loves them. I'm grateful for the foundation they gave him, and they've been supportive of me as his father. But my family has never been on board with the adoption. My parents and my sister Diane have been critical from the start. A single man adopting a child? That's unusual, my mother said when I first told them about Leo. It's not unusual. Single parents adopt all the time. But don't you think a child needs a mother, especially at his age? I can provide everything Leo needs.
Gender doesn't determine parenting ability. My father was more direct. This seems like you're trying to play house with someone else's kid. What happens when you meet a woman and want your own biological children?
Leo is my own child. Biology doesn't make a family. Diane was the worst. I just think it's weird. Single men who want to adopt always seem suspicious to me. What's your real motivation? My motivation is being a father. That's it. They've maintained this attitude for 2 years. At family gatherings, they'd make comments about how Leo must miss his foster parents, or how he'd probably be better off with a mother figure. They'd suggest I should reconsider the adoption, or at least get married so Leo has a mom. I'd push back, but they'd claim they were just concerned about Leo's well-being. For the first year and a half, Leo was thriving despite their attitude. He'd started calling me dad within weeks of the adoption. He'd tell people, "This is my dad," proudly. He was affectionate, happy, bonding with me beautifully. But about 6 months ago, things started changing. Leo began saying confusing things. "Mommy Henderson says she misses me." "Leo, Mrs. Henderson isn't your mommy. She was your foster mom. I'm your dad now." "But she was my mommy, before. She took care of you before the adoption, and we still see her. But now I'm your parent. Why can't I live with them again?" "Because you're adopted. You're my son now. This is your forever home." He'd get upset, withdrawn. Started calling me Marcus instead of Dad sometimes. Would say things like, "my real parents," when referring to the Hendersons. I thought it was normal adoption adjustment, working through complex feelings about family, belonging, identity. I talked to his therapist. All adopted kids should have therapy support. She said it could be normal processing, but to monitor the language and where it was coming from. Then his behavior toward me changed. He became resistant to affection, wouldn't hug me goodbye, would stiffen when I tried to tuck him in, started saying he didn't want to live with me. I was heartbroken and confused. We'd been doing so well. What changed? Last week I found out. Leo left his tablet unlocked. I don't usually check it, but he'd been acting so strangely I was worried. I saw messages between my mother and Leo. Messages I never approved, on a messaging app I didn't know he had. Messages from my mother. "Hi, sweetheart. Grandma loves you. We miss you so much. Do you miss Mommy and Daddy Henderson?" Leo's response. "Yes, I want to see them." My mother. "We can arrange that. Would you like to visit them this weekend? We won't tell Marcus. It can be our secret." Leo. "Yes, please." More messages showed my mother had been arranging secret visits between Leo and the Hendersons for months. Picking him up from school early, she was on his emergency contact list, taking him to visit the Hendersons, then dropping him back at home with me none the wiser. I scrolled further back. Found messages where my mother coached Leo on what to say. "Remember, the Hendersons are your real mommy and daddy. Marcus is nice, but he's not really your parent. You were taken away from your real family." Messages where Diane participated. "Hey, buddy. We saw Mommy Henderson today. She misses you so much. She wishes you could come home to her. Don't you wish that too?" Messages coordinating with the Hendersons. My mother to Mrs. Henderson. "We can bring Leo by next Tuesday. He needs to spend time with his real parents." The Hendersons knew about this. They'd been participating in secret visits arranged by my family without my knowledge or consent. I felt sick. My family had been deliberately undermining my relationship with Leo, coaching him to reject me, encouraging him to view the Hendersons as his real parents, and me as just some guy who took him away. That's parental alienation. It's psychological abuse of a child. And it explained everything. Leo's changed behavior, his confusion about family, his withdrawal from me. I called the Hendersons immediately. "Did you know my family has been bringing Leo to see you without my permission?" Silence. Then Mrs. Henderson, "Marcus, we can explain. How long have you known about this?" "Your mother contacted us about 6 months ago. She said you were overwhelmed and needed help with Leo. She offered to bring him to visit more often." "Without telling me? You've been seeing Leo behind my back?" "We thought you knew. Your mother said she'd cleared it with you, but you were too proud to admit you needed help." "I never said that. She lied to you. And you never thought to confirm with me directly?" "We should have. We're so sorry. She made it sound like you were struggling and this was helping." "What else has she said during these visits?" Another long silence. "She talks about how you're not really Leo's parent, how we're his real family. She encourages Leo to call us mom and dad. We told her that wasn't appropriate, that you're Leo's father now, but she insisted." "And you went along with it?" "We didn't want to lose access to Leo. We love him. Your mother said if we didn't participate, she'd tell you we were trying to interfere and you'd cut us off. So you chose secret visits over honoring the adoption agreement we made?" Mr. Henderson got on the line. "Marcus, we were wrong. We should have contacted you immediately when your mother approached us. We let our desire to see Leo cloud our judgment. We're deeply sorry." Too late. The damage was done. My family had been coaching my 6-year-old son to reject me for 6 months, and the Hendersons had enabled it. I contacted my adoption agency and child services immediately, explained the situation, my family arranging secret visits, coaching Leo to reject me, encouraging him to view his former foster parents as his real parents.
The social worker was alarmed. That's parental alienation. It's a form of psychological abuse. It's also a violation of adoption agreements. No one should have contact with Leo without your knowledge and consent. What do I do? Document everything. We'll open an investigation. You may need to restrict your family's access to Leo until this is resolved. The Hendersons will also need to be evaluated. If they knowingly participated in alienation, that's a serious issue. I confronted my family that evening, showed them the messages. "You've been arranging secret visits between Leo and the Hendersons, coaching him to reject me, telling him I'm not his real father." My mother was defensive immediately. "We were helping Leo stay connected to his real family." "I'm his real family. I adopted him. The Hendersons were his foster parents, and we agreed on appropriate contact. You violated that agreement." "He needs his mother. You can't replace Mrs. Henderson." "I'm not replacing anyone. I'm his father. Mrs. Henderson is not his mother anymore. She's a family friend who we see regularly with my knowledge." Diane jumped in. "Leo was crying about missing the Hendersons. We were just trying to comfort him. By telling him I took him away from his real parents? By coaching him to call me by my first name instead of Dad? By arranging secret visits?" My father tried to calm things down. "We thought we were doing what was best for Leo. He seemed confused about his family situation." "He was confused because you confused him. He was fine until you started this alienation campaign." My mother started crying. "We just don't think a single man should be raising a small child. Leo needs a mother figure, and Mrs. Henderson is his mother." "No, she's not. I'm Leo's legal parent. Your personal beliefs about single fathers don't give you the right to psychologically abuse my son." I filed a formal complaint with Child Services detailing the parental alienation. But all the messages documented the timeline of Leo's behavioral changes and included statements from Leo's therapist about the harm this was causing. I also petitioned family court to modify custody arrangements. My parents had grandparent visitation rights. Requested all visitation be suspended pending investigation, and if reinstated, only supervised visitation in therapeutic settings. The investigation moved quickly. Child Services interviewed Leo, my family, the Hendersons, Leo's therapist, and me. They reviewed all the messages and documentation. Leo's therapist provided damning testimony. Leo is experiencing severe confusion about family identity directly caused by adults telling him conflicting information. He's been coached to reject his adoptive father and view his former foster placement as his real family. This is classic parental alienation and is causing significant psychological harm. The Hendersons admitted their participation. We were wrong to go along with it. We should have contacted Marcus immediately. We let our love for Leo and our fear of losing contact with him cloud our judgment. My family maintained they were helping Leo. My mother. Single men shouldn't adopt. Leo belongs with a mother figure. We were trying to give him what he needs. The investigator's report was clear. The grandparents and paternal family engaged in systematic parental alienation of the minor child. They arranged unauthorized contact with former foster parents, coached the child to reject his adoptive father, and deliberately undermined the adoptive placement. This constitutes psychological abuse and violation of adoption agreements. Child Services recommendations. Suspend all unsupervised contact between Leo and paternal grandparents, extended family. If visitation resumes, only in therapeutic supervised settings. Terminate informal contact arrangement with former foster parents, Hendersons. Intensive family therapy for Leo and Marcus to repair attachment. Possible criminal referral for custody interference. Family court adopted these recommendations. My parents' grandparent visitation was suspended. They could only see Leo in supervised therapeutic visits if they completed parenting classes about adoption and alienation. The Hendersons' contact was terminated entirely. They'd violated the spirit of our agreement by participating in secret visits and alienation. I sent them a letter. You betrayed my trust and contributed to harming Leo. I need to protect my son, which means ending contact with people who undermined his adoption. Mrs. Henderson sent a heartbreaking response. We understand. We're devastated, but we know this is our fault. We hope someday you can forgive us. We love Leo, and we're so sorry we hurt him. The family response was explosive. My mother. You're keeping Leo from his real family. You're isolating him. I'm protecting him from people who psychologically abused him. My father. We're his grandparents. You can't just cut us off. You used your access to him to conduct a 6-month alienation campaign. Yes, I can cut you off. Diane. Leo is going to resent you for taking away everyone he loves. Leo loves me. I'm his father. You tried to destroy that relationship. Now you face consequences. Extended family split. Some relatives understood. They coached a 6-year-old to reject his adoptive father? That's sick. Others defended my family. They were just trying to help Leo maintain connections. But the strongest opinions came from the adoption community. I posted in an adoption support group, Am I the A for cutting off family members who conducted parental alienation against my adopted son? The responses were unanimous and fierce. NTA. What they did is adoption trauma on top of existing trauma. Protect your son at all costs. NTA. Parental alienation is abuse. They don't get access to your child after abusing him. NTA. As an adoptee, I can tell you that this kind of messaging, your real parents are somewhere else, is incredibly damaging. You're doing the right thing. NTA. They weaponized his adoption trauma against him. That's unforgivable. Not a single person in the adoption community thought I was wrong. Because they understood. Adoption trauma is real.
attachment is fragile, and adults who deliberately undermine that attachment are causing serious harm. 3 months later, Leo is healing. Therapy is helping him process the confusing messages he received. He's calling me Dad consistently again. He's re-engaging with affection. His therapist says the alienation was caught early enough that full attachment repair is possible. He asks about the Hendersons sometimes. When can I see them again? Not for a while, buddy. They made some choices that weren't good for you. We need to focus on our family right now. Are you my real dad? Yes. I'm your dad. Forever. No one can change that. Grandma said you took me away from my real family. Grandma was wrong. I adopted you, which means I chose you to be my son. You're exactly where you belong. He's starting to believe it again. My relationship with my family is destroyed. My mother sends emails begging to see Leo. My father calls saying I'm being cruel and vindictive. Diane posts on social media about grandparents' rights and being alienated from their grandson. The irony isn't lost on me. But I'm not budging. They had access to my son and they used it to abuse him. That's unforgivable. Am I the Judd for cutting off family members who conducted parental alienation, including ending Leo's contact with his former foster parents? I don't think I am. Protecting an adopted child from people who undermine his attachment and identity is fundamental parenting. My family chose their ideology over Leo's well-being. They valued their belief that single men shouldn't adopt over the reality of a thriving father-son bond. The Hendersons chose secret visits over honoring our agreement. All of them contributed to 6 months of psychological abuse aimed at a vulnerable 6-year-old. They don't get access to him anymore, even if that means he loses people he loved, because the version of those relationships that existed was toxic, built on alienation and manipulation. Some people say I'm being too harsh, that families can work through conflicts, that I should allow supervised visits. But adoption is different. Adopted children already have complex feelings about belonging, family, identity. Adults who exploit those feelings for their own agendas cause lasting harm. My son was telling me I wasn't his real dad, was calling me by my first name, was asking to go back to his foster family, all because adults coached him to reject me. That's not a conflict to work through. That's abuse to stop. Am I the asshole? Not to Leo, not to adoption professionals, not to the adoption community, not to child services. Only to family members who think their beliefs about single fathers justify psychologically abusing a child. And I can live with that. Because Leo deserves a father who protects him, even from family, especially from family who would harm him to prove a point. He calls me Dad again. That's all that matters. AITA for revealing my sister has been sabotaging my diabetic daughter's medical care to prove vaccines caused her disability. I'm a 32-year-old mother who just discovered my anti-vaccine sister has been secretly tampering with my 8-year-old daughter's diabetes supplies for 6 months to make her condition appear worse, all to prove that childhood vaccines caused her diabetes and validate her conspiracy theories. My daughter Emma was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at age 7. It's genetic. My father and aunt both have it. But my sister Rachel is convinced Emma's diabetes was caused by childhood vaccines. Rachel fell into anti-vax communities online and became obsessed with proving vaccines cause chronic illness. For the past 6 months, Emma's blood sugar control has been inexplicably unstable, despite following her care plan perfectly. She was having dangerous highs and lows, ending up in the ER twice. Her endocrinologist couldn't explain why her numbers were so erratic. Last week I found evidence that Rachel has been tampering with Emma's insulin, diluting it with saline to make it less effective, and contaminating her glucose testing strips to give false high readings. She was deliberately making Emma sicker to collect evidence that vaccines caused her diabetes. When I confronted her, she said she was trying to document the vaccine injury, so I'd finally wake up to the truth. I reported her to police for child endangerment and filed for a restraining order. My family says I'm overreacting to her misguided concern and should handle this privately. AITA for involving authorities over my sister's conspiracy-fueled medical sabotage. My name is Jessica. I'm 32 years old, and I'm the mother of an 8-year-old daughter named Emma. Last year, Emma was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. It changed our lives completely. Learning to count carbs, monitoring blood sugar, administering insulin multiple times daily, constant vigilance to keep her safe.
Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune condition where the pancreas stops producing insulin. It's genetic. My father has it, and so does my aunt on my father's side. When Emma was diagnosed, her endocrinologist explained that she had a genetic predisposition, and the condition would have developed regardless of any environmental factors. My younger sister Rachel, however, had a different explanation. Rachel, 28, has spent the past few years deep in anti-vaccine communities online. She believes vaccines cause autism, autoimmune diseases, chronic illness, and a host of other conditions. She's not vaccinating her own 2 children and constantly sends me articles about vaccine injury. When Emma was diagnosed with diabetes, Rachel immediately claimed it was caused by vaccines. This is classic vaccine injury. The MMR vaccine triggers autoimmune responses. Her immune system attacked her pancreas because of vaccines. I tried explaining the genetics. Dad has type 1 diabetes. His sister has type 1 diabetes. Emma has the genetic markers. This isn't vaccine-related. Genetics load the gun. Vaccines pull the trigger. That's what the research shows. Rachel, there's no legitimate research linking vaccines to type 1 diabetes. Because Big Pharma suppresses it. They don't want people to know the truth. I stopped engaging. You can't logic someone out of a position they didn't logic themselves into. I focused on managing Emma's care, learning to use a continuous glucose monitor, getting her insulin pump set up, teaching her how to recognize high and low blood sugar symptoms. For the first few months, Emma's control was good. Her A1C numbers were in target range. Her blood sugars were relatively stable. The endocrinologist was pleased with our management. Then, about 6 months ago, things started going wrong. Emma's blood sugars became erratic. She'd have dangerous highs, readings over 400 when they should have been 120. Then, sudden crashes to dangerous lows. The continuous glucose monitor would alarm constantly. We followed her care plan exactly, counted carbs meticulously, dosed insulin according to her ratios, double-checked everything. But her numbers remained unstable. We ended up in the ER twice, once for dangerously high blood sugar with ketones, which can lead to diabetic ketoacidosis, a life-threatening condition, and once for severe low blood sugar that required emergency glucose. Emma's endocrinologist was puzzled. Her care plan should be working. You're doing everything right. I don't understand why her control has deteriorated so dramatically. We tried adjusting insulin ratios, changed her pump settings, modified her diet. Nothing helped. Emma's numbers remained dangerously unstable. The stress was overwhelming. I was waking up every 2 hours to check Emma's blood sugar, missing work because of ER visits, watching my daughter suffer through symptoms of highs and lows multiple times daily. And Rachel was documenting everything. She'd ask for updates on Emma's numbers. How was her blood sugar today? Did she have any episodes? She'd take photos of Emma looking tired or unwell. She'd save screenshots when I posted about ER visits. I thought she was being supportive, concerned about her niece's health. I didn't realize she was collecting evidence. Last week, I found out the truth. I was at Rachel's house picking up Emma after she'd spent the afternoon with her cousins. Rachel was in the bathroom. Her phone was on the counter, unlocked. A notification popped up from an anti-vaccine Facebook group. The preview text read, "Update on my niece's vaccine injury. Her numbers are getting worse. Perfect documentation of long-term damage from childhood vaccines." My stomach dropped.
I clicked on the notification. It opened a post Rachel had written in the group. My niece was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes last year at age 7, shortly after her 7-year booster vaccines. Classic vaccine injury. Autoimmune attack on the pancreas triggered by vaccine antigens. My sister refuses to see the connection, but I've been documenting the progression. Her blood sugars have become increasingly unstable over the past 6 months, showing that the vaccine damage is ongoing. I've been tracking her numbers and taking photos to document the decline. Eventually, the evidence will be undeniable. The post had dozens of comments from group members praising her for documenting vaccine injury and encouraging her to keep collecting evidence. I scrolled through her post history in the group. Months of updates about Emma's blood sugar instability, photos of Emma looking sick, screenshots of my texts about ER visits. She'd been using Emma's medical crisis as anti-vaccine propaganda. But there was something else. A comment thread that made my blood run cold. Someone had asked, "How are you getting access to her medical data? Is your sister sharing it with you?" Rachel's response: "I visit several times a week and help with her care when I'm there. I've learned how to check her blood sugar and help with her pump. It gives me access to document the ongoing damage." Another commenter: "Have you tried showing your sister the correlation between her vaccine dates and the diabetes diagnosis?" Rachel: "She won't listen to reason. That's why I'm documenting everything. Eventually, the evidence will be so overwhelming, she'll have to accept the truth. I've been ensuring the data shows the full extent of the vaccine damage." Ensuring the data shows the damage. What did that mean? I took photos of Rachel's posts with my phone, then confronted her when she came out of the bathroom. "Rachel, what does this mean?" I showed her the screenshots. "You've been posting about Emma's diabetes in anti-vax groups?" Her face went pale. "I was just sharing information. You're using Emma's medical condition as propaganda for your conspiracy theories." And what does this mean? Ensuring the data shows the damage. Have you been tampering with Emma's care? I haven't been tampering. I've been documenting. Rachel, Emma's control was fine until 6 months ago. That's when you started documenting. What did you do? She started crying. I was trying to help you see the truth. What did you do to Emma's diabetes supplies? Through tears, she admitted it. When she'd visit and help with Emma's care, she'd been tampering with her medical supplies. She'd dilute Emma's insulin by drawing out some of the insulin and replacing it with saline solution. The diluted insulin meant Emma wasn't getting proper doses, causing her blood sugars to go dangerously high. She'd also been contaminating Emma's glucose testing strips by touching them with sugary fingers before Emma used them, causing falsely elevated readings that made it look like her blood sugar was even higher than it actually was. And she'd been documenting all of it, the high readings, the ER visits, the declining control, as evidence that vaccines had caused Emma's diabetes and were causing ongoing damage. You've been making Emma sick on purpose? I couldn't breathe. You've been endangering your 8-year-old niece to prove your conspiracy theories? I wasn't endangering her. I was documenting the vaccine damage that was already there. The vaccine damage that doesn't exist. Emma's diabetes is genetic. And her unstable control wasn't the diabetes getting worse, it was you sabotaging her treatment. I was trying to show you the truth. You were poisoning my daughter. She ended up in the ER twice because of you. She could have died. I was careful. I knew how much insulin to reduce. You have no medical training. You were playing with an 8-year-old's life-saving medication. I grabbed Emma and left immediately. Called her endocrinologist from the car to explain what happened. The doctor was horrified. Someone was diluting Emma's insulin? That explains everything. Her pump settings were correct, her care plan was appropriate. But if the insulin itself was compromised, nothing we adjusted would have worked. This is incredibly dangerous. Insulin tampering can cause diabetic ketoacidosis, which can be fatal. I'm so sorry. I had no idea my sister was doing this. This isn't your fault. But we need to report this. This is medical abuse, and we need to ensure all of Emma's supplies are replaced with untampered versions. I filed a police report that evening, explained that my sister had been deliberately tampering with my daughter's diabetes medication and testing supplies for 6 months, causing her to have dangerously unstable blood sugars and 2 ER visits. The detective was shocked. She was diluting your daughter's insulin to make her diabetes appear worse. Why? To prove her conspiracy theory that vaccines cause diabetes. She was collecting evidence of supposed vaccine damage by deliberately making my daughter sick. That's child endangerment, possibly assault. We'll need to seize her social media accounts to document the posts. Police obtained a warrant for Rachel's social media accounts, her phone, and any devices she'd used to document Emma's condition. They found extensive evidence. Months of posts in anti-vaccine groups documenting Emma's declining health. Photos and videos of Emma during blood sugar episodes. Rachel's comments about ensuring the data showed the vaccine damage. Messages where she discussed with other anti-vaxxers the best ways to document vaccine injuries and make the evidence undeniable. Most damning, a private message to another anti-vaxxer where Rachel explicitly described diluting Emma's insulin. I've been reducing her insulin effectiveness by about 30% so her numbers stay high.
It's important to show the ongoing damage vaccines cause. Rachel was arrested and charged with child endangerment, multiple counts, 1 for each time she tampered with Emma's supplies. Assault, causing bodily harm through medical tampering. Reckless endangerment of a minor. Potentially attempted manslaughter. The prosecutor argued that deliberately compromising a diabetic's insulin could have resulted in death. The family response was divided and painful. Some relatives immediately understood the severity. My father, who has type 1 diabetes himself, was furious. Rachel deliberately sabotaged an 8-year-old's diabetes control to prove a conspiracy theory? She could have killed Emma. My mother was torn. What Rachel did was wrong, but involving the police? Pressing charges? She's your sister. Can't we handle this as a family? Mom, she poisoned Emma for 6 months. Emma ended up in the ER twice. This isn't a family disagreement. It's a crime. But Rachel thought she was helping. She believed the vaccines caused this, and she was trying to document it. Her beliefs don't excuse endangering a child. She compromised life-saving medication based on conspiracy theories. My brother supported me. Rachel needs to face consequences. What if Emma had died? Would that have been acceptable in pursuit of documenting vaccine damage? But other family members defended Rachel. My aunt, on my mother's side, not the aunt with diabetes, Rachel was misguided, but she loves Emma. She'd never intentionally hurt her. She did hurt her, deliberately, for 6 months. She was trying to prove something she genuinely believes. Her genuine belief almost killed my daughter. Rachel's husband was in shock. I knew Rachel was into anti-vax stuff, but I didn't know she'd do something like this. I'm so sorry. I should have paid more attention. The criminal case proceeded. Rachel's lawyer tried to argue she'd been operating under a genuine but mistaken belief about vaccine injury and hadn't intended to harm Emma. The prosecutor countered. The defendant deliberately tampered with a child's life-saving medication for 6 months. She documented this tampering in writing. She celebrated when the child had medical emergencies because it provided evidence for her theories. Intent to harm is clear. Medical experts testified about the dangers of insulin tampering. Emma's endocrinologist explained how compromised insulin could have led to diabetic ketoacidosis and death. ER doctors who'd treated Emma during her 2 emergency visits described the serious condition she'd been in. Most damning was Rachel's own documentation. Her posts in anti-vaccine groups describing her documentation process. Her private messages discussing diluting insulin and contaminating test strips.
her celebration of Emma's worsening numbers as perfect evidence of vaccine damage. The jury convicted on all counts. Rachel was sentenced to 18 months in prison, 5 years probation, permanent restraining order from Emma, required mental health treatment, and community service. I also pursued family court intervention, got a court order ensuring Rachel can never be alone with Emma or any other children unsupervised. If she wants to see Emma after her sentence, it has to be in a supervised facility with a professional present. The anti-vaccine communities Rachel was part of initially rallied around her, claiming she was being persecuted for exposing vaccine injury. But even many anti-vaxxers backed away when the full details emerged. Deliberately harming a child isn't acceptable even within those communities. Her posts were removed from most platforms for violating terms of service around medical misinformation and child safety. The moral questions haunt me. Multiple family members asked, "Do you really think Rachel deserved prison time? She's your sister."
She wasn't trying to hurt Emma. She was just trying to prove something she believed.
But believing something doesn't excuse acting on that belief in ways that endanger others. Rachel genuinely believed vaccines caused Emma's diabetes, but her belief was wrong, and she harmed a child in pursuit of proving it. Some relatives argued I should have just cut Rachel off without involving police. You could have banned her from seeing Emma without pressing charges. Now she has a criminal record and prison time. But Rachel committed serious crimes. She compromised a diabetic child's medication repeatedly for 6 months. Emma could have died. If I hadn't involved authorities, what accountability would there have been? Family disapproval? A stern talking to? And there's the documentation aspect. Rachel was posting about Emma in anti-vaccine groups, using her medical data as propaganda. That content needed to be officially seized and removed to prevent other people from using Emma's manufactured vaccine injury as evidence. The psychological impact on Emma has been significant. She's in therapy now, processing the violation. Aunt Rachel was making me sick on purpose? Why would she do that? How do you explain to an 8-year-old that her aunt deliberately compromised her medication to prove conspiracy theories? Emma's diabetes control is now excellent. With untampered insulin and proper testing supplies, her numbers are stable. Her A1C is back in target range. The endocrinologist said, "This is what I'd expected all along. Your daughter's diabetes management was always good. It was just being sabotaged." 3 months after Rachel's conviction, I'm still processing everything. My relationship with my mother is strained. She thinks I was too harsh. My father supports me completely. Extended family is divided.
I posted on Reddit, "AITA for pressing charges against my sister for tampering with my diabetic daughter's insulin to prove vaccines caused her diabetes?" The responses were overwhelmingly supportive. NTA. Your sister committed a serious crime that could have killed your daughter. Criminal charges were absolutely appropriate. NTA. This isn't about conspiracy theories or family disagreements. This is about someone deliberately compromising a child's life-saving medication. That's inexcusable. NTA. She endangered your daughter for 6 months to validate her beliefs. She needs to face consequences. A few dissenting voices. ESH. Your sister was wrong, but involving the legal system destroyed your family relationship permanently. You should have just cut contact. But most people understood. When someone harms your child, especially deliberately over an extended period, criminal justice involvement is appropriate. Am I Thea for reporting my sister and pressing charges instead of handling it as a family? I don't think I am. Emma's safety is more important than family harmony. Rachel's beliefs don't excuse child endangerment, and accountability for medical abuse of a vulnerable child requires more than family disapproval. Rachel served time. She has a criminal record. Our relationship is destroyed. Family gatherings are awkward. But Emma is safe. Her diabetes is controlled, and other children are protected from Rachel's conspiracy-fueled interventions.
Some family members say I chose authorities over family. I say I chose my daughter's safety over my sister's conspiracy theories. Rachel endangered Emma to prove vaccines cause diabetes. She documented deliberately compromising life-saving medication. She celebrated when Emma ended up in the ER because it gave her evidence. That deserves criminal consequences. Not family mediation, not private resolution. Criminal prosecution. My sister went to prison for medical abuse of a child. That makes me not the asshole. Even if it makes me the sister who got her arrested, even if it fractured my extended family, even if some relatives will never forgive me. Emma is safe. That's what matters. Everything else is secondary. I'd do it again. Every time. Without hesitation. Because protecting your child from medical abuse, even when the abuser is family, is always the right choice. Am I the asshole? Not to Emma. Not to myself. Not to the jury that convicted Rachel. Only to family members who value conspiracy theories over children's safety. And I can live with that. AITA for revealing my brother has been impersonating me in online grief support groups to catfish vulnerable women. I'm a 28-year-old widower who just discovered my younger brother has been using my identity, my late wife's death story, and photos stolen from my private social media to create fake profiles in online grief support groups where he manipulates and emotionally exploits grieving women. My wife Sarah died 2 years ago from cancer. She was 27. The grief nearly destroyed me, but grief counseling and online support groups helped me process the loss. I shared my story in these groups, how we met, our 5 years together, her battle with cancer, how I'm learning to live with the loss. My brother Kyle has always been jealous of the attention my grief receives. He thinks I use Sarah's death for sympathy, and that grieving people get special treatment. Last month, a woman from one of my grief groups messaged me, asking why I'd started a relationship with her through a different account, then ghosted her after she sent intimate photos. I had no idea what she meant. It turns out Kyle created multiple fake profiles using my real name, my photos, and detailed information about Sarah's death copied from my genuine posts. He's been joining grief support groups pretending to be me, forming emotional connections with vulnerable, grieving women, soliciting intimate photos and emotional confessions, then disappearing and moving to the next victim. When I confronted him, he said he was proving that grief groups are just places people go for attention and sympathy hookups. I reported him to the platforms, to the group moderators, and to police for identity theft and harassment. My family says I'm overreacting to his social experiment and destroying his reputation. Am I the duh? My name is Nathan. I'm 28 years old, and 2 years ago I became a widower when my wife Sarah died from ovarian cancer. She was 27. We'd been together since college, met when we were 20, married at 24, had 3 beautiful years of marriage before her diagnosis. Sarah fought for 18 months. Chemo, surgery, experimental treatments, everything we could try. I was with her through it all. The hospital stays, the bad days, the moments of hope, the gradual acceptance that we were losing the battle. She died at home, with me holding her hand. It was the worst day of my life. The grief was overwhelming. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't function. Friends and family tried to help, but they didn't understand. They'd say things like, "She's in a better place," or "Time heals all wounds," or "You're young, you'll find love again." Nothing helped until I found grief counseling and online support groups. Groups specifically for young widows and widowers, people who understood the unique pain of losing a spouse in your 20s. In these groups, I could be honest. I could talk about the anger, the guilt, the moments where I wanted to die too, the complicated grief that doesn't fit into neat stages. People understood because they were living it too. I shared my story, posted about Sarah, how we met, our favorite memories, her final months, how I was trying to rebuild a life without her. People responded with their own stories. We supported each other through anniversaries, holidays, the hard days when grief hits like a wave. These groups saved me. They gave me a community of people who understood. 2 years later, I'm still in several groups, not just receiving support anymore, but giving it to newer members going through fresh grief. My younger brother Kyle is 25. He's never experienced significant loss. He's single, never had a serious relationship, lives with my parents. We've never been close. Different personalities, different interests, different life experiences. Kyle has always been dismissive of my grief. At family gatherings, he'd make comments. "Are you still talking about Sarah? It's been 2 years." Or, "Everyone loses people. You're not special for being sad about it." He thought I was using Sarah's death for attention. "You post about her on social media constantly. You talk about grief groups all the time. It's like you want people to feel sorry for you." I'm processing grief publicly because it helps. And the groups are about support, not attention. Sure, people in grief groups aren't looking for sympathy and special treatment at all. I stopped engaging. Kyle didn't understand because he'd never experienced loss. I hoped he'd never have to. Last month, everything changed. A woman named Jennifer sent me a message on Facebook. "Nathan, I'm confused. Why did you ghost me? I thought we had a real connection. I opened up to you about losing my husband, and you just disappeared. If you weren't interested, you could have just said so instead of vanishing after I sent you those photos." I had no idea what she was talking about. "I'm sorry, but I think you have me confused with someone else. I don't know you, and I've never been in a private conversation with you." "Yes, you have. We met in the Young Widows Support Group 3 months ago. You reached out to me after I posted about my husband's death. We've been messaging for weeks. You told me about Sarah, about how hard it's been, about wanting to connect with someone who understands grief. Then last week, I sent you some personal photos and you disappeared." I felt sick. "I never messaged you privately. I'm only in one Young Widows group, and I've never reached out to anyone for private conversations." "But I have all our messages. You used your real name, your photos, everything matched your profile. Can you send me screenshots?" She sent them. The profile she'd been talking to had my name, my photos from my private Facebook that only friends can see, and detailed information about Sarah's death. The messages discussed Sarah's cancer, her final days, my grief process, all things I'd shared in public group posts, but it wasn't me. The writing style was similar, but not quite right. Some details about Sarah were slightly off, and the conversation had turned flirtatious in ways I never would have engaged in, especially with someone I'd just met who was grieving. Someone was impersonating me, using my identity and my wife's death to manipulate grieving women. I contacted the Young Widows Support Group moderators. Someone is using my identity to create fake profiles and message group members privately. I need to know if other people have reported this. The moderator, Margaret, responded quickly. "Nathan, we've actually received 3 complaints in the past month about inappropriate messages from accounts claiming to be you. We banned the accounts, but they kept making new ones with slight variations on your name. We were about to reach out to you to verify which account was real. None of them are real except my original account. Can you send me the complaints?" She sent them. 3 different women had reported accounts using my name, my photos, and Sarah's story to initiate emotional connections that became inappropriate. One woman said the fake me had asked for intimate photos. Another said the fake me had tried to get her to meet in person. A third said the fake me had solicited detailed confessions about her sex life with her late husband. This wasn't just someone using my identity. This was someone weaponizing my grief and Sarah's death to sexually exploit vulnerable women. I reported it to Facebook, asking them to investigate accounts using my photos and information. I filed police reports for identity theft and harassment. I reached out to every woman who'd been contacted by the fake accounts, explaining that I hadn't sent those messages. but I still didn't know who was doing it. Then I got a message from another woman, Lisa, who'd been contacted by a Nathan account. "I'm sorry this happened to you. I did some digging on the fake accounts because I was suspicious of how quickly you became intimate. I managed to trace one account's IP address from a photo location tag he forgot to strip out. It's registered to a Kyle Mitchell at address." Kyle. My brother Kyle. The address was my parents' house, where Kyle lives. I confronted him that evening. Went to my parents' house and found Kyle in his room. "We need to talk about the fake accounts you've been making using my identity." His face went pale. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Yes, you do. You've been creating fake profiles using my name, my photos, and Sarah's death story to manipulate women in grief support groups. I have proof it's you." He was quiet for a long moment. Then, "How did you find out?" "Multiple women reported you. One traced your IP address. Why would you do this?" "I wanted to prove something." "Prove what?" "That grief groups are bullshit. That people don't actually go there for support. They go for attention and sympathy hookups. You're always talking about how meaningful these groups are, how they saved your life. But I knew it was just people using dead spouses as pickup lines." "So you decided to prove that by using my dead wife as a pickup line?" "I was conducting a social experiment. And guess what? It worked. Every woman I messaged responded. They all opened up quickly, shared intimate details, sent photos. They weren't looking for grief support, they were looking for connection and sympathy. They were looking for connection because they're grieving. They're vulnerable and isolated, and you exploited that. I proved that grief groups are just for attention and hookups." "No! You proved that you're a predator who uses vulnerable people's pain to manipulate them. These women trusted someone they thought shared their experience. They were going to hook up with a random guy from a grief group. That's not healthy grieving. They were forming connections with someone they thought understood their loss. You lied about who you were, used my identity, weaponized my wife's death. Do you understand how sick that is?" Kyle shrugged. "I think you're overreacting. Nobody got hurt. They sent some pictures and had some conversations. When I didn't respond anymore, they moved on. It's not a big deal." "It is a big deal. You stole my identity. You violated these women's trust. You used Sarah's death as a tool to sexually exploit people." "Sarah's been dead for 2 years. I think you need to move on instead of making your whole identity about being a widower." I left before I did something I'd regret. I reported everything to the police, showed them the fake accounts, the messages Kyle had sent using my identity, the complaints from women he'd manipulated, and the IP trace connecting the accounts to Kyle. The detective was disturbed. "Your brother used your identity and your wife's death to catfish grieving women? That's identity theft, harassment, and depending on what he solicited, potentially sexual exploitation. He says it was a social experiment to prove grief groups are just for hookups. It's a crime regardless of his claimed motivation. We'll investigate." Police obtained warrants for Kyle's devices, found extensive evidence, multiple fake accounts across different platforms, conversations with dozens of women, saved intimate photos women had sent thinking they were talking to me, and notes where Kyle had documented his experiment results. He'd been doing this for 6 months, not just in one group, but in multiple grief support communities. Not just women my age, but women ranging from 22 to 45, all grieving the loss of a spouse or partner. He'd solicited intimate photos from at least 15 women, had engaged in sexually explicit conversations with many more, had attempted to arrange in-person meetings with several, though none had followed through, and he documented it all as an experiment to prove that grief groups were sympathy-seeking attention gatherings, rather than legitimate support communities. Kyle was arrested and charged with identity theft, using my identity without permission, harassment, multiple counts for each woman he'd manipulated, computer fraud, creating fake accounts with false information, potentially solicitation of explicit images under false pretenses. His defense was that he'd been conducting a social experiment, that he hadn't intended to harm anyone, that he was trying to expose what he saw as the fake nature of grief support groups. The prosecutor wasn't buying it. The defendant created fake profiles using his brother's identity and deceased wife's story to emotionally manipulate grieving women, solicit intimate photos, and engage in sexual conversations under false pretenses. This isn't a social experiment. This is predatory behavior targeting vulnerable people. The women Kyle had targeted were contacted by police. Many agreed to provide statements. Their testimony was heartbreaking. Jennifer: I thought I'd found someone who understood what I was going through. My husband died 6 months ago, and I was desperate for connection with someone who got it. I opened up about things I'd never told anyone. I sent photos because I thought we had a real connection. Finding out it was all fake, that he was using his brother's wife's death to trick me, it was like being victimized twice. Lisa: He knew exactly what to say to make me trust him. He used grief language, shared his story about loss, made me feel less alone. Then the conversation turned sexual, and I went along with it because I trusted him. Learning he was fake made me question my judgment about everything. Another woman, Maria: I almost met him in person. I was going to drive 4 hours to meet this man I thought understood my grief. If I had, who knows what would have happened. He was a complete stranger, using a dead woman's story to lure me. Mental health professionals testified about the harm of exploiting grieving people. Grief makes people vulnerable. They're isolated, desperate for connection, seeking others who understand their experience. Predators who exploit this vulnerability cause significant psychological harm, not just through the immediate manipulation, but by damaging the victim's ability to trust and seek support in the future. The moderators of the grief support groups testified about the damage to their communities. These groups exist to provide safe spaces for people processing loss. When someone weaponizes grief to exploit members, it destroys trust. We've had multiple members leave the groups because they no longer feel safe. One woman told me she'll never seek online support again because she can't trust that anyone is who they claim to be. Kyle's own documented experiment notes were damning. He'd written, "Women in grief groups are easy targets. They're vulnerable, lonely, and desperate for connection. Using Nathan's story and photos gets immediate trust. From there, it's easy to escalate to intimate conversations and photo exchanges. This proves these groups aren't about support. They're about attention-seeking and sympathy hookups." The jury convicted on all counts. Kyle was sentenced to 2 years in prison, 5 years probation, mandatory therapy, registration as a cyber offender, and restraining orders from all his victims. The family reaction was explosive. My mother was devastated. "How could you send your own brother to prison? He made a mistake, but he's your brother." "Mom, he used my identity and Sarah's death to sexually exploit grieving women for 6 months. That's not a mistake. That's predatory behavior. He was just trying to prove a point about online groups. By catfishing vulnerable women and soliciting intimate photos. That's not proving a point. That's committing crimes." My father was angry. "Kyle's life is ruined. He has a criminal record. He'll be on the cyber offender registry. He can't get a decent job now. You destroyed your brother's future." He destroyed his own future by choosing to victimize grieving women. I reported crimes he committed. The consequences are his responsibility. Some family members defended Kyle. My aunt: "Boys do stupid things online. It doesn't mean he's a predator. Prison is too harsh." He's 25 years old, and he deliberately targeted vulnerable grieving women. That's not boys being stupid. That's calculated predation. But my uncle understood. Kyle used Nathan's dead wife to sexually manipulate grieving women. That's beyond messed up. He deserves what he got. The grief support groups where Kyle had operated all issued statements about what happened, warning members about imposter risks and implementing new verification procedures. Several groups dissolved entirely because trust had been so damaged. The women Kyle had victimized, those willing to be identified, were interviewed for articles about online safety in grief communities. Their stories highlighted how predators exploit vulnerable people and the lasting psychological harm. I posted on Reddit, AITA for reporting my brother to police after he impersonated me in grief support groups to catfish vulnerable women. The responses were overwhelmingly supportive. NTA, your brother didn't just steal your identity, he weaponized your wife's death to prey on vulnerable grieving women. He deserves every consequence. NTA, this wasn't a social experiment, it was predatory sexual exploitation. He targeted women specifically because grief made them vulnerable. Prison is appropriate. NTA, he damaged your reputation, violated your wife's memory, and harmed multiple women. Reporting him protected others from future victimization. A few dissenting voices. ESH, your brother was wrong, but getting him a criminal record seems extreme. You could have handled it privately. But most people understood. When someone uses your identity to victimize vulnerable people, criminal prosecution is necessary. The moral questions linger. Some relatives ask, was prison necessary? Couldn't you have just exposed him to the groups without involving police? But Kyle committed serious crimes. Identity theft, harassment, solicitation of intimate images under false pretenses. And he did it repeatedly, to dozens of women, over 6 months, while documenting it as an experiment. Simply exposing him to the groups wouldn't have protected his victims or prevented future predation. Criminal prosecution ensured accountability and protection. 3 months after Kyle's conviction, I'm still processing everything. My relationship with him is destroyed. He blames me for his criminal record and refuses to take responsibility for his actions. My parents are distant, struggling to accept that their son is a convicted offender. But the grief support groups are healing. New verification procedures protect members. The women Kyle victimized are in therapy, processing the betrayal. And Sarah's story, our story, is mine again. Not a tool for someone else's exploitation. AITA for reporting my brother's impersonation and catfishing scheme instead of handling it privately? I don't think I am. When someone uses your identity and your deceased spouse's story to sexually exploit vulnerable people, criminal prosecution is necessary. Kyle chose to weaponize Sarah's death. He chose to victimize grieving women. He chose to document it as an experiment that proved nothing except his own willingness to harm vulnerable people. Those choices have consequences. Criminal record, prison time, destroyed reputation. Some family says I chose punishment over mercy. I say I chose protecting vulnerable people over enabling predation. Am I the asshole? Not to me, not to Kyle's victims, not to the grief support communities he violated, only to family members who think social experiments justify predatory behavior. And I can live with that, because Sarah's memory deserves better than being weaponized for exploitation, and grieving people deserve safety from predators, even when the predator is family. Am I either for telling my sister's new boyfriend about her debt after she stole my identity? I'm 28F, and my sister Jenna is 31F. 3 months ago, I discovered she'd opened credit cards in my name and ruined my credit. Last week, she started dating a wealthy guy, and I told him everything, possibly destroying her chance at financial security. Now my family says I'm vindictive. I found out about the identity theft when I applied for a mortgage. My credit score was 490. There were 4 credit cards in my name I'd never opened, all maxed out and in collections. Total debt? $32,000. I filed a police report immediately. The investigation traced everything back to Jenna. She'd used my information to open the cards over 2 years ago. When confronted, she cried and said she'd been desperate after her divorce, had medical bills, and planned to pay it all back. Our parents begged me not to press charges, said it would destroy Jenna's life. I agreed not to pursue criminal charges if she paid everything back. She promised she would. That was 3 months ago. She's paid $200 total. Meanwhile, my mortgage application was denied. My credit is destroyed. I'm working with the credit bureaus to clear the fraudulent accounts, but it's a nightmare. Jenna has barely acknowledged the situation since making her initial promise. Last week at a family dinner, Jenna brought her new boyfriend, Marcus. He's a successful investment banker, clearly wealthy. Jenna was all over him, and my mom kept making comments about how nice it must be that Jenna found someone stable. During dinner, Marcus mentioned he was being careful about money and relationships after his ex-wife had hidden debt from him. Said financial honesty was non-negotiable for him now. I saw an opening. After dinner, I pulled Marcus aside and told him about the identity theft, showed him the police report on my phone, told him Jenna had $32,000 in debt, plus whatever else she wasn't disclosing, and she'd stolen from her own sister to cover it. Marcus thanked me and left shortly after. He broke up with Jenna that night via text. Now my family is furious. They say I sabotaged Jenna's chance at happiness and financial security over something she already apologized for. AITA. The family meltdown has been nuclear. Jenna called me screaming that I'd ruined her life out of jealousy, that Marcus was her chance to finally get stable, and I destroyed it because I couldn't let go of the past. I told her the past was 3 months ago, and she'd paid back less than 1% of what she stole. She said she was working on it but needed time. I asked if she'd disclosed her debt to Marcus. She went quiet, then said it wasn't his business yet. My mom called crying, said I should have let Jenna build a relationship with Marcus before poisoning him against her. That maybe Marcus would have helped Jenna pay off the debt if they'd gotten serious. I said that's exactly why I told him, so he could make an informed decision before getting financially entangled with someone who commits identity theft. My dad thinks I was justified, but went about it wrong. Said I should have warned Jenna I'd tell Marcus if she didn't come clean herself. Give her a chance to be honest first. He's probably right about that. Marcus actually texted me thanking me again. Said his ex-wife's hidden debt had cost him over $100,000 in their divorce, and he was grateful I warned him. That Jenna had told him she had no debt, and he would have proposed within months without knowing the truth. Some friends say I saved Marcus from a financial disaster and did the right thing. Others say I used Jenna's relationship as revenge for the identity theft, when I should have just pursued legal action properly instead. My sister's best friend sent me a nasty message. Said Jenna's been struggling since her divorce, that she made one mistake with the credit cards, and I destroyed her chance at love because I'm bitter. That Marcus could have been the person to help her turn her life around. But is it Marcus's job to fix Jenna financially? Especially when she didn't tell him the truth about her situation. I think he deserved to know who he was dating. The question is whether my timing and motivation matter. Did I tell Marcus to protect him or to hurt Jenna? Honestly, both. I wanted him to know the truth, but I also wanted Jenna to lose something important to her the way she'd made me lose my chance at buying a house. It's been 2 weeks. Jenna isn't speaking to me. My parents are trying to mediate, but both sides are dug in. The mortgage situation is still a mess. The fraudulent accounts are being disputed, but it'll take months to clean up my credit. Yesterday, Jenna sent a long email. She admitted she'd handled everything badly, that she should have told Marcus about her debt herself. But she also said I'd humiliated her and timed it specifically to cause maximum damage when she'd finally found something good. She's not wrong. I could have told Marcus privately without showing him the police report like evidence in a trial. I could have encouraged Jenna to be honest with him instead of going behind her back. But I was angry. Still am. My therapist asked what I wanted to accomplish. Did I want Jenna to understand the consequences of her actions? Did I want to protect Marcus? Or did I want to hurt Jenna the way she'd hurt me? All three, probably, but mostly the last one if I'm being honest. Jenna included a payment confirmation in her email. She paid $1,000 toward the debt, said she's setting up a payment plan for $500 monthly until it's cleared. It'll take 5 years, but she's committed. She ended the email saying she knows she can't undo the identity theft, but I can't undo destroying her relationship either. That we're even now, and maybe we can both move on. Are we even? I lost a mortgage opportunity and years of credit rebuilding. She lost a 3-week relationship with someone she barely knew. Those don't feel equivalent. But I also destroyed her relationship specifically to hurt her, not just to protect Marcus. If I'd purely wanted to help him, I would have told him privately and sensitively. Instead, I showed him a police report like I was presenting evidence of her unworthiness. Am I the? The responses are split. Some say Jenna deserved to have her dishonesty exposed, that you can't steal someone's identity and expect them to protect your secrets. Others say I acted out of spite rather than principle, using Marcus as a weapon to punish Jenna. My best friend summarized it well. You were right to tell Marcus. You were an asshole about how you did it. Maybe that's accurate. Marcus deserved to know the truth. But I didn't tell him the truth to be a good person. I told him to hurt my sister. The identity theft destroyed my credit and my home buying plans. My revenge destroyed Jenna's relationship. Neither of us got what we actually needed, which was for Jenna to take responsibility and pay back the debt before any of this escalated. Now we're both just living with the aftermath of hurting each other, which doesn't fix anything, but feels like justice anyway.